What's up, everyone? Team Think Quick TTV in the house. We got a cool map contest tournament today. If it's hot wherever you are, well, you might want to put on a sweater because it's going to be pretty cold once we get into the Tundra games. A map made by StyleZerg from Mexico and Freakling from Germany. Quick recap what the New Worlds map contest is all about. A few months ago, we asked map makers from around the world to submit maps. There were 33 submissions, which is pretty cool. I forgot how many map makers submitted maps. There were some map makers who submitted multiple maps, but I want to say it was over like 20 map makers. The map maker of Eclipse and Neosulfate guys and Ascension, his name is Latius. He also submitted maps, and other Koreans as well. So this was a real international kind of like map contest. Anyways, after those were submitted, they were screened by the organizers because this map contest was looking for standard, comfortable-ish map, so nothing really experimental. After that screening was done, they got down to 21 maps, as you can see in the second stage. The third stage, and this is the really fun aspect of this contest series, because I can't think of any other event that does something like this where you engage the public. Basically ask people on TL.net and Reddit to vote on their favorite maps, and those favorite maps would proceed to the next round. So the ones that received less votes would get knocked out, and the ones that received the most votes would proceed. So it's open up to public vote, you know. Viewers can actually determine the outcome of the map contest. Really cool way to engage people. And when that was done, the public did vote. The thread had thousands of views. Big shout out to everybody who checked it out. Even bigger shout out to the people who voted. These are the 12 maps that were voted for. The voting system was a little complicated. Basically, they had map judges who gave scores. They also accepted TL votes, and the mappers themselves, they voted as well. I don't think they could have voted on their own maps. In the future, I think they're just going to do like TL votes, and that could include map makers voting, the same judges voting, whatever. Anyways, these are the 12 maps that made it into the semi-finalist round. It's pretty cool. After that, there's a little period where map makers can make adjustments to their map. And then they had another public vote after that was done. And they listed those 12 maps, and they asked people to vote on the top 4 maps. One of the big goals of this contest series as a map maker, you want to make it into the top 4, man. Because the top 4 maps get their own tournament, featuring the best foreign players who are willing and available to participate. So Wavelet, Tundra, Goodnight, and Sanctuary, they made it into the top 4. You can see the votes. The scoring system, kind of cool. I think they use what's called the Dewalt system. We asked people to vote on their 4 favorite maps, and if a voter listed one map as number 1 in their list, that would receive like 1 point. The second map in their top 4 list, I think, would receive like 0.75 points or something. The third map in their top 4 list would receive like, I want to say 0.33, maybe it's 0.50. I'm messing up the scores, but you get it. I mean, the higher up you are, the more points you get. So Wavelet obviously made it into a lot of top 4s, but it was also ranked number 1 in people's top 4, so its score is relatively high, 28.92. Tundra came in 2nd, Goodnight came in 3rd, Sanctuary came in 4th. It doesn't really matter the ranking, but it gives you an idea of which one was more popular in the top 4. After those 4 were voted for, the map makers, again, they had time to make adjustments, prepare them, and every single one of those maps got a separate tournament featuring the best foreign players, 6 best of 5s, best of 7 finals. We've already broadcasted 3 of those tournaments on Wavelet, on Sanctuary, on Good Night, which made it into ASL Season 12. That was another big goal of this contest series, was to get foreign and Korean organizers to consider them and adopt them into their leagues. And I mean, that's like the ultimate goal, right? It made it into the next season of ASL. Big shout out to Crystal Drag, who made Good Night. Big shout out to ASL admins, which checked out the contest and the maps. Big shout out to Minerals, Freakling, Spider, and others who were helping to organize this contest series. So anyways, we're still at the 4 tournaments on 4 finalist map stage. We are on our last one, Tundra. After that is done, there's going to be a public vote, so it'll be the 3rd time there's a public vote, and it'll be the last real stage of this event. The public is going to be expected to vote on their number 1 map out of those top 4 maps. So we'll post up the VOD links of all the tournaments on these maps, and we assume that voters are going to obviously watch or consider how the games went on the maps, and not just vote based on map images. And their favorite map they're going to vote on. And the number 1 map gets a number 1 prize. There's also a monetary prize that goes with it, obviously. Oh, and there are prizes for the winning tournament players as well. So all the tournament winners, first place, they get a prize as well. So really cool, inclusive, original format involving the public, involving map makers, involving players. And it's been a real honor to be a part of this. I really like creative, inclusive, interesting kind of formats. So I want to send a big shout out to the BroodWarMaps.net community and the public and everybody who's been excited around this event. Sorry it's taken a while to get all the tournaments organized and broadcasted. Players just couldn't complete their games in time. It's summertime, people's schedules have changed, but we made it. We got all the games on Tundra, which is today's map. Made by StyleZerg Freakling. And I believe Freakling is around. Let's see if I can get his ass in here for an interview. I also invited StyleZerg, but he's on a work trip. He will be checking out the VOD, obviously. Oh, and if you have any comments about the map, guys, especially if you got like constructive criticism or whatever, pop it into the chat. You know, feel free to post it in the TQ Discord. There's also BWMN Discord. That's the Brood War map making community Discord. I'll be spamming the link to that Discord in the chat as well. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. We should have Machine, MasterRey, Saetzero, and WhyUSuk co-casting. Others might join. This is going to be about a 6-7 hour event, I think. Similar to the other tournaments we've had. Tundra 3-player map with multiple attack paths through the middle and at least 2 attack paths on each of the side expansions except for mains and naturals. These points come from the map maker StyleZerg. There is no high transition between low ground, snow, and ice, so I guess it's the same terrain level. There are some vision blockers around the middle areas and on side paths close to the 3rd gas expansions. Water is unwalkable, I guess. Players are advised to wear sunglasses. Alright guys. Brackets today. Here they are. We got Kare versus OctZerg, Dragon versus Stryker, Dewalt versus Gorynich, and Oya versus Sziky. Big shout out to all the players who were interested in participating and testing out this new map. Most of these players are Protoss and Zerg players. Kare is a Terran player. Very good player from Norway, but somewhat inactive. Sorry, Freakling's just trying to join the voice chat and he can't. Is it hard to get some Terrans? Someone is asking in the chat. We ask all kinds of players. I mean, some of them are just busy, not really active. Others are prioritizing other events. We try to get an equal number of Terran, Zerg, and Protoss players, but at some point, you just gotta roll with it and continue on with the event because players need at least 2 weeks to get all the games completed. Anyone who makes it into a final bracket of an 8-player single elimination format has to play, I guess, 2 best-of-5s and 1 best-of-7. It's not so bad, it's not so demanding, but you can only wait so long to find players, and then you gotta get started with it. How come Artosis never does these events? Well, he's a busy man. He's got a lot of stuff on his plate, and he's been doing it for a very long time. I think he does enough, and to participate in these kind of events would probably be too much work. Alright guys, while we're waiting for the casters, I'm just gonna set some things up. Freakling, it looks like you were able to join. Alright guys in the chat, you got any predictions?
No.
Hey, Freakling. What's up, man? Beautiful. We got one of the authors of the map with us. He's scummy, everybody hates him. Oh, he says he's just a decorator. But he spent countless of hours decorating the Tundra map. It's Freakling, guys. It's Freakling. Here's the map in all its glory. Freakling, what special...
Can you hear me now?
It's better now, yeah.
Okay.
What special contribution does Tundra make? Why should people give a shit about this map?
Lots of snow.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good point. And is that because you don't see snow maps? Yeah, let's just say
That's
there's
the
not
kind of
snow
questions you'd have to ask Alex.
The only snow map in the ladder pool recently is it OctZerg? Is there one before that?
Yeah.
Let's check out the ladder maps, guys. And OctZerg is made in a way that like it minimizes the amount of snow.
Hitchhiker would be another one that's been played rather recently.
Hitchhiker, which season was that? I see season 6. Oh yeah, okay. That's February to May 2020. And before that, yeah, there was Whiteout. Okay, so there's been some snow maps. But okay, so what other contributions does Tundra make? I mean, what's really like original about this map?
Probably the kind of decoration I used.
Okay, let's start with the conceptual first. Besides the deco, is there something interesting about this conceptually?
Conceptually, it's meant to be pretty standard, so that's mostly so that there's nothing really outstanding about the layout, I guess. It's got the standard main natural mineral only next to the main, and then two gas spaces in between layout, basically, which is pretty common for 3-player maps. So.
Okay, so deco-wise, you were mentioning some original things about it.
I mean, it's it makes ample use of the new remastered patch 122 plus ice ramp tiles. So
do we not see that in any other maps?
No, because those weren't even available before. And
cool.
Since not many snow maps are made generally, and because most map makers haven't really done much exploration yet with what can be done with all those new tiles, that's the first time on this map.
That's cool. So I can imagine that was fun for you, having like a new toy to play around with and try to figure out how you can play around with.
Basically that's how I became the decorator of this map, or co-author, or whatever.
You were interested in finding like new ways to use the ice features?
Well, StyleZerg posted this map, and I just had this idea, and I showed it to him, and he liked it, and so, well, since then I've basically implemented it, or have basically almost completely redecorated it 2 times. So altogether, I've worked over it 3 times. But yeah, problem of course is just playing around is one thing. Trying to make it at least halfway comfortable for players is another. As for the more practical aspects, I mean, one problem with ice terrain, if you want to call it a problem, but it's of course that ice terrain looks like it's kind of lower ground with ramps leading to it, but of course it isn't. It's just the same terrain level, the same low terrain, the same low terrain level that the surrounding snow is as well. I mean, we've seen that on Sylphid, for example, where the bases next to the mains are what's called raised jungle, which also looks like it's higher ground, but actually is just normal low ground. And ice in snow terrain is basically the same. It's not the exact corresponding terrain, but it acts in the same way as raised jungle, for example, does. Well, one thing I try to actually achieve with this kind of decoration is, of course, to basically not have a ramp, but instead of having a ramp, the terrain just extends out into the ice. So it becomes a bit more obvious that it's all one terrain level. I think it worked for some players and didn't for others, judging by the feedback we got so far, but yeah.
So, one of the things I'm worried about when it comes to this map is players aren't used to playing on this tile set, and there's some features that are deceptive to the eyes. Can't really make sense of it. And they probably didn't test out the map thoroughly, although speaking to some of the playtest players, they actually many up.
With not being used to it, of course, it's mostly a matter of getting used to it. So I did my best in this latest iteration to make everything as readable as possible. So if you look at the map picture, you can see that all the ramp terrain, snow kind of, well, the white parts, let's just call them the white parts. The white
now you're speaking our language. The white stuff.
The white stuff follows and lines out all the pathways around the map. So basically, if you can see a white path on the map, that's where you can move. And then, of course, you can see in between.
Follow the white stuff.
There's
that's
like
what you're saying.
little water holes, basically, and in the ice, and then some high ground outposts in the center. Yes, follow the white paths. That's basically the idea.
The white powder. That's Freaklings is telling everyone to follow the white powder.
Yeah.
That will show you the way, guys.
Because all the games have been played, but we'll see how much players get lost in the map.
And you guys use vision blockers.
The problem with this map, of course, that lots of players initially complained because this is
because everyone chronically
this
complains.
Is just a wide open, flat middle map, and lots of players complained that it's just too open without many choke points and stuff. So eventually, what this ended up, of course, it got a lot more unbuildable areas in the middle and a lot more defined paths around the map.
Thank you very much for this
Which in
subscription.
turn, of course, makes the map also a bit more complicated to get used to, I guess, or to find your way around if you don't know it. So, yeah.
What's up, Sarando? Thanks for subbing. You guys use vision blockers in the center of the map. I've noticed that as a feature in some of the maps that form map makers. Why is it that you guys like to use those vision blockers?
Because they make for an interesting addition, I think.
How so?
And they give it's another way of giving players.
I mean, you can't see anything.
Advantages in engagements, for example, to force them to scout ahead, for example, to keep air units around, little stuff like that, stuff to micro around basically. Which
You want to make the game even harder than it already is.
More interesting than just having a completely flat feature.
Because the vision is already blocked in StarCraft. You can't see shit. You got to scout like the whole map. But it's nice, I guess. Is there a particular like race matchup or battle that would really be important, or does it matter if it's ZVT or PVT?
I mean, generally, there's always the risk that if you that you could just run into an opponent unwittingly and have a bad engagement. But I mean, the same can happen, and then even worse because of high ground advantage if you try to move up a ramp, for example. So that's not that bad. But I mean, the slight advantage is probably with a more melee unit reliant combination. So, for example, for Protoss and Zerg versus Terran, and then in PvZ, I guess it depends. I guess if it's something like if it's more Zergling heavy or more Zealot heavy. So it's I mean the main disadvantage I guess is for Terrans, because of course with a vision disadvantage,
right,
ranged units aren't quite that effective in certain situations.
The game's already too easy for Terrans.
They could just run into an opponent at point blank and then have no way of microing back and using their range advantage. So
I love it. I mean, Terrans don't complain enough, right? And their race is pretty easy, so let's make it even harder for them. It's beautiful. MasterRey, big shout out to you, my friend. Thanks for joining.
Hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. We're talking about Tundra. I'm not sure if you voted for this map. Any comments?
I don't think so, but I still have some comments. Yesterday I played it in a tournament. Yesterday was the Red Clan Cup, and that used all the 4 final maps from this tournament. So Tundra was
awesome.
One of that. And the main thing I want to mention, I'm not sure if you talked about it already, but many people still think there's a height difference between the natural and the area in the middle. I know it was on the screen, there's no height transition there, but yeah, again I want to repeat, there's no low ground high ground difference between the natural and the middle of the map. There are these little tiny ramps that they exist, they are there, leading from the natural to the middle, but that is not a height difference.
Big shout out to Saetzero, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, sounds like a good time.
Hell yeah, man. I know you were hyped. You wanted to cast games on a new map, so I appreciate you tagging along. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna keep things funky and hopefully see some great games. Did you have any comments about Tundra? Any questions for Freakling, who helped make the map, at least the deco?
I think the vision blocker thing I heard you guys talking about a little bit before. I think it's interesting, especially the little patch by the what would be the 3-4 o'clock base, for example, that gas base just below the natural on the right side. Having that little backdoor entrance seems interesting. I expect a lot that to be used for counterattacks. And then I think that base is also that fake. It looks high ground, but it's not just on Sylphid, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, but I don't know if I would like to play on it, but the maps still are fun to watch, or not usually maps I want to play. I want to play Fighting Spirit every game.
Freakling, let me ask you a question. So many players and also viewers of StarCraft tend to dislike snow a little bit. I'm sure you know that, and I'm sure you still decided to use the snow tile set. But is there a way to convert the tile set of a map without putting in a lot of effort? Is there like an automatic tool for that?
Oh, that's many questions in one, I guess. About the choice of tile set, it's unfortunately that StyleZerg isn't here because that's the tile set and the heavy use of snow. That was all his design decisions, of course. He wanted it that way. So, as for quick transformations of terrain in general. If you use mostly standard terrain, then you can easily convert between jungle terrain and all the Brood War tile sets. So that's Twilight, Desert, and Ice, because those are all basically just reskins of jungle. Ice is a bit special because in Ice, basically the raised ground type and the water type change roles. So if you have raised ground in jungle or raised jungle in jungle, then you get water in ice, and if you have water in jungle, then you get ice in ice. So the actual ice terrain, the light blue terrain you can see on this map.
Keyword is ice, guys.
So basically the unwalkable and walkable terrain types change roles, so that already doesn't work very well. And of course, if a map uses like probably half of the area completely customized terrain, such as this one with all the ramp tiles and other special decoration, then of course a simple conversion would just give you some gibberish terrain of random tiles from the other tile palette. So there's no easy way to just convert this to, say, Twilight or something. You could, of course, recreate it in Twilight.
Yeah, personally, I think the snow is like refreshing. I'm tired of seeing Twilight and like the generic like Fighting Spirit tile set over and over. So I get why people don't like the white, but it's refreshing to see as it has a good look to it.
I was surprised that this map came in second place. I thought a lot of people would not vote for it as much as they did.
I suspect it was mostly not the players, but
we do have data on that.
People voted.
I think some did. We also asked the players who played on this
I mean,
map.
not all players mind snow, but some definitely do. That's always the problem. So
we got the comments from the players who played on this map, and I think there's something worth mentioning here. Like, playing 1 or 2 games on a snow tile set, if there's a lot of snow and stuff, it's fine, even though it might be a little discomforting for the eyes. Playing an entire map tournament, like all the games on this map over and over again, that might cause problems. But having said that, I don't remember the players complaining that much about that. So and I shared those comments with map makers, Freakling, I think you saw them, and yeah, to our surprise, it went okay. So that was one of the biggest surprises. Is just I thought people were gonna hate on it.
I mean, it's one thing to have this played in some foreign tours. I'd say chances to get this into ASL, for example, are rather low because of the tile set choice. So
yeah, well, doesn't hurt to try anyways. And guys, if you didn't know already, the Brood War Maps community did get a map from this contest into ASL. Yes, sir. That map is Good Night. It's in Season 12 by Crystal Drag. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to the BroodWarMaps.net community. I mean, this is a big achievement. The last time a foreign map was in ASL was by Freakling, and that was Inner Coven.
So, oh God, Inner Coven. No.
Well, for what I know, Freakling submitted all kinds of maps to them, and my theory has always been that they already had their standard comfortable maps, and they're just looking for an experimental wildcard to throw in. But I haven't watched all the games on Intercoven, but some of them were really interesting, and that's what some people say. Now, if you're forced to play on it on ladder, you might have some complaints, but I think in a pro gamer context, where they're so good and they can do so many interesting things on experimental maps, it makes sense. So I think sometimes negative reactions to maps are assuming like that map is in ladder and like the average Joe is forced to play on them. You know what I mean? Whereas it's supposed to have like entertainment value in a pro gamer context. But Blizzard might not be considering these things when it adopts an ASL map, right? Like Plasma, when it's like adopted into the ladder pool, they might not be taking into account that a majority of players might not want to be playing this map, even though there's a whole veto system. Anyways, my little opinion on that. Guys, we're gonna start on the game soon. Machine should be joining us.
Hello.
WhyUSuk. Oh, there's Machine.
Yeah, just
WhyUSuk is here
snuck in
too.
here.
We got a little party here, guys.
We do. Hey,
Yeah,
how's
you
it
said
going,
1
fellas?
o'clock, and I was like, oh yeah, that's Eastern time, not Central.
All you motherfuckers sound like you just woke up.
I literally did. This is the latest I've
It's-
woken up in a while.
I was up late last night. Yeah.
Machine's in Pacific time, so and I said, Machine, take your time, man. Have your breakfast, and relax. We just have fun here. No pressure.
I'm all good. StarCraft is my breakfast usually.
Wow.
I had a wedding last night. One of my basketball players, he got married. So
Nice. Okay.
yeah,
That's
I
good.
gave a little speech. I'm like, yeah, if you told me 3 years ago this is where you'd be, I kind of would have laughed at you. Everyone was like, what the fuck kind of speech is this? I said, oh no, it's getting better.
Those are the
Nice.
best man speeches, honestly. Like, yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
you should've
he
walked
knew
out.
better than to make me his best man. So
Okay.
I had to walk up into the middle of everything to make my speech, and I did.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Everybody's been waiting long enough. These are pre-played games in the US West server. You can meet me in OpTQ with square brackets around TQ if you want to join the replays. If it lags a bit, we're gonna kick somebody out, but it should be okay.
Make sure to click on the eggs on these maps.
Don't click on the eggs. It might crash your StarCraft.
Is there eggs on this map? I don't
There are
understand.
no maps. No eggs. I hope there are maps, but there are no eggs.
Okay, so try to click on the eggs anyways. Maybe you can find one. It'll be like a Easter egg hunt on Tundra. Let's do this, guys.
So how many we got cast in these first round of games here?
It looks like a record.
We're gonna be all over each other all game.
I love these like group cast sessions.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot less formal than I'm used to. It'll be interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not like the NBA, you know what I mean? That whole. It's cool that exists, that format, and we do it during some of our events, and of course it's the norm in other ones. But we're just about having fun and watching StarCraft. It's like you're chilling with your friends, you know what I mean? And everybody's just kind of like
Hanging out and chipping in, talking about what's going on. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
All right, guys. The first match is Kare. He's from Norway. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with him. I watched him play Dewalt. We organized a show match with him like last year. He actually won that. It's uploaded on our YouTube page. So he's a phenomenal, but he's inactive. He doesn't play that much. And he's playing against, did I mention OctZerg?
Yes, you did. Good old OctZerg.
Your predictions, guys?
Fire bets.
That's a pretty safe prediction. I like that.
they're gonna go OctZerg on this one. I think Zerg in general is just gonna be stronger. I'm excited to see if if that actually plays out true.
I'll just to switch it up, I'll go with Kare here. I think Kare is gonna take the series.
I'm not really sure. I don't know the skill level of Kare, so I know OctZerg should be one of the little bit weaker players, like bottom half of the players we have today. But yeah, since I don't know Kare, I can't really comment on it.
Sim, you causing confusion with my username?
Here we go.
Oh, by the way, it's our only Terran here today, so if Kare
We need him to win,
dies,
because
then-
otherwise it's getting a bit one-sided as far as the matchups go.
Anyone want to
Yep.
jump off the introductions?
Sure, I'll take it away.
Go for it, man.
Alright, and spawning as the Orange Zerg, at the 6 o'clock on Tundra, we have OctZerg. And then also spawning at the top left, as the purple Terran, we have Kare.
This is an interesting Overlord Scout since I think the middle's like all unbuildable, so you can't really proxy in the middle, right?
I'm
There's lots
not
of buildable terrain actually.
sure.
Right where the Overlord is right now, you can build.
Ah, awesome.
Okay. Yeah, normally I would have expected the Overlord to go towards the right and scout the natural for that
Yeah.
right side base, but this is interesting.
Now, I personally have not casted on this map. Is this a new map that is being tested out, or is this something that we've used before? This is actually since I've casted you guys.
It is a newer map. Ox is very involved in the map making scene, so I think I've
Right.
been fortunate enough to play this one a little earlier than most. But yeah, it is quite new, but very very good map.
It looks like it's fun. It looks like it's a hard map, but it looks like it's fun to watch.
It does look like a lot of fun. Like, usually when I think of a key aspect of maps like this for Zerg versus Terran, you're looking at, from the Zerg's perspective, bases that are very easy to hold for a third gas. Usually that means a high ground base with a ramp leading to it, which we do have with the third main, but one interesting thing to note about this map is most of the bases along the center, although they are gas maps, there is not a ramp leading to them, so they're a little more difficult to secure against mid-game bio timings.
Right. See, this is one of those maps where I would love to cast on it. I would love to watch, high-ranking players play on it. I think it'd be very entertaining. But by no means would I ever want to play on this map. I'm not good enough to ever be good enough on this map.
Yeah, those make the best maps to watch games on. I love those kind of maps.
Exactly.
Just I don't want to play on them.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, oh yeah, I'd definitely watch this, but I'm not playing on it.
Like Plasma, it's okay to watch someone else suffer through trying to get their units to move around on the map, but you wouldn't want to do it yourself. Like,
Exactly.
My best always example to that is an Outsider from back in the day. That was like super fun to watch, but man, I hated playing on it.
Yeah,
looks
this
like
isn't close to
OctZerg.
Plasma or Outsider though.
OctZerg is going for the third hatch for his gas.
yeah, this
Which
is
is very
not as
interesting.
common. Definitely not as
No,
common.
well, it used to be. And then you started seeing that the muta timing was just a little bit slower than what most Zergs wanted. And so it gave Terran that economic advantage. So you saw a lot of Zergs often get that faster layer and get the faster Spire out to put more pressure on the Terran to defend, which then gave Zerg an opportunity to take his third gas a little quicker. This is eco-friendly for Zerg, but that's it. Like, Terran still has the advantage as far as, especially since he's dropping this creep colony. His layer timing is not going to be near as fast.
Yeah.
We also have to remember that OctZerg is the type of player who likes to mix in like a mass circling all in, and that's definitely a possibility if you have a third
Right.
hatchery, because you need a lot of larva for zerglings.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting eBay before Academy, but because with the 3 hatcheries, things are a little bit slower. You got the time to get the +1.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a very fair point. I've noticed myself against New Age Terrans that a lot of them don't know how to recognize, other than the 3 hatchery. And one thing 3 hatch is good at is it really stuffs academy timings. If you try to make 7, 8 marines, couple medics, and walk across the map to kill the Zerg, they will run you over with a 3 hatch opening. So
Right.
usually, like you're saying, you want that +1 5 racks play, and it's really kind of the strength counter to a 3 hatch opener here. But we're seeing a later +1. We also saw the earliest Vespian gas at the natural ever for OctZerg. I've never seen a gas like that quick, so I'm kind of interested to see what he's going to be doing with all this extra gas.
Well, and here we go with the Zerglings. So he's pumping some Zerglings. He'll probably have about 2 groups by the time he's done. Speed is just about to finish up, and Terran's moving out.
Yeah,
The timing was awesome on that because he started his Zergling pump before Terran actually started walking. So he knew Terran was ready to walk out.
Ooh, the vision blockers make it just a little easier for the Lynx to get in a good position. It's already making it easier.
Yeah, this is a very beautiful map.
Oh,
yeah,
this
I
counterattack.
like
Big count. Ooh, getting on right on top of those marines. Very good counter here from OctZerg.
Oh, and he turns around instead of trying to do the
Terran's
big
walking back.
damage. This is so good for Zerg.
Yeah, well, that's a narrow opening right there at his base.
This was probably pretty smart to turn around, honestly. Those 3 Sunkens were ready.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just taking so much time. There's so much damage. Lost mining time. Kare's in a difficult spot.
Well, even still, this bought enough time. The Spire's finished. All the meters are going to be on the way now. And you just forced fire bats to meet bait, and turrets haven't been started yet.
Got 1 more Marine there. Yeah, Zerg in a great position right now.
Yeah, kind of like we were saying. The
Yeah.
one thing that 3 hatch is good at is it just wrecks to early academy timing. So
Yeah,
it's
and
kind of
here
what we
comes the
saw
turret
there.
drops.
But I think 1 turret will not be enough. There are 7 mutals on the way, and
Yeah.
those can just kill that 1 turret very quickly. He needs another one very soon. I think
Yeah.
it's too late.
There's a lot of space for these mutas to find good angles to attack, too, even if they can't get done at the main. But the bio's not in position to stop this, and that second turret's not going to get up in time.
Yeah, here we go, Muta
Oh, you better repair that.
diving in. Ooh,
Now he's in trouble.
that second turret stopped at 99%.
Oh, no.
Exactly 99%.
Oh man, so even more damage done here. If we look at the workers, OctZerg is ahead in workers, which you never want as a Terran player.
Yeah. He's
Very
actually a great
substantial
+1 attack, so he plans on, really working with his mutas here. The +1 attack is meant for 11 mutas to kill a turret, two swipes. So
Yep. Yeah, typically if you're planning on just constantly countering with your muta and not trying to fight the marines all the time, +1 attack is the way to go.
look at this muta harass, man. There's so much damage.
And he got this giant pocket that you just hide your mutas in forever, force them to get a vessel out or something to deal with it. This is obnoxious.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah,
You see
Kare
Lurker Deck is halfway.
has already got a third up with tons of drones at it. Yeah, Kare just now starting the factory too, so vessels are a ways off.
Shh. Looks like our solo Terran player for the day is not in a good position, fellas.
It definitely seems that way, but you know, he's got Marines. They shoot up. They could get the job done, possibly.
Look at that.
Well, I mean, this is like a series. I think this was much different if he doesn't try that move out early and then have to back off without doing anything. If he just sits back at home, kind of gears up, that his links don't do the damage, he probably defended a lot better. So hopefully that's an adjustment for the next game.
Yeah, hopefully.
That is the worst feeling. Right as you start to build a turret, your SCV and turret both die.
Yeah, it really is.
Worst feeling. Worst feeling.
No.
And his plus attack is done.
I like that he's upgrading the missile attack for one, so the lurkers are more effective.
Yeah, you never see that. I think that's really bizarre, honestly. Like, does he plan on just going Lurker Hydra from here?
Well, no, I think if you get the upgrade on the lurkers, that it's still 2 shots after armor finishes on Marines.
Yeah. But I mean, when you get into late game ZVT, then, you know, do you just not go Ultra? Do you just keep on, like, Lurker Ring, or... Huh.
No, I mean, the +1 did you well for a while, and that's it. Oh, see, I don't think he should have ran his mutas. But now he is getting a hive. See, I would have just kept my mutas there. Forced to use his vessel on him. And just turn him into Guardians. Dude, that's so perfect.
Yeah, that would be sick. I would love that.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, it would have been pretty good, honestly.
Look at that narrow space. See, Guardians would have been absolutely perfect there then, because you'd have to waste the Irradiate on the Guardians, and you've got 2 stacked lurkers outside the base that Marine and Medic is not going to do anything against.
Yeah, I just look at the space OctZerg has. Like, he's up so many workers, took his 4th base already. Like, this is out of control.
Good scouting. He's got, I mean, a huge swarm of lurkers heading towards the natural as well.
Ooh,
if he gets that tank.
It don't matter. We got 8 lurkers.
Yeah, he's in a very, very commanding lead right now.
Not seeing much hope here for the Terran.
Yeah, like, there's not even buildings or bunkers to slow this down. OctZerg kind of do whatever he wants, and Consume is just being started now, so all he's got to do is keep these lurkers alive for like another minute, and then he's going to be sitting real pretty. And there's that Greater Spire for those Guardians.
Yeah. See, one thing I'm not a fan of that OctZerg is skipping +1 armor. I feel like that's so important against the Terran. You're talking about stemmed Marine medics where they do so little damage, but so fast, such mass numbers. +1 armor is essential for Zerg players against Terrans.
I 100% agree. You need to have it, especially if you know, tend to transition Ultra or even start getting Zergling heavy, which is very common late game. He can really afford a 2nd evolution chamber.
Right. Now I will say I am liking the +1 attack, but I feel like he should have got +1 armor too. It's not like he doesn't have the economy for it. Guardians have popped. Here we go. We're gonna. Looks like he's just gonna slow pushing in here.
Oh, they're too far forward though. Man, they do good damage.
You know what? They're getting a lot of Marine kills with these lurkers. I mean, look at this.
I think the Marines were too far forward.
Yeah, this is the shitty game here.
I think this is gonna be it right here, fellas. These tanks are really doing a good job, though.
Man, Guardian's just so good against bio.
Everything.
Small numbers. Yeah.
See, you know what? That's the +1 attack is really doing the damage against the Marines, because it's still 2 shots of now, even with the +1 armor.
Yeah, it definitely is.
There we go. See, I feel like that was actually better than a Radiate, the V Matrix. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, OctZerg could just rally all his hatcheries, honestly, outside Kare's base at the moment. See some slow Hydralisks working their way up. There's just nothing to deal with these Guardians. It's just been too efficient of a trade here for OctZerg.
There's your GG.
GG. Game 1 going to OctZerg.
Very dominating game.
Yeah. Well, I saw that near the end of that game, Kare went for a dropship. I think that could be really good in the mid game, but he was just so far behind at that point. Didn't have opportunity to try and do something with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't wrong to do. You can't. You need a double starport there, and you can't really afford a double starport when you're also going tanks.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it just stems from, you know, that early Zergling counter. Kare having to pull his entire force back, not really getting any damage done at OctZerg at the same time. Like, it's just tough to play from there.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, we talked about this Mutalisk flock sitting in the top left corner in a nice position and always was able to harass the moon line in the natural. That is usually not possible in a game where the Terran doesn't take damage early on, because the Terran will move out on the map with Bioforce to deny the third, and the Mutalisks need to be used to actually keep that or whittle that force down.
Yes, very true. Very, very true. Alright, let's see someone else do the intros this time.
Alright, you got in top right, in the black Terran, it's Kare. Currently down 1 game, but he can come back. I believe in him. And in the top left, in the blue Zerg, it's OctZerg.
Hell yeah.
I get a little bit of my form of like, hey, let's take this serious for like 1 second and just sound like the esports voice.
You got to, man. You got to have that professional twang to it, for sure. We get to see some different positions this time. I wonder how that's going to kind of factor in. Kare's natural is going to be a little further away from OctZerg. I don't know. But we saw OctZerg last game really utilizing the unseeable terrain or whatever going across the middle. There's a lot of really convenient lanes to sneak Zerglings around. You know, Kare is going to have to keep that in mind, honestly, in these games.
I love this choice to go 9 pool on the second game after you just did this big macro win. I love this kind of stuff. 9 pool speed. 'Cause I think in the first game, Kare wasn't even trying to wall or anything, right?
No, he did not wall at all. It was very, very open 1-racks, and we're seeing the same.
He did get the depot in his natural in front of his marine clump to make it a little bit safer versus mass circling attacks.
Yeah, he can very much still has the time to recognize this. Ooh, this will be a last scout though from Kare. You know, ideally, if you see this coming, you put a couple SCVs on the ramp with your marine rally, and you can feasibly hold. But this is going to be tough.
Especially if you don't know it's coming. Always gonna be a problem.
Yeah, he scouted the wrong way, and I voted for Kare, so.
Yeah, I did too. I thought Kare was gonna pull this one out, but yeah, there should be advantage for OctZerg here. I do like that he's switching in a 9 pool in a series like this. It is strong, like if you can, especially against Last Scout.
Oh man.
Oh, but second SCV going out, so he will see it before it arrives at the space.
Oh, but sick. Come on, Kare. Oh, he pulled the lings. He pulled the lings.
That's my time.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I bet OctZerg is like, well, I fucked that up.
I mean, it's alright though. You got the hatchery pretty fast behind it. He doesn't have to do damage here. It's not the end of the world that he's getting blocked off. And he's forcing 6 SCVs to stop mining. It's pretty good.
Yeah, this is a lot of SCVs to be pulled, a lot of lost mining time. Command center put down on the high ground, so... but good control, really good control from Kare there. Ooh, I don't know, I feel like Kare might have got the better of this at the start.
Alright, this is where you send all your SCVs, man, right now.
Pull the boys. Wrong StarCraft game.
Yeah. Oh, it still works on this one too. They just have to fly.
OctZerg going 2 hatch lair before speed, so I like this. Just trying to keep the pressure on here.
Yeah, switching up his style even from, you know, the 3 hatch the previous game. I like this as well. Ooh, Kare getting a little aggressive though.
Yeah.
Ooh, and OctZerg, no vision of it. He will be sending a
Oh.
Zergling in here in a second and should know. Oh, never mind.
No.
Nope,
He's
nope.
gonna see this.
I lied.
Okay, he sees him coming now.
Yeah, it's
See,
only
okay,
4
right
Marines.
here is where you go back though, because
Yeah.
now you know you forced him to make a lot of Zerglings, and there you
He
go.
read your mind.
Yeah, no, he's smart.
And in his time, he went eBay before Academy, trying to get a little fight in the middle of the map
Okay,
here.
that's-
The lanes do good. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, good spreading there from OctZerg. That was very, very good for him.
No, see, and here's the thing: he didn't double barracks. You can't force that like that if you don't have 2 barracks. You have to just sit. Otherwise, this is gonna happen because now he has a bunch of Zerglings,
This
and
could be
you got no
game, honestly.
Marines. No, I don't care what your block looks like. He's still gonna get through.
Yeah, there's the hole on top of the depot too.
Come
Easy
on,
life,
bunker.
you know?
Come on, bunker. Yes.
So just go into main. You don't care about
No.
that bunker.
No. No. Sorry, I'm not partial. I just want my point.
You don't bet channel points with your heart, man.
This is the game. God dang it.
Yeah, this is definitely game. There's just too many Zerglings in here early.
Well, yeah, you don't, like I said, you don't leave your base like that if you're just 1 barracks.
Yeah.
I think the move itself can be nice, but as soon as it's scouted, I think it's safer to turn around, because the moment that it's scouted, the Zerg is already spending his lava to produce Zerglings, so you already did the damage, basically.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I don't even remember Kare if he had the scouting info. That could be dangerous if there was speed before lair, so that could have been even worse than it was.
Okay, 2 quick games here for OctZerg. 2-0. Remember, guys, this is the best of 5, so OctZerg only 1 game away from taking the series and advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, those were pretty quick games. You know, I like that he pulled out a 9 pool there, did OctZerg, and you know, he's so far he's changed up his build every game. It's nice to see in a series like this. But yeah, really just needs 1 more. But we need the reverse sweep here for Kare.
Yeah, and also the sad thing would be that our last Terran gets eliminated, so we won't have enough Terran practice for this map. Terran testing.
Yeah, thank you, OctZerg. Getting rid of the 1 unicorn here.
Okay, so I guess I will do the introduction. In the 6 o'clock position on Tundra, we have our yellow Zerg. It is OctZerg, ahead 2-0 in the series, and he needs a reverse sweep. On the left side, our Terran, it is Kare, or Kare.
Well, if I'm in Kare's shoes here, I'm thinking we need to play a little more passive, maybe play a little more by the book here at the start, and just get to a good mid-game position. Because both these games so far have been a little awkward in his position. You know, OctZerg opening up with that 9 pool last game, and then Kare trying to, you know, put in some counter pressure, as well as even the, you know, the previous Ling counter game versus 2 Rax Academy play. You know, I think he just should try to drag it out a little bit.
So I don't know Kare's style particularly, but thinking about the map as we've seen in the game so far, it's all mostly on the same elevation in the middle, and it's kind of wide open and big. Do you think it'd be reasonable to do that Goliath build instead of going bio in this 3rd game?
Yeah, I definitely think like the 2-base Goliath play would be great here, just because you have that wide open high ground ramp. You know, you don't really typically need to wall to hold with mech anyway. The third's fairly close as well, which, you know, Terran obviously loves that for early mech play. I think that could be a good adjustment here, should he choose it.
You know, first scout from OctZerg, and we haven't seen the gas start yet. So far, I'm thinking it's just gonna be another Bio Boys kind of game. Which, you know, I think I think both games you really got in trouble just being a little more aggressive, moving out maybe before you really feel comfortable doing so. So maybe just being more conservative, building up to a more like something with a little more punch to it instead of just trying to force early pressure.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. This was a 9 scout even from OctZerg. This was really.
He did that in
scout.
game 1 as well.
Yeah, you don't see that super often. I know Sziky uses it occasionally, but you know, wasn't able to pick off an SCV, but it's quite annoying to deal with.
Well, typically when you do that early scout, you're confident enough that you can win in a long drawn out game, but you're weary of the rush or of a cheese of some sort. Because for Zerg, that really pulls away from your economy much more than it does the other races, I feel.
Yeah, it definitely does. This is gonna be another 3-hatch play from OctZerg.
Yeah, same positions as game 1, so see if Kare makes any kind of adjustments. So, because we saw like the early academy in that first game and tried to move out and kind of just got blindsided by a counterattack. So I don't know if that's, do you move out in a different way to get extra vision? Would you just not move out at all? I don't know. We'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, once you recognize that it's 3-hatch, like Kare has the vision to do, I think kind of like what you were saying before, you ideally just go +1 5-rex here. You're like, okay, it's 3-hatch play. Like, just get that early eBay, get that +1 going, sit, and then get a giant bio timing, and it's quite difficult for Zerg to deal with. And yeah, we see the eBay this game, so that's awesome little adjustment here from Kare.
Well, I feel like 2 things he should have done that first game differently was, one, which was the most important, you don't supplement your lack of force with more Marines. You drop a couple fire bats, and whenever Zerg counterattacked him, he had 4 Marines, no fire bats at all to stop the Zergling counter. So, you know, that just opened up his base. Second thing is his factory timing or vessel timing. In a sense, it was way too late for what he was having to deal with because he didn't even have enough turrets to stop the early meter pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, he was taking huge damage from just 7 mutalisks.
Well, it was also because of the link counterattack causing a little chaos, delaying everything. So the turrets never had a chance to get up in time.
Definitely.
Ooh, look at this drone in the bottom left, already like in position, very sneaky off to the side. Because we saw OctZerg expand, going like counterclockwise towards the right, and then on the other side of the map. So him looking like he's gonna take that really bottom left base instead. It's an adjustment on his end.
I don't know that I like that. The thing about it is, if Terran attacks, he has no way to counterattack. He has no way to, you know, in a sense, pincer the Terran attack. Because these entrances are right next to each other, so close together. So all he's got to do is just kind of put tanks where this little patch is right here, this open patch, the snow is, and he can just send his Marines one way or another.
I definitely agree with you. I think it would be better to, you know, position that third base towards the bottom right, but there's always the chance that Terran just doesn't expect you to take that base, and you know, it very well could end up working out for OctZerg here, but I'm also not the biggest fan of that third base positioning.
Well, I mean, at the very least, like everything is closer together, but that third base and the natural kind of share that ground outside of the natural. So if you want to be really aggressive with Mutalisks, because they did so much damage in that first game, and you wanted to be like, that's going to be my map control, maybe having one central location to defend is what he's thinking with this kind of move. And he's making a lot of lings right now to run exactly the same stuff for game 1.
That's really weird. I don't know what triggered him to make all these Zerglings at the moment. Spire's almost done. He's getting 2 more creep colonies. Maybe he's just expecting Kare to move out right now, but either way, I don't see any advantage to making this many lings at this point.
I think it's pretty much the same timing that it was in game 1. So, at around this time, Kare moved out and he had this link counter attack. And he also had 3 sunken, so it looks identical, except that Kare is actually not moving out this time, which is definitely good for him. And yeah, we can maybe see a mid game here.
Yeah. I mean, that first game, it was an academy timing. This is like +1 5 racks. This is going to be very, very difficult for OctZerg to hold. It's also just not enough lings for. Man, he's just gonna do it again. This is so bizarre. Get a bunker against OctZerg. Like, just do it.
Full SCVs. Oh no.
See, and he didn't supplement his lack of units with fire bats again.
Yeah.
One
I mean,
bunker.
look, they're just dropping.
Kare's
What do you
committing
think
to the
is
attack this time. Okay.
I mean, you have to. Definitely have
Yeah,
to.
that's it.
Yeah, well, the lanes are gonna get cleaned up here in a second, I think. 5 racks, even though he's still not making any fire bats. I think he's still gonna do decent damage here. I mean, he doesn't have anything to defend a +1.
Yeah, it is 3 sunkens.
Okay, now he does have these mutas doing quite a bit of damage at base now. He's gotta go though.
Who's pulling the mutas back to try to hold 3 sunkens. One of them going
Oh,
down
yeah.
already. Ooh.
See, Kare made a right choice here. He's gonna get some damage done.
Yeah, just don't turn around. I mean, these Marines have +1.
in.
This is the
Get in.
strength of this build. Ooh, that was a lot of muta, though.
Going in. And the mutas, very good.
Yeah, I mean, he did some damage, got the sunkens, forced more units to get made, but he didn't get any drone kills. He didn't cause a big overreaction. Now he's got units in the middle of the map. These mutas can be aggressive against. Not to just fly over
Well.
him, though.
Yeah, look at that. Look at
Ooh.
the mutas. Oh yeah.
Only 3
like
left,
this.
and one of them's very weak.
Where are these 2 lone marines going?
Ooh, look at this. Queen's Nest on the way. No Hydra Den to be seen, though. So fast hive instead.
Okay, he's like, oh, hey, that marines, run.
Kare needs
That-
to
that's-
get SCVs back on that gas in the main. His Vespian count's getting quite low. Could also afford a natural gas as well. There we go.
Nice.
We definitely still got a game, but I kind of like OctZerg's position here. He's got that 3rd up. Hive is on the way momentarily. And yeah, he's really just thrown off Kare once again.
I don't know, man. Like, if Kare just goes again and doesn't stop, doesn't fall back, even though he's gonna, take a lot of damage here, I think he might be able to do enough himself that it balances out.
Yeah, he very well might.
Here the mutas back in the main. SB's trying to groove up by the turrets and help the best they can. Kare not turning around, so looking like we're going to see another attack, see if he does more
Well-
damage.
OctZerg notices, he's like, hey, there's no marines coming. They're headed to my base.
Yep.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, he's got to go. He's got to go before these Sunkens are up now.
Yeah.
Honestly, this would be the perfect time to find that 3rd base that's close by.
Yeah.
Very nice. That's also going to be very key against these mutas here. Yeah, +1 armor against
And
muta.
does he
Good luck.
see the bait? Yeah, he sees it. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that is good positioning for Zerg. Oh, my gosh.
So a few Marines splitting off to
Sick.
die at that natural, though. A little
Only 6
unfortunate.
mutas left, though. 5.
This might be a dead 3rd.
Yeah, my points are coming back to me, you guys.
Oh,
Hey,
there are
I mean,
still
this
some
isn't-
zerglings.
yeah, we got Hive about to finish. Here comes 8 more mutas on the way. Like, he's taking damage here, but overall, like, Octor still got a pretty healthy drone count. You mess with Kare.
Dude,
This is
kill
not
the
bad.
third. Oh my gosh. Well, man, he killed the mutas, I suppose. Go again. You got enough. Go again. Right
Yeah,
now,
he really should go again. He should pressure right now.
Like, you're definitely taking the lead here, man.
There's a queen in production? Interesting. That's cool.
Honestly, Ensnare is so underrated. So underrated.
Yeah, but you gotta research it, right? So it's like the fact that that's not even in
Yeah, but-
production yet's a little, or maybe just building up the energy for later.
Yeah, but I don't understand that personally, but
Maybe trying to infest the command center. I don't know. That's my best guess at the moment. One
And
queen
style.
is I've seen a lot of Zergs get it just to parasite the first vessel, so maybe that's where OctZerg's mind's at. But I'm not
Maybe.
sure.
I mean, that wouldn't be bad with the Greater Spire on the way, going towards Guardians, knowing like to not get them in a bad position. It seems pretty reasonable, but I don't know. It seems just a little off to me. I think it's an investment in something that's like this. You're in high tech now. That could be defilers. That could be getting armor upgrades for ultras later or something.
Yeah.
Greater
Also, no-
Spire is
no
finishing. Will he morph Guardians or will he keep the Mutalist for now? Okay, he keeps them.
Actually,
let's see. I don't like that. He should have waited for his other medics.
Muted count's starting to get dwindled though, but
Yeah.
still, this is good defense.
He's got more Muta he can group with at the natural.
3 more there. Oh, but he's losing those now.
Ooh, you need these Muta if you're going Guardian.
Come
That
on,
was a
aim the
great
hatchery, ignore everything else.
Yeah, he should try to get this hatchery out of there.
Ignore everything else. There you go.
Wow. Nice
man.
little comeback there.
Yeah, managed to save the drones though, so not so bad. Kare actually has race in production, preempting the Guardian move, which I don't know if he actually scouted the Greater Spire or just
He
sensed
did.
it out.
He
He scanned it. Yeah, he scanned it at the natural. So he does know, which is the best case scenario here. OctZerg really doesn't have an out, I want to say. Like, these Guardians just have to do good damage here. Because we don't see a single Evo chamber, there's no Defiler Mound, there's no Ultra Cavern. Like, he is 100% committed with these Muta Guardian.
Okay.
Ultra and 2 Evos on the way now, but that's still miles away. You're behind on the upgrades to make the Ultras
Guardians
effective.
were
Oh.
scanned here.
And they're irradiated. Wow,
Yeah.
that's game.
See, I didn't like where he positioned these. I feel like you should have positioned them over your expansion.
The queen.
Big Ling counter.
No.
Will the Ling counter do it again?
I don't think it's gonna do much against 1/1 Marines.
Yeah, 0-0 on the Zerglings here.
Crackling's pretty good though.
I was about to say he positioned his Marines horribly, and they're still not gonna break through.
And there's some decent medic blocking, some more lanes just trying to buy time, but this Force Magara, if he just commits the attack, should be able to close it up.
Yeah, there's
There's
just
guys
no
that are back up.
substance here from OctZerg. No Guardians, no Muta, no, no tech. He just got caught. And third base will go down here. Natural has 5 Sunkens, and we do have Ultra Tech on the way, so maybe if he can get a few Ultras up, he might be able to. And there we go, first Ultras are up.
But he got speed, not armor first, so
Yeah,
like they're gonna
that's-
be very soft for a while.
Yeah, that's just a mistake. I don't think there's any reason to go speed before armor, really.
Drone snuck to the top right, and the Wraith was there, so it did a lot of damage, but didn't actually kill the drone. And I don't know if Kare was actually paying attention when that happened. Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Completely
Ooh.
controlling the map at the moment.
Physics lab, some BC play. That's gonna be cool.
Yeah, this is actually getting more and more common. Late game TBC, like 2 BCs are very difficult for Zerg to deal with, honestly. Oh, those don't have armor either. Those were just the softest Ultralists.
Well, you just wasted them.
Yeah.
Hatchery is going down to the top right to see if they get scoured out, but yeah, there's some Scourge going for this little flock of raids, which means it's not being used on vessels. I think everything's looking pretty good for Kare so far. Not going to complain about any of this.
And you got 1 right.
2 Ultras running around for An ultra counter, maybe? Maybe that's... Is that what OctZerg does? He just thinks they're like big Zerglings that he can counter everybody with? Like...
I mean, there must be a reason why you got speed first, right?
Yeah, I guess this is it. It's the ultra counter.
One's dead, the other one's pretty much dead. No, it's dead.
No, man, it's gonna kill everything here.
I think it got 2 attacks off. It didn't even kill one Marine.
Looks like I got my points back.
I don't know how OctZerg come back, but your confidence makes me. I just want to see it happen so bad.
No. Shut up. Well, I mean,
good
you
pickup
should leave
on...
it random Marines and map like that, maybe.
Yeah, we just need that 17 more times now. The hatcher at the top right gets scouted by the 3 wraiths. This would be a good pickup for Kare.
Range, just walk over him, man.
Oh, another ultra counter with some lings. This time it has some armor. OctZerg gonna try to save that base.
Oh
Ooh.
man, that's even worse position for Zerg to be.
3-2 is about to finish up on this WhyUSuk, and your mods being researched. 4th base on Kare. I like that he's like, even though he's really far ahead, he's not just like focusing on getting the kill here. Still playing as you should to make sure nothing can go wrong.
Yeah. Too like often you see players get very, very confident and you know stop trying in the middle of a series because they think they have it and they end up throwing it. He's down 0-2 in the series. You know, he knows he needs this win and he's just closing it out.
The best way to win against the Zerg is just preventing additional bases from the Zerg. You're not actually supposed to kill them most of the time.
Yep. Very, very true.
And starving them out feels better too. You break their spirit a little bit.
He sees that.
Yeah. Oh, fire beds!
I mean, we still haven't seen OctZerg, like, still no Hydra Den. It's all going to be Lang Ultra, I think. But, like, there's no additional ground force. We're not seeing Defilers or anything, so, yeah, adding the fire bats, might as well.
These 2 Zerglings are going to kill all these SCVs.
Or he just puts them away. Almost.
He's sending his whole army back for 2 Zerglings, bro.
Yeah, this is a little odd. I don't know. That's okay. Cleans them up. Secures the base. Every base should have bunkers at it at this point. Like you know the Ling ultra counter is gonna come. Like, just be prepared for it.
And Ray's finding another attempt at the 3rd base down the bottom right, so whenever he wants to go kill that, he's got plenty of time. Another attempt at a counterattack, but the army's already up here.
It's 3-2 now. Look at those Zerglings just melt.
It's funny, OctZerg's the one who's been on T-base the whole time, but he's floating 1,500 minerals.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kare's down at 1 base, he's just now getting his other one back up. Because his first 2 are tapped. But this is a good game now because OctZerg is tapped too. And here we go, just mass radiate on everything. I mean, he's irritating Zerglings.
OctZerg's main and outro are both the dry out, so he's got to be able to secure another base, but I have no idea how he would.
Ox, hit you. I mean, there's no point constantly watching this game right now, man. This one
Oh no,
win
he's
the game.
pulling back.
He's spinning his whole army back.
I know.
For 1 minute.
It's so funny. He's got a
Looks like-
small force next to his 4th too that could deal with that Ultralist, but
No, he's like, no, the whole army's gotta save it. 8 kills for 1 horse.
A couple stragglers get picked off by some Lings and an Ultra, but Kare's moving down the giant force again. Just being very conservative.
He should just keep a small force outside that natural.
Is that what you're calling it?
Yeah, it's the nice way of calling it.
Yeah. Just send everything outside the natural. That's really what he should do here.
VCs.
He's got Yamato research. I haven't seen one yet this game. He's fighting ultras. Gotta show him the flash a little bit. You spent the money on it.
This should be the game. There's no way. OctZerg's completely out of minerals. Well, a little disjointed with the Bioforce. This might even get cleaned up by OctZerg. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What the hell?
Do you have a battle cruiser as well coming in to join this?
Yeah, got a bunch of
Well.
scores, but heck, that
It's a close fight.
It's closer than it should be.
there we go.
GG's called.
Kare gets on the board. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
This is beyond fantasy GG timing.
Alright, so Kare now on the board 1-2 against OctZerg. He's going for that reverse sweep. We've seen OctZerg open 3 hatch twice already, and the last time I feel like Kare had a much better adjustment to it. I wonder if he's going to do that again.
But again, we saw a link counter attack happening and doing some damage, but this time he didn't turn around, so he did even more damage to OctZerg. But still, again, we had the link counter attack basically working, so we really need to see like a bunker or some SCVs in front of the Marines or whatever next time.
I was just going to say, do you think we'll see a bunker this game?
Well, we should,
I would like
I
to.
think.
We saw a lot of bunkers being made at Zerg, potential third bases at the end of that game, so he knows how to make them.
He made more at his opponent's potential expansions than his own.
Yeah, he could really use a bunker at the natural, I think. Like, OctZerg's shown, if you spend the resources on, that bunker, I will be countering each and every single time I can when you move out, so just be prepared for it, Like, spend the 100 minerals, leave a few Marines back or whatever, and, just be ready for that counter, because it's coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna be critical of some of the decisions OctZerg made last game, though. Like, he never got a Hydra Den, never got Lurkers, didn't start upgrades early, tried to go Ultras anyway, against, like, dedicated Bioforce that was good on the upgrades. Putting the Guardians in a spot, like, there's so many spots in this map, you could be like, you can't get to here in, like, a reasonable way, and just that irradiate on all the Guardians, just, I felt like it maybe was a little, like, sloppy or not careful the way he was playing that game, so hopefully a little cleaner in this one.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Little risky, honestly.
Well, we are seeing another different opening, though. Overpool this time.
Overpool gas. This is not very common for this matchup. Usually when you go overpool, it's really just hoping that your opponent is doing some type of early 8 racks opener, or like a command center first, let's say. But overpool gas, I don't know. I'm not sure. What's really funny is I think I know what this is. I've seen OctZerg do this before.
I think it's 2-hatch Lurker. 1 base Muta? That would be so sick.
I swear.
I wouldn't like it, but that'd be cool.
1 base Muta?
He goes 1 base Muta versus Terran. I swear I've seen him do it.
Really?
And I kind of feel like maybe that's what he's going for here.
You have to be really careful doing that, man. Like, it can't be scouted.
Well, he did block the
Ow.
SCV on the ramp. SCV thinks
But
he's
he's not
going.
blocking.
Ooh, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
Tyrant thinks it's gonna be one hatch lurker.
He sees the lair. I mean, it very well could be, but I've seen him go one base muta, and it's something else.
So, like, if you were playing as Kare and you thought it was this one hatch, like, muta, don't you have to you could just play like you played in the other games, just get an eBay, you have turrets, you're good to go, right?
Yeah. I mean, you don't
a lot
even.
faster though. Like,
Yeah.
and see, Kare's actually playing this right, so he's not opted to expand yet. He's just like, okay, one base play it is.
Yep. 2 racks. Academy is completely fine against this. In fact, I think it's definitely a counter to this opener.
Also gives you this combat station, so you can really make sure that it's mutilus or maybe it's lurkers. So you need that information. It could be anything. When you face a one-base Zerg, it's crazy enough already.
Yeah, Spire on the way. It's, I don't know, man. I don't got a lot of faith in this one. I hope it works though. It's interesting, but
I mean, if it works, it's so baller, right? Like, could you imagine just being able to open one hatch Spire? Your first 3 mutas go over, and they're like savior mutas that just wreck the Terran's marine count. Like, it's really, really cool to do.
Don't, like, the thing is though, man, I mean, he's got medics making right now.
Yeah, he does. He's also got that comm stat that's going to confirm this Spire here in a second. And I mean, it's one hatch muta, so it's not like.
Here's the thing though, if you see the one hatch layer, do you use that to see the lurkers? Because you won't have anything to see the lurkers when they get to your base. So if he does scan his opponent, I mean, there's no eBay.
Fair point.
We see a bunker. I mean, it's a special situation, but we see it.
Sit on that.
I love it.
You have to sit on that scan at this point.
This is all I wanted to see. I feel like Kare already wins in my eyes just by making that bunker.
he's getting +1 as well. And he's like so strained on resources. That seems like this already seems insane to me, but like that seems a little extra insane to invest in the +1 this early.
I mean, he's not hiding it. Like, this is all just going to come down to muta control. He's basically saying, I'm going to slap this Terran around with like 5 muta. You know, we don't have an eBay on the map. We don't have any turrets. It's all going to be muta versus bio fights. So he doesn't have the larva anyway.
Looks like Kari's weary of a lurker drop. You see these depots all the way around the base. He's like, okay, he went overpool fast layer. The only thing he can do is early damage to me to win this game. My economy is way better than his. There's just no way. So he's building these depots all the way around his base. I still don't like the fact he doesn't have an eBay though.
All right, no defense in the main. 4 mutas going in.
Yeah, muta straight in the main. No eBay, like we said.
He cannot lose mutas though. That's the good thing about this build.
Yeah, if OctZerg loses even a couple muta here, it could be game. Ooh, that bunker getting some good damage.
Slows down the expansion, but I don't think Kare needs to take it right away. You can still just focus on stabilizing right now, right?
I really want to hit this play button and see how long this game lasts, but I don't want to ruin it for myself.
Don't do it. Fight the temptation.
Oh man, hard, bro. So hard.
This is a big bio for us, and Kare wants to move out and be aggressive. I think you're gonna put Oct on the defensive.
I'm thinking Oct's gonna counter. Oh man, nothing in this bunker. It's a little bizarre.
But we need to see more Sunkens, I think. Otherwise, Kare will just
I was like, where's
kill
the
him.
Sunkens at? Like, he's got to make one more. He has to make at least one more. It's not like he doesn't have the money to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, he does have the money to do
Make
it.
another Sunken. Oh, it's too late.
Yeah.
+1 for the mutas is almost finished, but not quite yet. Kare has a window to go hard right now.
I don't know, actually.
I don't think he does
worried.
anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he has the window. I think Kare can hold the ramp here for a while, but I don't think he can push in against 3 Sunkens and those Muta.
And see, here's the thing: OctZerg has an expansion now, and his drone count
Oh,
isn't
no.
terrible. It's not great.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this medic.
Managed to keep them alive though. That's very good.
Kare skipped a lot of SCVs because he was so scared.
Yeah, he's skipped a lot of stuff actually, because you can see
Yeah.
like he still hasn't started the expansion. He's banking up quite a lot on both ends.
16 SCVs, bro.
Yeah, he's got to make some more SCVs.
OctZerg, yes, man. Like Kare has to break his entrance. He's making it sunken just in case. He's like, hey, I got the lead now. Oh,
I'm getting a couple reinforcements too. Yeah.
Free Marines. He's up to 11 mutas.
And they got the +1. This is.
This is over, man.
Dude,
Like,
OctZerg
really fuck up.
wins. OctZerg wins. Yeah, this is hilarious.
And he's on top of the barracks. This is. You can't hold it. You're gonna lose your barracks. And you're gonna have any way to reinforce your army.
This breaks my heart. this
I love it.
shouldn't happen.
I voted OctZerg. I get my points.
Both barracks going down. No more Muta production or Marine production. Kare
Shot
just.
turrets.
Yeah.
The bio is finally here to help defend, but stem to move faster, so gotta be careful. But you're just taking big damage, so at least something. But yeah, the OctZerg did a lot right there.
It don't matter.
It don't matter.
Yeah, Kare did get his other CC down, but it's too late. He doesn't have any barracks, man.
Yeah, no barracks, no other production, and Queen's Nest just finishing. So if you want to just wait, go for Guardians again. Not gonna get irradiated this
Like,
time.
all OctZerg has to do is just MasterRey wings.
It's over. We can't even stop these Mutas in the main right now.
No. Yeah, you can see it's 4 supply of army, and I think they're hiding out in a bunker.
He played so weird, it's insane. GG is caught. And OctZerg takes the series 3-1.
Very nice.
One hatch Muta, you saw it here first.
Oh God, no. That just feels like another one of those games that's like you see it one time and then people would be like, I got a brilliant idea. It's like, no, don't do it, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please, just don't try.
I mean, I made that attempt after that Snow Soul Key on Whiteout, the one base Reaver play in PvZ. I tried it. It didn't work.
Yeah. God, good old Snow. And it looks like OctZerg moving on to the next round. He'll end up facing the winner of Dragon versus Stryker. So that'll be also another high level match. Yeah. Which one are we casting next?
Yeah, you got Dragon vs Stryker. What are your predictions, guys? Both are members of NAS. Dragon's from Canada, Stryker's from the US.
My heart belongs to Dragon. Gotta always go for Dragon.
Dragon actually had been playing very well. So, at a higher level than Stryker, in my opinion. So I'm gonna have to go with Dragon.
Yeah, my head says Dragon. I think a lot of people might say he's the top North American Protoss at the moment. But man, I've really spent some serious time practicing and playing with Stryker, the Rogues Gallery events, and he was obviously on my team. I love Stryker. I love his play. He's a very intelligent Zerg, and I'm gonna say Stryker takes this one.
Didn't you go against the grain and say Kare in the last one too? I think you're just cursing people.
Yeah, that's kind of my job, apparently. If you saw my last cast, I just cursed everybody I said I was gonna, do something. That's actually really funny you say that.
Called the one hatch Spire move though. That was cool.
I did call the one hatch spire. Like I said, I only have seen OctZerg really use that more than once. So I was like, I think this is one hatch spire.
Say, get your ass in the game.
Oh, it wouldn't like come up. My bad.
We definitely can say that Dragon is playing Zerg versus Protoss, I think. So he's a race picker, so he should know the other side, the perspective of his opponent very well here in PvZ. So that might give him a little bit of an advantage in that specific matchup. Do you guys know anything about that? Is this his strongest matchup?
Yes, it is his strongest matchup. Is actually Protoss versus Zerg. He is a very, very strong PvZ player, and like you're saying, it's because he knows both sides of the matchup, knows all the intricate details. You know, he's a very, very strong player to hit in any kind of a tournament. Alrighty, and spawning at the 6 o'clock position as the blue Zerg here to kick it off, we have Stryker. And spawning at the top left of Tundra as the tan Protoss, we have Dragon.
Yeah, I know we got a lot of Protoss and Zerg left over because unfortunately the only Terran now eliminated. But I didn't test it, but I was looking at the map a little bit, and I don't know what the Protoss walls look like and how like abusable they are by 3 hatch Hydra. So I'm very interested to see the series to open it off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it can be a little bit harder when you have a diagonal wall. Usually, if most maps have vertical or horizontal walls, and then it's pretty easy to do. But on a diagonal, it's a little bit harder, and this opening seems pretty big, to be honest.
Yeah.
that's honestly been my experience with this map. I've played a lot of ZVPs on this, played a show match on this map, and the entrance is very, very wide for Protoss to hold. You know, not a bad map, honestly, to mix in something like a 9 full speed for Zerg, or just any kind of early Ling pressure. I feel like in order to truly feel safe, Protoss is kind of forced to make 2 cannons, and you don't really see as much gateway first openers on this map for that reason.
Yeah, seems like it makes sense, and we already got that forge on the way, so definitely not gonna see it this game at least.
But I really like the position, so it looks like Dragon either practiced walling on this map beforehand, or he just did it nicely on just freestyle, because he put the forge in a way that he can place the gateway on the top right corner of that, and that should wall off on the right side of the cliff as well, so that makes it that there's only a little gap below the forge.
He practiced it from what he told me. Just because we asked
Player
questions.
practicing, a map before a show match. No, he's definitely the kind of player, who wants to practice and make sure he feels very, very safe going into these series. So I expect nothing less from Dragon.
And walling off for PvZ is the most important, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? I feel that this is actually a really bad map to do 3 hatch Hydra on. What do you guys call it again? Is it
973.
3?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think that's good. That narrow passageway, if you line your cannons up right, you're not gonna get your Hydras through properly. But now he's pulled his forge and stuff back a little bit further, so Hydras might have a little bit more room. But
I believe it is a ramp. I'm not sure if it counts as low ground to high ground.
No.
it's not a ramp. It's not a ramp or anything. But it's a narrow passageway. You saw the Marines having a hard time getting through that too.
Very true. Very, very true.
Ooh, this is an interesting hatchery placement, I think. So this definitely is signaling aggression to me, because he got as close as possible to attack.
He really did.
Yeah, it would normally make me think 973, honestly, but we only see, we see a layer started in the main
Right.
here for Stryker, so I'm not sure what he's planning with this one.
Yeah, because I don't like that position at all if it's not going to be aggression. But if you're planning to like just do something, maybe the like really quick like mutas in the main, like actually get a threat and force your opponent to protect. Because I feel like there's a lot of players that do skip out in that.
Yeah.
How
yeah.
about producing overlords at that third base location for a fast drop play with slow overlords?
Ooh,
Ooh,
that'd
I
be
like
cool.
that.
Good. I don't know. It's so close to the Stargate that it has me a little worried. But yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm worried about. Because like you figure, Stargate, that first Corsair is going to scout. It's going straight downward, right? Like it's gonna find this as fast as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see what Stryker plans on doing with that base. If he can get to Lurker Tech, I think holding that base will be very simple with the high ground ramp leading up from the Protos's side of the map.
Oh, you know what would be actually cool for that 9 o'clock base? When the Spire finishes, if the Scourge come from that base. Very short distance.
Yes. I like that. I actually like that. You could even catch an unsuspecting Corsair with them.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be before the Corsair reaches the
Yeah, true.
bases though, so I mean you gotta be weary of it. I mean it's not like these guys haven't played StarCraft before. I mean they should expect
Yeah.
like that. I don't know, there's a couple moves last series that I was like, okay, just joking. Like Zerg's mining off of 5 mineral patches, he's like, I'm not gonna kill him yet. I've never seen a Terran starve a Zerg before.
Dragon scouts that third immediately, gets right on top of an Overlord. Yeah, it's looking good for Dragon here so far. Spire is done though, Scourge on the way, so he's going to need to try to protect this Corsair or pull it back here shortly. Dragon going for a very standard +1 ground weapons as well as +1 air, wants to get that Corsair count up here fairly quickly.
Yeah, moving out with a couple Zells before the upgrades to put pressure on this very close base.
As he should. I mean, he's in great position to
Yeah.
do it. He's right next to the thing on base.
Ooh, Stryker even pulling the drones out.
Link speed finishes.
We have 3 Corsairs out. That +1 air weapons for Dragon going to finish here shortly. Meanwhile, we have 5 hatcheries, second gas, Hydra Den with Hydra speed on the way, as well as Overlord speed. Very standard stuff here from Stryker.
Yeah, and you'll see the move out now of the Zealots. The upgrades, the speed and the +1 are almost finished. Is there enough defense for Stryker? There are only 3 Hydras, no sunken. Is that a little bit too light on the defense? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he blocks the ramp entirely and gets enough Hydra in position, he can hold, but... Oh,
Yeah.
actually, it looks like Dragon not wanting to take that fight, so yeah, I guess it's barely going to be enough.
Well, he's got a DT on the way, so that'll definitely help out. These Corsairs doing a good job controlling the air. Make sure vision's hard to get.
I really don't like seeing Zergs not get a spore colony because you know what's coming. Every game, every ZVP, it's always DTRS. And they always put aside Zealots to pick off the Overlords. And they always stick an DT in every single game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Overlord massacre at the natural. These +1 Corsairs doing so much work.
Yeah, GG is called. That was a very, very strong timing there from Dragon. I don't know, I'm not convinced that Stryker knew where Dragon was when he took that third base. I think we can only go up from that one. You know, maybe if he took a further third, he wouldn't have taken so much damage, lost mining time. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, because that first Corsair basically got there, saw how many drones were at the base, got a free Overlord kill immediately. Like, it's everything you're looking for.
Yep, yep.
Okay. In the top right,
happened?
we have our pros player, Dragon. And in the top left, our Zerg player, in pale green, it is Stryker.
So Dragon definitely up leading 1-0. I think a lot of people would kind of consider him the favorite for this series. But yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the map for this matchup so far, MasterRey?
Yeah, so we saw the wall. I think this is always the most important or the first thing that I notice about maps for PvZ, like how is it to wall. And it looks like there was a full wall possible with only 2 zealots blocking. So maybe it's a little bit hard to know the exact positions if you don't research that beforehand. But if you know the position and you can create a wall with only 2 zealots that is link tied, that's pretty nice. Yeah, apart from that, I'm not sure yet. I think we just have to see like in mid or late game.
It's a little bit different wall this game.
Yeah, it definitely is. The pylons, it's like more of a vertical wall, and the pylons at the bottom of it. I wonder if that's going to end up fully walling off. If so, this might even be... I guess this is a forge opener just because the probe left to go scout anyway from Dragon here,
Yeah.
so another forge.
Yeah, so yeah, this is a vertical wall. This is a lot easier to do because it always looks the same on every map. And there will be like a spot of, I think, 1 zealot above the gateway that comes above the forge. So yeah, that would be weird in my opinion. If on one position you need 2 zealots to wall off, and in another position you need 1 zealot. So I think if it's that, it needs to be adjusted.
Nice pylon block here already from Dragon. This is a overpool into a forge, expands. Stryker not really wanting to produce the most Zerglings at the moment. He's kind of just content with having 2, and ends up taking the 3rd base before the natural because of that pylon block. So pretty good things here for our Protoss player Dragon so far, I'd say.
I really do like this positioning.
Yeah,
I like this more than I like the last games. Because he's still
Definitely.
going to have room for that gateway right there. It's going to create a great wall that he can still block off a little bit. But he can actually line up his cannons behind this much better.
Yeah, I mean, vice versa. I like Stryker's position with that 3rd hatch being so much closer to at least his own base as opposed to Dragon's. So, he shouldn't really take as much damage from any kind of early zealot pressure here this game.
We'll see. And this is also kind of a build to where you can actually do the 973. 973, yeah.
Yeah.
I can never remember what that's called.
Numbers, right? They're just so complicated.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
It's basically doing math on stream, and you know you're never supposed to do that.
Nope.
Well, the Pro Scout stays alive long enough to at least see the lair, so big information always.
Yeah, definitely. You got to know if you should be expecting those scourge, what time, how many cannons you're going to need here early on. Making that layer, honestly, should set him at ease. There shouldn't be any possibility of a 973 opener from Stryker here, so he should be pretty safe with just a single cannon early on.
Okay, we see the target here once again for Dragon. I think he likes his +1 Corsair style. Saw it a few times from him.
Well, I think he also likes making sure you can get the scouting info, being able to react properly rather than guessing a little bit more.
Honestly, Snow really popularized this style against Zerg over this last ASL season. So many Zergs are opening that quick spire, you know, early lair, and doing more like a Scourge Muta flood. You know, you see Larva do this a lot. So he really opens Stargate +1 the majority of games. You know, once he's recognized it's not 973 or something tricky. And I personally find it a very, very difficult play style to play against.
Oh, we're not seeing the +1 air this game, so a little bit of a difference in that faster Citadel instead.
No, you're right. You're right. Fourth hatchery down. Spire almost complete here for Stryker. Probably going to have a fifth hatchery here shortly.
Yeah.
Stryker doing a very good job keeping up on worker count with Dragon this game. I feel like he really hasn't been pressured into making a whole lot of Zerglings, and Stryker's the kind of player that will definitely take advantage of that if you allow it for him.
Yeah. Even at the beginning with that pylon block on the natural, he still only made 2 lings knowing Dragon was going to cancel it anyway. So it definitely is as greedy as you can be without being unsafe about it. I like saying it.
Yep.
That's why we see a lot of Protoss move out with their first like 3 or 4 Zealots, just halfway across the map, and then they retreat just to force some additional Zerglings and prevent some additional drones. But yeah, in this case, Stryker is just completely droning uninterrupted, and yeah, he can have a very good economy. And if Dragon doesn't do any big damage soon, I think Stryker is slightly ahead here.
I agree with that. I think Dragon will be fine, though. I think he's going to opt to get fast storms and not really push out and waste his zealots if he feels like he can't do any damage. The way that he actually positioned his Fortune's Gate, he actually created that little choke in front of his base to make it difficult, like I was talking about last game, for the Hydras to get in. So I think he's going to be pretty well defended. I think he's going to realize, hey, I'm not going to be able to do a lot of damage with these zealots. I don't think he's going to waste them all.
We don't see any Sunkens for Stryker, but really good positioning on these Hydras. It's really going to come down to his wall here.
Yeah, well, he sees the Zealot moving out, so he's getting his Hydras ready to reinforce here.
Oh, nice flank.
As a Protoss, you never want to lose those Zealots. You want to always move out anyways, even if you think you can't do damage, and poke a little bit, see what's happening. Maybe you can catch some stray Hydralisks between the bases.
Oh,
but
yeah, I don't like this
you never want to
Stryker.
lose them.
Yeah, really letting the Zealots just get right on top of that group of Hydralisks. I think he could have definitely microed this a little more efficiently, but still, the Hydralisks will end up pushing off that Zealot force from Dragon.
I mean, pushing up here. You got 2 more High Templar on the way. Two already ready to storm.
I just like what we saw. The moment that Zealot fight happened, both sides losing some of their army, then 10 drones from Stryker, knowing Dragon doesn't have the muscle to attack right now. He's going to have to be a little more cautious. Now the Hydras can poke at the front of the base and just buy time for that Lurker upgrade to finish.
I would pick off this gateway, but I mean, I wouldn't do anything else.
Well, Storm could be done. There are already 4 High Templars, so that is the number of High Templars where you think, okay, Storm might be done, so you have to be careful. But yeah, the big problem for Dragon is... Yeah, of course. The big problem for Dragon is that he lost the Zealots, and now his move out is delayed, because you cannot move out with... Even if you have a lot of Storms, if you have no, like, base of Zealots to go with that, then Hydras can just move around and snipe the Templars. So your move out is just delayed, and Stryker knows it and gets a lot of drones in the meantime and gets the Lurk upgrade done. So yeah, I think Stryker's in a good position here.
Yeah, I think Dragon's another, kind of key to this is Dragon still has those two Corsairs, and he's really playing in the dark, unfortunately. He does not know this could be a Muta switch, this could be a Lurker, switch, which obviously it is. But yeah, Stryker's just really staying on top of his economy. I don't see any, real way to deal with this Lurker contain that might possibly be, heading over to Dragon's base here soon.
Yeah. You guys are talking about the choke outside the Protoss Natural's a little bit narrow, but if Lurkers get in position, then that's going to be way,
two free
way worse.
dragoons.
Nice pick off.
You just got one. That's good though.
Yeah, those Dragoons are key against these Lurker numbers as well.
I do feel like this expansion, his fourth base from Zerg is late.
Oh, hold position,
Hold position.
Lurkers.
Oh, he knows some. Just got lucky. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he knows.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
GG.
Oh, these
That
Templar.
was really good.
Oh my god.
Big
That was
storm.
really good too. Oh. See, he
But
doesn't
only
have
one
Observer
lurker was
yet.
hit there. Two actually, but still.
Oh, and the Observer comes out right as I say that.
Yeah, Dragon doing a good job staying up on that observer timing. Ooh, one more Templar going down. Lurker's starting to get into a pretty decent concave, but Dragon's done a great job pushing out here and preventing the contain. Even though if he's not able to push across the map, at least Zerg can't get this massive concave outside that ramp.
And finally, as you see that fourth base going down for Zerg.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
would
little surprised
say.
it's not at a gas location though. He's got a lot of drones and some pretty good force here. I feel
Or,
like he
or
could've
a ramp location.
Yeah, mid could be a good base placement. But man, big storms here for Dragon.
Great,
and that
great fight for Dragon. Wow.
just such good control from Dragon. It's very, very difficult to do, especially against those kind of unit numbers. Stryker just wasn't there with his reinforcements, unfortunately. Got a little caught out.
And he lost all his lurkers now, so his reinforcements aren't going to do much of anything.
But it's mainly just Dragoons now, so gotta be careful about how much more aggressive you are before you get some
Well,
to help out.
I was about to say, this is where Stryker just masses him. Like, go right now. Make him force use all his storms. And you don't have any zealots there to buffer these Zerglings or anything. This is where I lose this Protoss. Because I've won all my fights, but I don't have any zealots left to buffer these Zerglings. You know, coming behind with Hydralisks and Lurkers.
I really like this wing counter. Even if they just get the cannons, they're going to pull the army out of position. This is a very nice counter here from Stryker.
Yeah.
And Stryker scouts his fourth Nexus as well, so he knows where he can attack on both sides, wherever he wants to be comfortable going for it.
We definitely need a drone round for that mineral only for Stryker, though.
Stryker really was in a great position, and I feel like he's kind of let that slip away a little bit too much.
I don't know if he could have pressured, honestly. I feel like Dragon was being very intelligent about not overextending, keeping his Dragoons in the center of the map once he ended up winning that initial big fight, and I really just wasn't convinced that Stryker could have done too much, damage or put on much pressure at all safely. I think Dragon's just slowly starting to control this one.
Yeah, but I mean, Hive Tech is done, Crackling about halfway, and Defiler on the way. You can see Dragon, the way he keeps moving to the middle of the map through these chokes, making things small. Plague would actually be really, really sick for these fights for Stryker.
Yeah, it definitely would be. We're a ways off though. Usually you go Consume, then Plague, but
Yeah, pretty far.
Definitely, I agree that, I mean, Defiler is the next step here. He's got to get some type of Dark Swarm to be able to deal with these big Dragoon timings. He needs to really start transitioning more into a heavy Zergling force, take advantage of these, Crackling. And honestly, the next step is he's got to secure a fifth somewhere. He needs a fourth gas base, and he needs to hold it. Actually, we see that going down at the top right side of the map.
And we'll drop on the way as well, since this Protoss base, there's so much vertical wall room, but by the main, by the natural, you can easily find a spot where it's going to be open to go for a drop. But Dragon moving out with a big force down to the lower left,
Yeah.
but Stryker doesn't have any bases down there.
Well, he's almost maxed, man, and he's got an Archon in there mixed. That makes your army so much more powerful.
I think he was kind of preemptively looking for any kind of ling counters that might be heading towards the bottom right. So I don't know. This is a pretty small-ish choke to push through for Dragon should he choose to engage that mineral only.
Well, that's okay because of Storm. Storm
Yeah,
is a great
I guess
equalizer for chokes, especially if there's no ramp.
I mean, Dragon does. Dragon's
Like,
not
Dragon-
ahead on the upgrades though, or for attack anyway.
Like, Dragon's probably winning this fight right here, and I put my points on Stryker.
We're seconds away. We have consumed, so if we get a Dark Swarm down, I feel like he'll hold this.
Ooh, catching some of the reinforcements it'll map for your Archon kill, not bad.
Yeah, definitely not bad there for Stryker. I think this drop is really going to end up being, you know, the possible kill here for Stryker. Ooh, will the Overlords get scouted though? They might just barely slip by. These
There's
Overlords are
nothing in
not full yet. Yeah, nothing quite in them yet. Ooh, Dragon moving in though, catching those Overlords. So maybe he'll have an idea of what's to
I
come.
would fake right and save your top base.
I think he could just put some lurker eggs on the ramp, hold it, and buy some time to get Defiler Ling Hydra over.
Those two storms kill those lurkers though. Oh, that one lurker is a champ.
Ooh. Yeah, this might be a dead fifth.
Yeah, it is.
Stryker just not pulling those units around in time, unfortunately. He's got so many Lurker Ling Defiler Hydra outside his natural, it just wasn't
I
moving.
think this is where you counter though, right? I mean, you go for one of these expansions, maybe.
He looks like he wants to fight the army.
Oh, he's just containing
He's got
them?
consume and plague now, and they're trapped up in that top section if he thinks he can get a good fight on it. Getting some of the Templars, this is pretty good.
And
Ooh,
plague
nice
goes
plague.
down.
Ooh, losing some unfortunate Defilers though, and units towards the south side. And remember, there's still no fifth. Dragon is on equal bases with Stryker, which you never want as a Zerg player. So the longer this game goes without a fifth for Zerg, the further and further ahead Dragon will be.
Now, I don't like this. I don't like that Protoss went 2 armor before 2 weapons. Because
Why
it's
is that?
taking him 3 hits to kill these Zerglings with these Zealots.
You actually, I believe, Best or Snow started getting +2 armor before +2 attack, and it's to negate +2 of Hydra Lurker, which ended up doing
and-
the majority of the damage. So I don't think it's a bad call, honestly.
Yeah, I suppose. But I mean, you don't head-on engage those Lurkers anyways, so. Well, you try not to. Like, I don't. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know. And he did in this game. Instead, he decided to take his 2 bases. His what, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock?
yeah.
So really, the +1 armor, I feel like just kind of slowed him down from getting a +3 attack.
We're seeing stuff finally get loaded into the Overlords.
Yeah, this could
Yeah,
be a
and
big drop
this
in the main.
is- Yeah, and you know what? I love this.
I love it too. Dragon completely caught off
I
guard.
hated it. from
Army in the
player.
center of the map. Ooh. Is he gonna just counter? We don't see the army moving back.
You don't counter as Protoss.
Yeah, you gotta save
Like-
your production. Like, you don't have another place to put it.
You're
Like,
not,
you gotta
you're
take
not
it to
Terran. Like Terran
Even
is
Light
Zerg.
those gateways away.
Big storms though.
Oh, he took
Support
out the
maybe
robotics
targeted down.
facility.
Yeah. Very nice.
There's support, yeah, robotic support bay, yeah.
A lot of DTs are gonna come out. They're gonna help clean this up, but still, big damage, big fight starting up. The Lurkers being morphed, not ready.
I do like.
Yeah,
that
he has a lot of
makes
storms
army.
here.
Massive plague.
I love the DT mix in the army.
Oh, the storms on the lurkers
Oh
need to
my
come.
gosh. Yeah, but
Oh,
that's
too
a
many
lot of plague.
pellets. No.
The whole plague is. I mean, that whole army is plagued. It, very good.
Yeah. The
Ooh,
lurkers
man, those
stayed
storms,
alive
though.
too long.
But it don't matter. I think Dragon lost this. Because his army's not going to go any further than what it's already went.
Nope, he's lost.
And
The
he's
majority of
lost
his
in
tech.
production. Oh, here comes Mass
Ooh,
DTs.
DTs though. There's not a single Overlord left in
I
the
love
main.
DTs, man. I
He's
really
got
do.
plague. He can plague them right now.
Yeah, but you're
DTs
not
actually. The DTs are taking damage because the one zealot next to them from the lurker splash.
That's funny.
That sucks.
Wow, Dragon resecuring his main. We do have a 5th though, finally at 6 o'clock for Stryker. So as soon as we get some drones transferred over there, he you know, his econ should start coming online again.
Why transfer when you got a Nidus Canal going now? Like, you
Yeah,
transfer
yeah.
across the map, like that's dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous.
That's why you make a Nidus Canal.
It's just probably got so much else going on, I guess.
I mean, this just sucks though. So much damage taken from Dragon, and he lost his Cybercore, so hopefully he remembers to rebuild that, not just add gateways.
On top of that, like, he was forced to make so many DTs, and they're not really going to be the best at getting good trades here. Yeah, DT's falling almost immediately. And we had this little mini contain once again set up for Stryker. Dragon needs to find that 6 o'clock base. He's got to start putting some harass on that econ. Good storm.
Support base back in the way, but there's a lot of force already at the front of the base. I think if there was a defiler here, you could really like crack this open.
You know what? I don't like how few cannons he has at his 4 o'clock, and it's going to pay for it. Yeah. Lost his High Templar without getting a storm off. I was about to say that Dragon actually has a really good economy still, but he's kind of lost that advantage now. Because if you look at Stryker's base, I mean, his natural's almost mined out. His main's practically mined out. His third base is mined out. So really, he was down to 2 base himself. But
Yeah.
now it's 2 base to 1 base.
Yeah, he desperately needs to start getting some more econ here, but he is taking that mid left, and that's about to come online with a lot of drones on it here shortly. So
Yeah.
he's in a good spot here.
He's in a great spot now.
There's a shuttle moving across the top, but that base is going to find first. Doesn't have anything mining, so the storm drop not going to be as effective.
We need to see more defilers in with this army again. He was doing a good job making defilers earlier, but not quite being as diligent about it now. Ooh, big storm drop at the natural. This could kill a lot of drones here for Stryker.
Wow.
Definitely does. That was a nice play. Very nice play there from Dragon.
This defiler's moving across the bottom to that bottom right base for Dragon. I think once it gets here, you can dark swarm these cannons. Like, the Reaver's not here. There's 1 Templar.
Yeah, just a single Templar. It's got a couple storms, so he's got to, you know, can't push in with everything at once. But yeah, it's a little risky. He's got to scorch this.
Dude, Dragon got a good fight outside his natural, breaking out with some decent gateway units. So again, he's back on the map a little bit. Maybe he can put some pressure somewhere. Stryker not quite having the contain he had earlier.
Well, you know what though? I really feel like at this point Stryker can just MasterRey and win. Just keep sending them every which way. You see it so much, man. Look at this. Here comes the Dark Swarm at the 5 o'clock base. And there's just not enough storms there to stop it.
He barely does. Looks like he will actually clean it up, but
These 2 Zerglings are...
yeah, they did some damage for sure.
He lost everything else though.
So Dragon hanging on for now. You know, that dropship or shuttle, storm shuttle, was dealt with finally.
He's really got to retake this 4 o'clock.
Yeah, he definitely does. He needs another base. He's past needing another base at this point. He should be like trying to long distance mine the mineral only or something. But yeah, this is gonna be difficult. It's just too many units now for Stryker. Too much econ. There's no.
We got some Reavers coming into play.
Oh, Reavers
Not dropping them though.
Plague coming in. Very nice plague.
Oh.
Feels bad.
Yeah, that was a great flag there from Stryker.
I don't know, it feels like the last like 5-10 minutes we've just seen Dragon trying to get back on the map, trying to hold on. Striker's just had too much economy, too many bases. Can't get anything really done.
This plague, man, it's
Very nice
brutal. And he has no shield upgrades either.
Yeah, Dragon's just hurting at this point.
I really feel like shield upgrades are overlooked because they take 100% damage from everything. Shields go to everything though. Your buildings, your units, your Archons especially. They don't. They're not. Yeah, but they're not susceptible to plague. He's got 3 Archons in his army right now. You know how much a +1 would help?
Yeah, it helps out a significant amount. I am a little surprised not seeing armor upgrade here, but I think it's just because Dragon's hurting so much on his econ. But
Yeah.
you're definitely right. Shield upgrades here would be helping for sure.
Well, I mean, he wasn't earlier though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've all played this game long enough to know that any upgrade should not ever be overlooked. I mean, they're so inexpensive in comparison to one unit, you know.
Yeah. You definitely can't skip out on your upgrades for sure. It's a quick way to lose a game. Man, big storms, but we're being starved here.
If you got like 2 or 3 groups of units, and you're not wanting to upgrade shields because you're like, oh, I need that 1 or 2 extra units. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Really?
Yeah, that's one of those, like, we're watching. We're not playing in the game, not dealing with losing bases.
Right, no, don't get me
It's
wrong.
easy to forget about.
I'm not on these guys' level, and I never will be. But that's my job as a caster.
Yeah.
Big
I
drop
have
setting
to. Ooh, okay. And he's like, no, I'm not letting you do this drop.
Yeah.
Also
Jesus,
remember, shields affect buildings as well. Shield.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got mass Zerglings and Hydras and Dark Swarm coming in, and the only thing really defending you is your storms. So you want those buildings to hold up as long as you can while you can get your storms off before the Zerglings and Hydras move out of it.
Yeah, I think I usually end up getting shields before the level 3 armor, but yeah, they're so expensive.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, is that what's sufficient? I think I heard the same, like shields before level 3 armor.
Yeah, that's what I do as well.
Yeah, I'll get +2 armor. I focus on weapons, but I'll get +2 armor. That way I can keep 2 things upgrading every time. Everything is upgrading. I'm always upgrading up my forges.
Yeah.
Quicker trick. What? Oh, because of fast download?
And last game in the pregame lobby said quick game, and I was like 27 minutes.
Oh.
Did anybody fall for that?
No, I just chuckled.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we're 1-1 now, going to game 3. In the bottom middle, 6 o'clock, is Dragon and the Brown Protoss. And in the top left, at 10 o'clock base, the light blue Zerg of Stryker.
That was such a good game, guys. Holy shit.
Yeah, anytime it gets into that late game, like Plague, Archon, Swarm, Zergling, Madness, like, it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. Someone do the predictions again.
Yeah, it was just a shame. Dragon never... Because he was about to get to that point, then Stryker started doing the drops, putting the pressure on. He was about to start reinforcing those other bases with the Reaver defense. That makes it so much more robust. He just couldn't get it online.
And it all stems to, like, that drop from Stryker, killing off that early Robo support bay to begin with. I think it was, like, right when it happened, so Dragon really didn't have any time to make those Reavers. Those plays that Stryker was making, aggression is really what led him to get to that position. So very, very well played there. from Stryker. I think my boy's gonna do it. I'm feeling it. That was a very strong game last game. I think Stryker's gonna start mounting a comeback and take this series.
Yeah. What I'd like to see though, because in the second game, like the big thing to open it up was the drops, and we saw in the first game Dragon went the +1 air. So I would like a little more Corsairs, a little more control of the Overlords. So I think going back to that style would probably be better for him.
Right.
Was he faking drops at all? Because you could just be sending around like a bunch of empty Overlords to psych out your opponent.
I didn't see any of that. No.
Yeah,
and we actually thought he would to kind of save that 1 o'clock expansion, but because he had like what 8 Overlords sitting there, but he didn't send them over to Protos's base, thinking that hey, if you do that, maybe Protoss will back off, it'll save your base, give you time to reinforce it. But instead, he actually lost all of those Overlords too.
I think he didn't want to tip off that he had drop to begin with, but you're very right. It very well could have maybe even forced Dragon to pull back. But man, it's like the worst feeling when you fake a fake drop, or you do a fake drop and then they don't like fall for it, right? Like just a bunch of useless Overlords flying over their main.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he lost them anyways. You know, that's what I was getting at. He lost them anyways, so it's like try the fake out. And hell, it might have been
bonus points if the Protoss got the fleet of Corsairs in the meantime.
The drop also had a lot of Hydralisks. Do you want to load them mostly with like Zerglings to do quick work on all the buildings, or?
He didn't have crack at the time, I don't think, did he?
Personally,
he did.
I get a very small number of Hydras, maybe like 4 Hydras, just to pick off obs or a shuttle or whatever may have you. But crackling drop is no joke. It's you really just want to pour all those mineral resources into removing their tech, their production buildings. They just kill stuff so fast that it is always best to use as many Zerglings as possible.
And the only reason that you actually put in those Hydras, a larger number, is just to morph them into lurkers right in their base, so you can save, condensing space in your Overlord drop. So you don't have to drop 8-10 Overlords worth of units. You can drop 5.
Yeah.
And he dropped 2 Defilers too. That was for Swarm to protect against like Dragoons.
Yeah.
You never want to like plague buildings or shit like that, right?
You definitely can. Like,
Fast
but
Hydra in.
Typically it's really just to make sure if there's cannons in the main, you can swarm drop right on top of them, and you're not losing any units here early on. So, but yeah, you definitely can, like, plaguing supply depots is definitely a thing.
Oh, come on, Dragon. I mean, you'll know just because you haven't seen the lair at this point, but man, get down there, confirm that Hydra Den, come on.
Yeah. Alright, now he does see the Hydra Den. See, I really like the positioning of his buildings, though.
Of the wall at the natural? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you can slide in 2 cannons. Well, does that little thing right there underneath the gateway, does that block a cannon?
I don't think it does. Oh, to the left?
I think it does.
Yeah, so you can only put
otherwise
one cannon
it would
there.
not be tight.
So you can only put 1 cannon there then, okay. That actually might hurt.
I mean, 973 is definitely a strong opener, but it's not all in by any means from Stryker here either. He could just do the 5 Hydra feint and then continue to drone 4th hatch.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of interested to see what he picks here.
Well, I mean, Dragon got the scouting info going to Citadel first this game instead of Stargate, so gonna have Storms faster to help deal with this.
It's a 963 so far.
He's getting a 4th drone at the 3rd.
So maybe we should explain this for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about when we say these random numbers. 973 means the Zerg player is on 3 hatcheries, on 3 bases, and he has 9 drones on the minerals in the main, 7 on the minerals in the natural, and 3 on the minerals in the 3rd base. And then he's going for an early Hydra bust. So whenever you hear 973, it's an early Hydra bust.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong way to play here for Zerg.
See,
You know,
this
really,
cannon's gonna reach those Hydras now.
yeah, I'm not convinced that he can break this.
Well, Hydra range is going to be finished up soon, so you can get back to chipping that gateway down once it finishes. Just gotta wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, these Hydras are
Nah.
already very bruised
Nah.
though. It's so tough to line them up in the right position.
He is getting more and more Hydras, so he's really committing. He's not transitioning out of this just to kill the wall or so and get drones behind it. He's actually making more Hydras, and it looks like he maybe wants to break him when the gateway is out down.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
he's also making a 4th hatchery behind this, so I think whenever he senses I can't get through this anymore, but like it's gonna be hard to get the enough cans to survive this if you just keep leaning into it.
Yeah, not a single drone. Honestly though, I like the adjustment from Dragon. He's gonna have legs here in a second with +1, and this is definitely a great way to counter 973.
You do see some players, not Oya. Is it Oya? Yeah, Oya. That'll actually go for Dragoon range. And kind of support with the cannons.
Well, big move out here, and we
See,
see
this-
there was an
and
extra
this is
group.
why, yeah. Because that extra group is sitting there waiting.
Yeah, a little further back, hard to see. So I think, you know, Dragon comes out, he's like, oh, that's more than I thought. Has to retreat right back.
Yeah, well,
Try-
he doesn't have Templar Archives yet.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's a little surprising. A lot of gateway
It's
production, though.
because it's yeah, it's just the build. Like 4 gateways, you get early +1 legs, and I mean he wasn't mining a gas as natural forever here. So.
He does have
So-
700 gas, however.
Yeah, he
so
definitely could afford the Templar Archives right now.
definitely seems a little bit unoptimized here. And that could cost him if he can't move out.
We don't see
But I mean-
any drones though from
Yeah,
Stryker. He is
exactly.
fully
Striker's still all in.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this. That's bad, Stryker. You can't fight zealots and cannons.
He might be able to, honestly. He's
No.
also a little bruised.
No, I've done this too much. It's so bad.
No, keep doing it, Zergs. Keep doing it.
Did you vote for Dragon? I
No,
forgot to
I'm
put
just a
prediction
Protoss
in.
player.
Oh, whatever. It's just as bad. Shut. So he's got no econ behind him. Nothing.
Yeah.
He pulled the drones off his minerals to put on his gas. You know, so he's got nothing behind this.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm a little
complete
worried
bull.
because he lost a good number of Hydralisks. He had a lot.
No, this is
and
over.
All Dragon had was Zealots, so that was a pretty good advantage he had. Should he have just kind of like contained and droned up?
Yeah.
Like-
Oh yeah.
Well, he was just trying to like bait the Zealots to come out, and Dragon wasn't having any of it. Kept forcing the fight to be near the cannons.
Well, you got 7 cannons and that little choke point with 15 zealots behind it. No.
Yeah,
I don't fight that. Well, I mean, I would, but you should.
Well, we have to mention Dragon did a very good job. He got more and more cannons.
Yes.
Some Protoss just skip cannons because they think, he will not commit anyways. And then Zerg commits and the Protoss is
This
dead.
is good. Staying out of range of most of the cannons. So that was really good.
Kills a lot of the Zealots here, starting to
We have
whittle
no
down the
Storm
cannons
yet.
as well, but now overstaying, and Storm's not quite done yet, so those Templars just looking menacing, but not doing anything.
They need to back up a little bit, pick the forge off.
Storm is almost complete here. I think the second storm arrives. This is shut off, and he knows it.
Oh
Only
my
down to
gosh.
2
Oh my
cannons.
gosh. One hit on that cannon.
Even the pros being pulled just to buy that time needs to get that Storm and a couple more cannons online. The Dragons held this off and sitting very comfortable.
Yeah, we already see him up 20 supply. He's getting these These are just, you know, game-winning cannons at this point. The second these cannons go up, there's not much Zerg can do. First storm going down. Second storm, good storms. Really doesn't need to trade for many Hydra here.
Yeah, immediately going for that next level of armor to keep it
Yeah.
rolling, making good against the Hydra,
See.
since that's all you got.
And that is a great decision here, in my opinion. Another mistake I would normally make.
See, I'm making smart. I'm not saying what mistakes I normally make. I make all of them. So there's
Oh,
no
no,
point in
yeah. I
saying-
mean, no. See, now I'll say this. I will say this. That Archon, I think, was a bad decision. I think that's something that I mess up on as well. You just let that thing recharge its energy. Because
Well, he was still adding Templar behind it, so I think he wanted to. Like, it wasn't like he
Yeah.
wasn't making more Templar to replace them.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's all in like that, all you're gonna need is Storms. Archons aren't great against Hydras at all. They're strong units. They're great units.
It's still a big ball of health that will maybe distract from a cannon dying.
I've
Yeah,
personally
true,
not
true.
had any luck using my Storms and then making them an Archon in that position.
That's fair.
I think he lost most of his zealots before that, before the storm was finished, and he only had like 2 or so, and he also only had 3 or 4 cannons, so maybe he was just a little bit scared that he's barely dying, so he wants to get this strong Archon against a few Hydras. It's still strong with cannons as a meat shield, and yeah, I think that was his idea there. Okay, but I have to say, I really liked Dragon adding more and more cannons over time. A lot of Protosses build like 4 or 5 cannons at once in the beginning, and then they stop. And if the Zerg really hardcore commits into mass Hydras, the Zerg still wins, even if the first initial attack is held by the Protoss. So without
Definitely.
scouting, without Corsair or so, he kinda felt it out by moving his zealots out a little bit to see the Hydra numbers, and he kept adding cannons. That was very nice play by Dragon.
It's very key, and it's like so many Protoss want to get greedy, right? Because so many Zergs will switch off once that initial pressure is held. That, I mean, that's kind of what Stryker was going for. It looked silly that game because we just kept seeing him make Hydra constantly, no droning, reinforce, but you'd be surprised how many times that works.
Let me ask you guys a question, because I wasn't really paying attention to it toward the end. The Overlord that he had that scouted out the DT that he had come out, did that Overlord die?
I don't think it did.
I wanted
no.
to say no because they're stationary cannons, but I didn't know if he selected the Overlord to go in.
No, I don't remember
recall
it
it.
getting killed.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think he
recall it. I don't recall it dying, but I don't recall it still being there.
He probably positioned it back or something like that, but I think
Yeah.
it was near the ramp. When you go 973, you have to keep that Overlord there to prevent DTs from, preventing the push or whatever. So I assume he kept it right there at the ramp.
You know what's something I think I'm gonna do from now on? If I see that 973, that Hydra den, whenever he scouted, I'm gonna send a probe out on the map right away, and I'm gonna build a gateway, and I'm gonna build a DT out of it, and I'm gonna snipe his drones.
That's a
good
great
game.
way
I
to do
love
it.
I
That's
love
a good game, man. That's a good game. It's over.
Hey, look at Stryker. Not overpool opening this time. Mixing it up, going for the 9 pool and an extractor trick for the 10th drone.
Very, very strong way to play. A lot of Zergs like that 9-pull speed, but this is a completely safe way to open 9-pull. You know, he still has potential of killing Dragon if he doesn't get a couple cannons in time or something like that, but you macro out of this very, very well as Zerg.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Dragon every game. He gets the scouting info, and it's been overpool. He's been doing Nexus 1 can, so throwing things off a little bit if Dragon's not paying full attention. Easy way to grab a big advantage, but he has the probe there. He should know it's 6 lanes being made. We'll see if he makes the cans he needs.
And it looks like he's going to. Rather than opting for that fast Nexus.
Yeah,
Yep.
Dragon just playing safe and smart. I like it.
Yeah, and because it was a 9 pool speed, still saving money. Could just get some nice hatchery pretty quick from Stryker as well. So both sides, I like the way this opened so far.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think I like this build better than what I do. I do like an overpool. And I think I like this one better. I feel like it's going to be easier to drone behind it.
I think overpull, maybe you get like a slightly better econ, but I don't know. It's definitely essential to mix this in. If you go 9-pool opener against something like a gate first, you catch them doing gate first or even Nexus first, which is very common from pro aspirers, you just kill them outright. So it's nice when you get those build order counters here actually with a 9 pool.
Got the third hatchery on the way. So we'll see what it ends up being. I would love just showing again that Hydra kind of pressure like we saw last game, but very light commitment, droning behind it, just trying to get the overreaction.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, honestly.
I feel like a mass speed Zergling would be great on this map because look at how many choke points you have to block against.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet. Yeah.
This building position's a little bit better than his other games, where he's only got maybe 2, but every other block he's done, there's been 3. When he was on the right side of the map, and then when he was on the bottom, there's 3 points that you can get through.
It's always like weird going like a speedling timing into 2 cannons when you open something like 9 pool too. So I kind of get why Stryker maybe doesn't feel comfortable doing it this game, but yeah, in general, I think this is a good map for it.
Well, I mean, you usually see a Zergling speed fast enough to where you can kill off this pro.
It is on the way now, finally, but yeah, it's a little delayed. He's kind of maybe opting to get a few more drones early or something like that. Stargate on the way here for Dragon. We'll have to see if this is going to be that +1 air or +1 weapons here shortly, or just what he's planning on opening here.
Hey, we started the second gas in the natural, like right as the chorus finished up, so I would like to see the +1 air weapons.
Yeah, it's a very fast second gas actually.
There we go.
Very nice.
Oh, but we're missing one key thing for Dragon here, and that is the pylon in the natural mineral line. You always need to get the pylon there so you can make cannons against Mutalisks. So far he doesn't have that. That could bite him later on.
Yeah, definitely could.
Is Stryker the type of person that actually goes for that though?
He will definitely open Muta. Yeah, he's a pretty well-rounded Zerg, honestly. He knows all the different openings. He very well could try a Muta. Yeah, it's just about second gas timing if he were to opt for that. He could do it right now, and I think it would still be fine with the 4th hatchery, but I think this is going to end up being 5 hatch Hydra.
Oh, probably.
I do think, I do like your opinion on that though. I think Mutas would be amazing right here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mutas in this matchup, just in general.
Oh, big supply block actually here. No Overlord? Did the Corsair kill one? No.
No, and he lost all his Zerglings outside of Protoss, so I don't like that.
Well, at least he's not supply block anymore. That's good.
Oh, I can add more drones now, thank you.
Yeah. Replaces it with more Zerglings. Yeah, but I guess you have to with the Zealots approaching.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Stryker with these 4 Zealots on the way, honestly. This isn't Muta. Hydra Den just now completing. He's a ways off from having any kind of Hydra numbers, so he's got to get a good 12 Zerglings to feel safe against this.
Just the Zealots coming out. He's got enough Zerglings. I think hold this close to it, or at least send it back home.
Yeah, this supply block really hurt him. Like, he didn't notice for a long time, and he actually had 3 Lava at several hatcheries here. So he definitely lost some drones because of that.
Oh, I always got 3 larvae.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised though. Like, we see Stryker really trying to drone apart. Like, SimCity looks pretty good, but I never see him make like Sunkens to kind of bolster so he doesn't have to make these big link numbers early if there's a move out.
Yeah.
He's really trying to optimize and keep every single drone he can. Like, I'm not saying it's not good to get Sunkens, but if you can get away without them, and still feel safe, a lot of times you wanna take that risk, but it's tough to do.
Yeah, but I really like Protoss' position right here. Like, I mean, he's about to have +1. It's kicking in right now. Speed's kicking in right now. He'll have +1 attack on his air.
And Templar Archives about to finish as well. Everything looking pretty good.
Yeah, like his timings this game are spot on, man.
Now we got the 5 Corsairs moving out. Going to go for a bunch of Overlord kills, which one of them's hiding in the bottom corner, but you should be able to find a window. Hydras are starting to get built up, though.
Yeah, the third's not very well protected, but a good amount of Hydra at the natural. Dragon scouting in, maybe considering moving back to that third. Oh, nope,
Okay, now
it's
this
going
is
in.
good. This is good. He's gonna get these overlord kills, and it's okay to sacrifice your zealots in this position. Look at
Yeah,
that.
big supply block. This is fantastic. These +1 Corsairs do so much work.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. He might even get 3 more overlords here.
I don't know that'll be worth it.
Ooh.
Yeah, you don't want to lose them. It's not worth killing overlords to lose them, but still.
You really don't even want to lose one right now. Losing those zealots to get those overlord kills. I mean, look at his supply, man. He is hard blocked right now.
DT walking across the map, looking to get some damage done as well. There's not many Hydras at the natural to defend it.
Oh, this could be so big, but he's trying to be careful, make sure that one weakened one doesn't get killed off here. There's that last overlord going down. The DT's in. Let's go.
Oh, and no overlord in production even. All 3 larva in the main, 3 larva in the natural on both hatcheries. This seems like it's almost over.
Yeah, this is very, very good damage here from Dragon. Big supply blocked has kind of kept Stryker from producing anything here for a while. Finally unsupply blocked. We'll start up drone production again. Probably a good call here. He's got to just hope he can kind of defend for a while. But yeah, this hurts.
And if these Corsairs can see that it's all drones, though, like being made, that'd be really big knowledge here. Because Dragon, like, he didn't add on a whole ton of gateways to stay dedicated to 2-base. So I want to see him get a 3rd soon.
Yeah, no probe moving out yet, but I think he definitely
does have
could.
lurker tech done. So if we can actually start morphing lurkers here soon, the
Yeah,
robotics
on the way.
ability is not even half done yet. So it's going to buy him a lot more time. Hopefully he'll opt to drop his 4th base the second he gets lurker tech, or lurkers up, because I know what was the last game and the game before, he did
Big
not.
Templar timing.
These lurkers are so close to finishing.
They
It's
will
gonna hurt.
finish.
It's still gonna hurt though. It might hurt too much.
Yeah.
Where are the storms?
Bro.
These people are just walking.
Aim the storm. There you go.
Big
Beautiful.
storms.
One lurker does survive. You can ignore that. Blocking the ramp's
That's
pretty
another
good, but still.
storm.
He's gonna lose his hatchery though.
Yeah,
It's tough.
yeah, it's a dead natural.
And you can see Dragon coming over here and actually opting to take his 3rd base. And Stryker GG's out.
It is called.
And that's it, folks. It's 3-1. I don't know. I feel like if that's my last game, I'm gonna play it out. But
Yeah, that was pretty incredible play there from Dragon. Just playing a little
Yeah,
more
it
solid, a
was.
little stronger. Like overall, you know, he definitely deserved to win that series and did it pretty convincingly.
It's like I mentioned, the way he plays with the 5 Corsairs with the +1, he gets a lot of value out of them without throwing them away. So I like that he switched back to that.
Yeah, I definitely like that as well. Just kind of keeping Stryker on his toes.
Well, anything you can do to get the overlords off the map and make the Zerg play more in the dark, like, is always worth doing.
Alright, gentlemen. That was Dragon vs. Stryker. Next, we got Dewalt vs. Gorynich. Another PvZ.
That'd be good.
And then another PvZ after that. Oya vs. Sziky.
And very, very nice. Dewalt versus Gorynich. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. You gotta give Dewalt the favorite here with how well he's been playing in foreign events overall. Pretty much everybody in the foreign scene knows who Dewalt is. But Gorynich, also a very old school, strong, Zerg player. Definitely has the potential to take a series off of someone like Dewalt. But man, Dewalt's just been on fire lately.
Yeah, honestly, the right side of the bracket overall is pretty strong, so
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch these. Not that the first 2 games weren't good, but I was looking more towards this side of the bracket than the left.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught the series yesterday between Dewalt and Sziky for the Red Clan Cup, but man, just incredible back and forth between both of those players. And definitely two players who very well could deserve to be in the finals of an event like this. So, you know, that is a strong bracket for sure.
Ox, can you tell us who won the last 3 map test tournaments? Okay.
Maybe not.
Nope. Nope.
So, if I remember correctly, it was Dewalt every single time, and
Probably right.
also without dropping a single game, or I think he actually went like 10-0 in one
Wow.
tournament at least, and he won the other ones as well. Maybe he even went 10-0 twice. I'm not 100% sure on that, but so far in these map test tournaments, Dewalt has like the best results ever. So yeah, we definitely have to give him the favorite spot here, but yeah, Gorynich definitely can take off. I would not say the series, but definitely a game. But we'll see.
I'm excited to see good games overall, but yeah, if you don't have Bonneth in the bracket, I'm probably just gonna favor Dewalt over basically everybody in the world scene. So
Yeah, he did lose to Sziky in one match in one best of 3 yesterday in the Red Clan Cup. He lost 2-1, I think, to Sziky. So he definitely can lose to Zergs, to good Zergs. So yeah, let's see if Gorynich is one of those Zergs who can do it.
well, that'd be good, especially like we keep saying this map a little bit weird, possibly that you can like put on some pressure with some link stuff, make things just a little bit weird. Maybe throw Dewalt off his game. So, I mean, we've seen 2 series now. Has Tundra been playing out how you guys thought it was going to, from what we've seen?
Yeah, I think it really, the one thing I want to see for this match, Zerg vs Protoss in particular, is I think Lurker contains from that natural are going to be pretty tough for Protoss to break out. So interested to see that. But yeah, I think it's pretty balanced, so far from what we can tell. Like very simple third for Protoss to take, which is kind of a key component to maps like that. Big ramps. I love how there's a lot of vision blockers in the center of the map. Good positionings as well on the mains and naturals. So it's definitely a strong map to play on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been mostly what I've been expecting too. The army movement in the middle of the map is probably the thing was most intrigued what people would do, and it seemed to be, especially for us, just like one group of an army, like not trying to split things up, not really messing with the vision blockers so much, trying to just stay safe.
One thing I want to mention is this mineral-only base. To me, it seems a little bit underwhelming. I think since you have a gas base which is not that much more far away, and is on a high ground, easier to defend with just a small ramp, I think you would always prefer the gas base over the mineral only. So we had the same discussion for Good Night, and we actually confirmed that in the tournament, that the mineral only on Good Night is just not a good base to take, except maybe for Terrans. And it kind of feels a little bit here as well, in my opinion. What do you think, guys?
I think that's a great call out, and something I kind of, been trying to think of, because I noticed it too. We haven't seen a single Protoss take that third mineral only on this map, when maps like Polypoid, it's very prominent for the matchup. And I don't know, maybe it might just be a little more vulnerable, easier, difficult to scout.
I think the big part that I look at is it has the building part right next to it. So like moving your army around to defend that and be aggressive is very difficult to get it in the right spot.
Good point.
Yeah, and it also doesn't give you like a good defensive point. Like on Polypoint, as you mentioned, Machine, you have this high ground, and this high ground is basically overseeing the attack pass into your own natural. So this high ground is very good to take anyways, so might as well take the mineral only on the high ground. But here we doesn't have that good location that that adds effectivity to the base.
Yeah, I guess
my
you're right. We see Gorynich's Overlord going over that mineral only on the left side, and yeah, although there's that one big entrance, it doesn't really protect your natural, like you're saying, a map like Polyploid would. So that definitely makes sense to me. It's only 6 mineral patches as well, so just seems a lot more appetizing to take maybe another possible gas base as your third anyway. So yeah, good thing to point out, MasterRey.
The one thing I'm a little bit wondering about the Zergs is if anyone was gonna try to take the natural of the other main and go with that 4 base, the more turtle style, if that would be like a viable choice here. But we haven't seen that from any of the Zergs yet so far.
Yeah, you usually, as Zerg, would want to do that on, naturals. I think with smaller entrances, you kind of rely a lot more on your Sim City as a Zerg when you're doing that sort of 3 base contain into like a quick 4th, lurker sunken style. Also, you kind of notice because it's a 3 base map that the other natural is pretty freaking far away, and also kind of close-ish to the Protoss, so maybe that could be why we're not seeing it here.
Also, it's always the choice between that natural and the other third base, third gas that is around your natural. And in this map, I think this other gas base that you can take is very close to your own natural. So I think that's a very good base to take, which makes the choice to go for that other natural a little bit weaker.
Yes, I agree with that. Like, positioning and like how close your bases are definitely helps a lot. Not only for reinforcing, your army to defend them, but even just like drone transfers, getting those workers mining a little bit quicker. It adds up over time.
Yeah.
So Dewalt with some really good probe control here to start things off. Scouts the immediate 6 Zerglings here from Gorynich. He's definitely going to need to keep this probe alive as long as possible to prevent some type of a mass ling counter when you see this many Zerglings early on. Gorynich sending a drone out to take a third. He might actually be going for the mineral only base, so this will be interesting to see. We haven't seen this yet. And yes, that will get scouted as well.
Yeah, I don't think I really like the decision to go for that mineral only third. So, well, we will see how it goes. Just because I haven't seen anyone take it yet. Is that hatchery like a little bit low, or is it like a little higher? Shouldn't it be closer to the center of the minerals?
I'm not sure. I haven't played the map enough. It might be correctly positioned, honestly. Just because that top mineral is in slightly further, it might prevent the hatchery from going any higher. But yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
No, I didn't notice that was poking out a little bit. So it always just looks weird. It's kind of, you just see it's like it looks so weird.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it's in the center. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, we're seeing Hydra down the way. Gorynich wants to put on that early pressure instead. I think when you take the mineral only, it makes sense. Try to get something going, but this probe's still alive. Gonna get all the info, and that drone block kind of says everything to me if I see that.
I mean, you're playing against Dewalt, like, do you really want to take this guy to a standard game? Nah, like, I think it's not a bad idea to go for something like a 973 in this position. But Dewalt is unfazed, Stargate on the way, second gas as well. Still not fully convinced that this is a 973, I believe. You can kind of tell with that second gas timing. Second cannon actually going down to join the wall as well. Yeah.
So we've seen the Zerg, every one of these series so far, open like overpool or not the 9 pool with the gas trick that we saw the one game. like, because you guys were mentioning that it feels a little uncomfortable to go for the gateway expand if things feel good. I'm surprised we haven't seen a hatchery first yet.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well. We haven't seen a hatchery first. Maybe there's like good cannon rush positions or something like that on this map that I don't know about, but I'm a little shocked we haven't seen a single like 11 hatch so far today.
I mean, there's a lot of room behind the minerals before you get to the edge of the terrain. I wonder, like, how good the cannon rush is. Because usually, like, it being just tight enough is what I'm looking for, personally. So, it looks like it's a little bit bigger. Might be easier to get stuff back there to help out with it.
Yeah, it definitely might. Well, we see a Hydra starting to move out here, avoiding that early Corsair. Corsair sees a bunch of Overlords at the third. Oh, goes in, confirms that Hydra Den, and now he knows exactly what he's up against here.
I'm batting on some cannons here, but Hydra's already here. Can start. Yeah, range's about to finish up shortly, so it can start chipping away at this wall.
Yeah, he really
there's
wants
this
to get
one.
rid of that forge.
There's this one Overlord, the Overlord you mentioned earlier, machine that you need to make sure that DPs don't completely prevent your attack. That is already yellow HP, and there's 3 causes on the map. Maybe Dewalt can come back and actually kill that off.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's continuing that Corsair production and is definitely looking for that Overlord. Although we don't see a Templar Archives quite yet.
Yeah,
Oh, he's got to remake the forge. He doesn't have gateways in the main yet either, so he's got a lot of things he's got to remake and get ready. The cannons are gonna have to hold on for now.
Yeah, this is pretty nice play here from Gorynich so far. Definitely has to worry about these Corsairs, but other than that, I think he's got a pretty commanding position for the moment.
He's a little bit high on minerals, I have to say, going up to 900 here.
Yeah, he could afford a
All
fourth
the larvae
hatchery.
are used. Yeah, definitely like 2 more hatcheries at this point.
Yeah.
Or to take the second gas as natural. But
Yeah.
Still, I love the position we're seeing. Templar Archives on the way, so Storm will eventually get there, and this is enough cannon sets. It's gonna be hard to break through. So we're in this though, still making units, but finally those 2 extra hatcheries going down as well.
Oh, by the way, Dewalt not remaking a forge.
Oh, he made it in the
Or,
main.
wait, he... Okay, I didn't see it. Ah, okay, never mind, sorry.
I like how, once again, we're seeing Dewalt not skimp out on these cannons, you know. He's doing a great job scouting with these Corsairs. He knows, you know, we're just now finally starting to get, you know, the extra hatcheries up. But this is still a full committal here from Gorynich. And here we go.
I would love for, like, this is too many cannons, and Storm is now in process. I would love for him to just actually try to macro at this. I think you've made him invest so heavily into the defense. You've done the work you need to. Not try to overcommit to this attack and throw away the Hydras. Like, it was now seeing 6 drones on the way, layer in process as well. So I think just the 4th base being started, I would love Gorynich's position right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely also frustrating as Zerg. Like you said, you do force a lot out of the Protoss, but we don't have any Hydra, you know, Evo upgrades quite yet. Drone count is still quite low. There's no tech. You know, you never quite like backing out of a 97-3.
Yeah, but like that's why I like these kind of 3-hatch Hydra builds, that you have the option. It's like, oh, you committed so much, I can be flexible, I can move out of this. So well, it's nice to see though that he's at least willing to do it. So we'll see how it ends up going from here. They're going to be near completion, still adding a lot of drones, Evo chambered as well. So everything looking pretty solid. And we did get a nice raid from Dewalt. He wants to watch himself. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Dewalt. All right, so drone count still slowly going up. We have a fully saturated third base, fully saturated natural now, +1 range attack on the way for Gorynich. But yeah, we're seeing Dewalt pushing out here, some really good storms early on. Ooh, nice pickup though by Gorynich. This is so many Zealots though. I feel like it's only a matter of time before Dewalt pushes out here and gets map control.
I'm surprised
he's
Lurker
probably
aspect
just
hasn't
waiting
been
for the
started
first
yet.
one.
Yeah, with it about to finish, he's going to move out down to the bottom side to try to split up his Hydra army a little bit. So trying to break out here. Seems pretty good. There's not really that many Hydras here. So.
No, definitely not. This is a bit of a frustrating position for Zerg because this is a mineral only. You know, he's not mining nearly as efficient as it would be. Ideally, you as a Zerg, you want to have a 4th base by this point in the game. So this is going to be tough for Gorynich to really work out from.
It's also one less mineral block even. So the mineral only has less minerals than the gas base.
Yes.
It's got the 6 and there's like polyboard. It was a big move from Dewalt down the south side. There's some buildings in the way, but not a lot of defense in position. He's going to try to go through here. But it's just the Zealots, no Templar, no Storm to help out.
They're doing a good job getting on top of a good amount of those Hydralisks, and he will cancel that +1 melee upgrade of Gorynich. So grab a few drones as well for his efforts. So very good timing there from Dewalt.
And of course, they're still staying very active, confirming it's still just the 3 bases up at the top. No attempt to take the 12 just yet. There's a drone now, so at least seeing the intent here. It's good for Dewalt to get that knowledge and slow things down a little bit. But Hive's on the way, so, you know, Defilers can do anything. You never know.
Yeah, they absolutely can. It's, I don't know. I feel like we needed to see Lurker or Muta at this point. Straight Hive is quite a, you know, a unique way to play from this position. You know, Lurkers would at least force some observers. You know, Dewalt would have to be a little more Dragoon heavy. You know, meanwhile, if he opened a pack of Muta, and he might be able to pick off some of these Templar and prevent some good storms for the Ling Hydra. But yeah, this is going to be tough to do with just pure Hydra.
Yeah, I really thought, like, with all the cans being made, like, going into a quicker Lurker to help set up and contain, like, once they're finished, but I mean, it's still a lot of Hydras decently spread out here. Gonna try to go through for Storm, doing more damage to the Zealots than the Hydras, unfortunately, but the second one's much better.
Second and third Storm are massive, and that is absolutely going to be map control here for Dewalt.
Yeah, and behind that he gets the 3rd base up, no cannons yet, but he will surely add those very soon. And yeah, that brings him up to 3 gases, which Gorynich does not have yet.
I like that Dewalt sends this Zealot to the 3rd to kind of act as the bodyguard for the probe. So many Zergs are always going to have 1 or 2 Zerglings there, just to at least acknowledge the base being taken, and possibly even prevent it. So, you know, little things like that really allow Dewalt to streamline his builds.
Yeah, you can see there's a Zergling, but it's a little bit down. Is that actually at either base? I would see someone going to the one below it, but, you know, maybe it being a weird map, not positioned where you'd want it to be.
Yeah, I think that's just not quite knowing the map base positions yet. You know, it's something that's kind of built up over time, so a little bit of a mistake. But
look at this flag Hydra from behind. They can pick out the Templars that they were quick about it, but one goes down, decent storm to help repel that. That's a lot of Dragoons pushing into this mineral base.
Yeah, this is quite a few Dragoons. Some Zealots actually getting picked off here. Gorynich doing a good job flanking, but wow, massive storms. Massive storm. This is not quite enough Hydras, I believe.
Yeah, you're like walking into this choke when there's Templar sitting right there feels so bad. So definitely gonna lose the 1 hatchery here. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them actually go down. Drone's coming back, so looks like they want to take the fight, trying to move around the middle of the map, get that good flanking position.
Yeah, Gorynich picking off a few rallying units here. So not bad. Zergling's even flanking these, and suddenly Gorynich is doing a really good job securing this. Wow, I was not expecting this.
Yeah, I thought that was like that's real confidence sending the drones back, but he had a plan and had enough reinforcements coming in from a lot of angles here. I think all the storms mostly being dried up helped a lot as well.
That quick +1 melee for those Zerglings there, coupled with this Hive and crack upgrade, really paid off. I mean, they got right on top of those Dragoons and tore them down very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, High's been done for a while now. We're seeing Consume being researched, so that really annoying unit with the Dark Swarms, I think that'll definitely make it a little easier to fight in some of these choke areas that Dewalt keeps putting pressure on, but this still means Gorynich, like, he's all kind of turtled up in his area. He's not on the map, doesn't have a lot of vision. He's comfortable on his 4 bases, but still needs to figure what he does to get the next one set up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He should be thinking 5th base right now. Still, I mean, you know, he's getting his 3rd gas up finally. I'm surprised he came out from the start of this as well as he did anyway. And he's got, you know, quite a bit of Hydra Ling here to defend yet another time from Dewalt.
12 o'clock using that little vision blocker entrance, trying to just keep moving around. These are the kind of features I was expecting more people to abuse a little bit better, but we're seeing this attack go through. First Storm does decent damage with these Elves, trying to do what they can. Just keeping Gorynich pinned back, and if he can get some drone kills, like, not a bad attack, but with all his Elves gone, I think he's got to back off now before these Links just swallow everything up.
Yeah, definitely. We got Consume completed now, and Defilers are on the map. I'm a little worried for Dewalt's units here. These Dragoons could drop very easily to all of this Hydra Ling, and yeah, Gorynich all over this right now.
And DT trying to sneak into the mineral only, but there's Overlords, there's Vision, that doesn't get anything done. Dewalt is taking their next base, they're taking out the mineral only, which, again, we haven't been seeing it that much, but still going for it here. And reinforcing that fight at the top, a lot of the Hydras going back down as reinforcements help out Dewalt's force.
Yeah, good pushback here from Dewalt. I don't mind taking the mineral only at this point in the game. It's just kind of an easier base, I feel like, for him to defend anyway. He's got map control. He's being pretty good about putting that pressure out on the map. So you know, this should be a pretty simple hold for him.
Yeah, when you get your 3rd gas already, after that, it's, I think, totally fine to take that base. It's right next to your rally point, so why not just invest to 400? You have 400 minerals anyways with 3 bases, and then it's fine base to take. But I just don't think it's that good as a 3rd base because you are not getting that 3rd gas.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're seeing the next base from Gorynich over at the 9, and he's been really good about the melee and armor upgrades. This 2-2 is about to finish up, and Ultra Cavern on the way, so I think once Plague finishes up, you can start making some of these smaller chokes just a pain to go through with the Ultra's body block and everything.
Not a ton of vision on the top right side of the map here for Gorynich. I feel like he's vulnerable to some possible flanks should Dewalt choose to move some units up there. But, you know, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, upgrades keep rolling through. We're seeing Speed Shuttle on the way as Robo support base, so going to be able to start adding in Reavers, help bolster the defense in some of these places. But still just a big Plague. That's
big storms as well. But Dewalt still kind of choosing to push in here. Ooh, actually loses a couple Templar though. And suddenly Gorynich feels comfortable pushing out.
That's a lot of like well upgraded Langs, and now that it's the Defilers, gotta be very careful, especially since half those Dragoons are very low health at this point. So we'll see if he keeps being aggressive. There's not that many Zealots though. Would like him to just kind of back off here and reconsolidate.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like when the Zerg has Dark Swarm and Plague out, you need at least like plus 50 supply from the Zerg to actually have a chance at winning the fight.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. I mean, Dark Swarm is just so strong, especially against this Dragoon heavy comp. Defiler going in, not getting Plague off. And actually suddenly Dewalt just pushing in here. No Dark Swarm to be had, so I feel like, yeah, Dewalt's in pretty good position here, but chooses to back off. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
he
that
wants
was
to kill
weird.
the 5th.
3 Defilers dying there.
Yeah, miscontrol. They're tough to control. Oh, DT at the natural, killing 7, 8, 9 drones though. Big pickup here for Dewalt. This feels game turning.
Yeah, that's fantastic. He tried that move a little bit earlier, but this time the Overlord was there to see it, but just no army, unfortunately. So that's definitely a big move to get some big damage there. I saw a little Ling counterattack try to go towards the bottom, but Dewalt didn't take any of those bases yet, so Gorynich looking to punish something that wasn't quite there because that next base is up at the top right instead.
Yeah, he definitely needed to get some type of vision there, top right. I guess he really just expected Dewalt to expand away from him.
Storm drop at the 12.
Ooh, more econ damage being done here. Very nice from Dewalt.
I love watching.
And straight to the natural. Oh, pull him away in time. Not like this.
Not like this. Ooh,
Oh!
big storm.
He saved quite a bit more than I anticipated it to, though.
The shuttle goes down though, but still the damage was done. Definitely worth it. And another attack at that mineral only. Dewalt's really like pulling the Zerg army around every direction they can. It's hard to move your army around with all the stuff in this map.
Yeah, just constantly having to react. It's tough to play from here.
I don't see this going on much longer.
Yeah, it feels like
Dewalt's
Dewalt's
execution.
on this mineral only for sure. This is a dead base.
His
Big storm.
execution is so good.
It really is.
He plays like a robot, man. He really does.
Yeah, he really
He
does.
does. Watch him.
It's
Like, his
incredible.
build is like...
Ooh,
I
reinforcements
mean-
from behind though. Gonna be able to clean up this force with the mineral and didn't actually kill the hatchery, so
Wow.
bit of a
Kind of impressive. See what
Gorynich.
Dewalt's able to do behind it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Gorynich, I mean, that was surprising. A surprising hold there. Once again, he keeps just barely pulling it out, and especially after all this econ damage has been done. He is forced to drone right now, though, so I feel like if he's vulnerable, it's definitely going to be right now. So
He droned up pretty good.
yeah, he added the 15, yeah. He
Yeah,
drove him real
I was
good.
about to say, he went from like 38 to 52.
Over
so-
at the 9 o'clock, but another fast reaction. That storm drop not doing everything it could. Getting a couple kills though, so I still like making the big use of these speed shuttles, doing everything you can. And a little bit of room in the back here gets a couple more kills. He's gonna leave the Archon to die. Oh, that's fine.
it's just so frustrating as a Zerg player when Protoss are constantly darting around with these speed shuttles, storm and mineral lines. Like it's so difficult to deal with.
Well, I mean, we saw it in the earlier series that it feels like drops in this map because of where you gotta position your armies seem like they're strong to begin with. Especially, I really like Dewalt taking that upper right base because it kind of cuts off that big window to drop into the main, destroy the production like we saw before.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, a drop could honestly be devastating, and with all these crackling upgrades, it could be exactly what Gorynich needs to get back into a game like this. So, but that top base almost helps kind of shield it from happening.
I mean, this is melee is fully upgraded, and remember, like Gorynich is still adding on the drones. The economy is still pretty good. He's actually adding in the ultras now, so these are 5-3. Got the speed, got everything they're looking for, and with Filer support, like this could still be. It's gonna be hard to close out the game as Gorynich takes more bases in the bottom.
I really felt like it was going to be coming to an end after all those storm drops and then the attack on the mineral only. But he managed to save that mineral only and stay in the game.
Yeah, all the pressure at the middle only. The fact that it hasn't died yet is mind blowing to me.
Yeah, it honestly is. A big Dark Swarm going down, but that's a lot of Hydras that will not be able to attack. I don't know. I think a Plague might have been a little better there, but we see some Reavers.
These Reavers, man.
Using that Dark Swarm. And Ultralists are falling.
Scarab damage on the way, but still, Reavers do enough on their own as it is. So that's a big win for Dewalt there.
Huge win for Dewalt there. That was very nice. Oh
was a
man,
good shuttle
perfect
pickoff.
storm too.
See, actually, I'm gonna take that back. Every time I look at these fights, and I'm like, oh, this is a big win. I keep looking at supplies, like, oh, this is still really close. Like, it's not getting out of hand for either side. I think Gorynich just has enough drones and enough base to just keep slamming out supply to replace what gets lost as they trade back and forth.
Well, not only that is the reinforcements that you use as Zerg are just mass cracklings, and usually what's left over. I mean, typically Archons aren't really left over. It's just your goons, and maybe a couple High Templars, maybe an Archon. So cracklings make good work with the rest of it. But man, the fact that Dewalt is just that Reaver. How many kills does that Reaver have?
It's getting so much.
Oh.
I'm not sure how many
Stop
kills it has,
building
but it's
for a
lot.
second. I want to see.
Well, it's gonna die. You're never gonna get to know.
No. I'm gonna go back and watch it count. No. That Reaver did some freaking work, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
was allowed
God.
to live forever. It just did so much damage for Dewalt. I mean, he's continuing to reinforce this too, so he still feels confident.
Yeah, and he's
Archon
still on 3
completed.
base. Let's see what how Zerg's econ is doing, because I don't feel like it's doing great.
He's got some good mining at 12 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Just took bottom left as well. No drones at it quite yet. But yeah, that mineral only is not mining. Not many drones at the natural either. So, meanwhile, Dewalt, his econ looks great, honestly. He's doing very, very well for himself.
Yeah.
He's going to multiple robos worth of Reaver production. Starting to use those the bulk of the army as he's attacking some of these other bases, and these speed shells are just gonna be so obnoxious to deal with on this map.
This
Yeah, they definitely
Reaver.
are.
Let's see what he gets done over here on these. God, man, his drops are so annoying.
Like, we're
Yeah,
26
they're,
minutes into this game, and he's doing this harass and not missing a beat on everything else. Like, this is usually the point where you see a little fatigue hit, and so
I told
this
you,
is just
he's a
ridiculous.
robot, bro.
He's a robot.
He is a robot.
Well, the mineral blocks are getting kind of low for the vault. Like the main and natural are obviously mined out by now, but also a third base is now mined out in a few seconds. And then he only has those 6 blocks in the mineral only and the 7 blocks at the, what is it, 1 o'clock. So the vault has to take another base eventually as well, otherwise
Yeah.
he will just get starved out here.
Yeah, I would like a move to secure that bottom right base. That feels like it'd be good. It's that on the high ground. You got the Reavers anyway, so the defense should be reasonably easy to set up.
Yeah,
Upgrades you can like
100%
from
agree.
most players.
Protoss is 3-3-2, 2 shield, and then
Dewalt
Zerg
gets
is 3-3
shields.
everything. He's got 2 shield. He's I think he'll get the 3rd one here soon.
Well, you know, and he may not, because I mean that is 400,
Yeah,
and he is running low, so he may never get it. But I was just going back to my earlier argument where I feel like shields are important as a Protoss player.
Yeah, they absolutely
At least
are.
versus Zerg, maybe not versus Terran. I can completely understand not versus Terran.
I get him for carriers.
Well, I mean, if you're going, I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're going carriers, I guess, possibly, but I mean, even then, I wouldn't really rely on them.
No, it's just a nice little help. But yeah, they definitely. It's a little less cost effective. Pretty big plague though, but still the Reaver's unaffected. He's gonna be able to fight this choke really effectively here. Gorynich just doesn't have that good flank setup like he's had the rest of this game, so like finally gonna kill his base, but the minerals are gone, so who cares?
Yeah, he's just abandoning it at this point. Oh, never mind. He's streaming in some more Hydra and Ultra, but man, ultimately it's not going to be worth trying to hold this one at this point.
I mean, it is just mainly Dragoon Reaver from the back here. This force might be able to clean things up. Gonna evacuate the Reavers, get him in a better position, but Gorynich is just trying to pick off what he can here. Both sides still trading back and forth so aggressively.
Wow,
No one
he's still holding it. That's so crazy to me.
Reaver, man.
kill this hatchery. It has to die.
Reaver does finally fall. Ooh. Yeah, this will be cleaned up once again by Gorynich. Great job.
This is a fun game.
Yeah, it
Oh,
definitely
and
is.
the vault even long mining now at the bottom. He barely has mineral patches. Okay, I mean he still has a 1 o'clock. But yeah, he is getting kind of low.
Well, there's finally that Nexus in that bottom area. Gonna have to set up some cans and things as well, but there was an Overlord there, so Gorynich knows about the move and is taking their own base in the bottom left to match it.
Yeah, it's very good for Gorynich here. He's still on a good amount of bases. He's not really mining much gas, but he doesn't seem to need to, being so Ling Hydra heavy. He's, you know, if there's some way he can possibly prevent this new bottom right base from Dewalt, he might have an advantage.
Shuttle in the middle of the map going for another storm drop. There were a couple lanes did see it though. We'll see if the reactions are there. This game's been going on forever. I would not blame anyone for not seeing everything all the time. And pretty quick reactions, but still gets a decent amount of kills. And here come a couple skirts behind it. He's dropping for more. This guy's an animal.
Man, that's so many dead drones at this point. Shuttle did go down though, so that was a committal from Dewalt. But Dewalt choosing to just sprint bottom left. He wants to kill this base now.
Well, he's not even checking for the new one. He wants to kill the one that's got drones and got some units there, but no SimCity, no Static D, so this should be enough force to do it. Gorynich, everything's going to bottom.
I don't know. He's got a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot coming in,
Yeah.
man. He doesn't have any storms. He lost a shuttle.
He's got a Reaver
Yeah, there
on
was
the
one
ramp.
Reaver inside.
Yeah, so this might. I would actually hold that choke. Yeah.
Yeah, you should bring
Look
those
at
zealots
that
back and try to hold
Reaver.
that.
Oh my gosh! Look at that Reaver. Oh,
Yeah, that's painful.
bro, he killed like 15 Hydras in 3 shots.
It's pretty good, but they don't kill the drones, they don't kill the hatchery. And now look at
No.
Gorynich, finally supplies about even. The wall lost a lot on that attack.
Yeah, he definitely did.
The
Yeah, but he
shuttle
managed
also
to get
died
that
with the Reaver
expansion out.
inside.
I don't know, man. Y'all, this game's kind of close.
It's
Yeah.
pretty wild. Gorynich
Shit.
going for the 6 too. I like it. Just
I mean-
take what you can.
I mean, if you measure these two on a scale, who's the better player? I mean, I would say Dewalt would probably get 90% of the votes, but Gorynich is not playing like that. He's like, hell no, we're even, bro. I'm gonna show you.
He really is. I mean, from a deficit too. At a few different points in this game, I felt like, Dewalt was in a very commanding lead, and he just brings it back time and time again. It's very, very nice.
Well, Dewalt is a much more accomplished player than honestly most of your other foreigners. Doesn't matter who you're talking about. Bonnet is the only one that can compare, I think, as far as accomplishments are concerned.
Yeah, I'd say so. Recently, Zeke, you got to put Sziky in there too, and True Touch. But yeah, definitely one of the most for sure. Ooh, very nice storms. Good plague, but
Reavers.
Oh!
That's so strong.
It's not really a good play because he only got one Zealot. The other Archons, they only have 10 hit points anyways.
that's true. That's true.
Watching Archons
Oh,
fight
look at this.
drones. I love
He
it.
sneaks a DT in and starts drone sniping. What is? Oh my gosh, man! I love it. I love
That
it.
multitasking. Yeah.
Okay, he did take down the shuttle, and that is big.
Yeah, these Reavers are a lot less mobile now.
Yeah.
But I mean,
no,
that
they're
was an
already in
essential
position.
base. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, what's the next move here? Is Dewalt just gonna hold this position and leave Gorynich on a one base?
Yeah, the 12's just
I think
mining
so.
out for Gorynich. He's got to make the move. Finally, Dewalt is not under pressure to keep attacking these bases.
Gorynich is on 2 base right now. I mean, it's 2 base against. I mean, essentially 2 base because his mineral only and his 1 o'clock are about mined out, right?
But the 12
Dewalt's
does
up
make
by
Dewalt's
70
entirely.
supply. I think Dewalt's definitely running away with this right now.
Yeah. He's still got a lot more minerals there now.
Yeah. I mean, Zerg wants to be on more bases than Protoss in general, so. kind of
Oh man, and the storm drops.
yeah, it's so painful.
The storm drops in this game.
I definitely agree.
Honestly, the harassment in general, while not like falling apart in other areas to do it, like just really taxing the opponent. Big drone transfer down to the bottom left. Can they get there? There's a big Protoss army waiting for him.
Yeah,
He's gonna go to this right here on the left side.
That's much safer.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it will. I mean, not really.
Well, I
Not-
mean,
look.
it's safer. It's definitely safer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no, he's losing these Archons for nothing.
Yeah, good pickup on those
Needs to be
Archons.
careful.
Archons are not good against Sunken Hydra.
Ooh, 2 more Reavers though.
Oh my gosh. So what do you do against this kind of army? I mean, Mutas?
Counterattack.
I mean, Muto's not a bad option, I think, but yeah, you definitely don't want to be super Hydra heavy.
GG.
Damn,
All right, guys.
That's a game one.
As a player, as a viewer, those are the games you live for.
Yeah, they definitely were. Man, I don't know how many times I had Gorynich counted out, and he was still able to hang on to that mineral only, that 12 o'clock base. Like, you know, that was incredible play, obviously from Gorynich, but you gotta, you know, hats off to Dewalt, just phenomenal play, keeping in it, you know, keeping his upgrades up on time, great unit positioning, constantly threatening bases. He really upped the pace and kind of dictated the game for sure.
Yeah, he had always such good trades as well. But one thing, if I had to criticize one thing, I think whenever he got a good trade with his army and he used all the storms and so on, he usually stayed there a little bit too long, and then we saw Gorynich clean up the rest of Dewalt's army again and again, and it felt like in the mid game that allowed Gorynich to come back in the game after the early Hydro bust. But yeah, overall, as you mentioned, like upgrades, harassment, everything like perfect from Dewalt, and definitely deserves that win.
Yeah. I mean, that game was just fantastic to begin with, but what gives me hope that this could be a really close series is Gorynich's army movement at most points in the game, like finding good flanks, making use of the lanes and the map to move in smart ways, and find these good fights, especially after the first wave of the battle. So excited to see the rest of the series for sure. All right, well, we didn't intro the guys from the first game. We could do it this one. In the top right, in the pale yellow, it's Dewalt, currently up one game after a marathon of a game one. And in the 6 o'clock in that pale blue, it's Gorynich.
I kind of like their positions here a little bit for Gorynich this time. Maybe the drop to the main won't be, you know, as accessible with these positions, but his, you know, third and likely fourth base should be positioned further away from Dewalt's natural, so it should be a little easier for him to hold here.
Okay, Dewalt leaving with the probe again after placing the pylon, so that usually indicates it's a forge opening here. Yeah,
we've only seen forge.
Exactly, not a single gateway opening. That's I think gateway opening is more common overall, but I think forge opening is always a little bit safer, and if you're not used to a map, then I guess forge opening is just the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, we see like some of these walls, not that they end up being bad, but definitely the gaps are a little bit bigger than you see on other maps, so maybe you're scared of if it gets scouted, it's just some big commitment to like early link play to kind of punish it.
Man, I missed that prediction. Hold on.
That's all good. We are getting another, what was it, overpull opening, and then this hatchery still hasn't gone down, but hasn't been at 300 minerals, so not really losing anything just yet. But still forcing 2 drones to annoy this probe. Always a good thing.
Yeah, always a good thing. Normally you'd want to be scouting with that second drone anyway, but with the first Overlord getting the first scout off here, it's pretty decent for Gorynich. Only 2 lings in production, so Gorynich being very economical with the start. You know, scouting the forge, he knows he's not really under any kind of a threat here early on. Just wants to get that extractor up fairly quickly in the main, so we see this is most likely just going to be your standard layer
There we go.
opener.
Predictions up.
Meanwhile, we have 1 cannon at the natural here for Dewalt. You know, this is he has his gateway down as well, so I'd expect to see core here fairly shortly in the main. Probe has still been kind of allowed to harass a little bit in this main. I'm surprised that Gorynich didn't opt to chase it with a Zergling here early on.
Well, this probe stays alive long enough to see it as a lair, not a fast Hydra, so always a little bit of relief to know what you're dealing with. So, but he's been so good at keeping this probe alive as long as humanly possible. Super annoying.
Yeah, he really has. You'd like to be able to threaten something like a fake 973 if you can by preventing that scouting, but Dewalt's just very diligent, very on top of his unit control. And nothing interesting, really happening too much here. We see a Zealot moving out for Dewalt. That's obviously looking to do some type of a flank harass, maybe pick off a drone or two at the natural or the third.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing. Okay, here we go. Here's the links behind it. He was stuck on an Overlord, so that might have slowed him down, reacting to the Zealot a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely might have. I mean, you normally expect it anyway. It's just kind of a trade that between Protoss and Zerg. Anytime you see a Zealot walk out, you got to have 4 Zerglings on the way to help defend it and all that kind of stuff. Pretty standard, but it should give Dewalt some scouting here, and he might be able to kill a drone at the third. Ooh, 2 shots, but drone will stay alive for now. Hydrogen actually down at the natural here for Gorynich. That is not expected.
Yeah, a little interesting.
I
2
believe
more Zealots coming out.
he might just be afraid of how quickly the Stargate's up here for Dewalt, and might think he just needs to get a couple Hydras to try to defend and keep his Overlords alive.
Yeah, I never really like seeing this though when you get that early lair and you're not making immediate use of it. So this 2 cells getting a pretty decent fight in the middle of the map.
Well, he is.
Drone also going down at the third, so good harassment here from Dewalt.
Is this fast Overlord speed or is this fast drop that I see from?
It's Overlord speed.
Ooh, gets around. I thought it was, but I was like, that's a little fast for Overlord speed. I felt.
I think he just, because he got kind of pushed into this weird build order where he has a Hydroden, no Spire, he wants to, just take some advantage of that layer, like you were saying. So one way you can do that and negate some of this Corsair harass is just by getting pretty quick Overlord speed.
But the Corsair still finds a kill here, together with the kill of the Zealot earlier. Dewalt has done a good job so far.
Well, Dewalt's not started his Zealot speed yet. That's kind of odd.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a mistake. I don't think he realizes that he hasn't started it yet.
Yeah, that's definitely got to be a mistake, I think.
Yeah, there's no way that you're pumping 4-gate Zealot and not starting your speed. I think he saw it now and he's like, oh shit.
It's on the way, and hey, you were predicting it earlier. Drops are being the immediate tech after the Overlord speed being finished, so could be something very interesting here, making some use out of the lair. But I think you're not dissuading the scouting, and I think it's gonna be hard to get Overlords in position if your plan is drops early on.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But I mean, nonetheless, not a bad call here. You really don't see this 5-hatch Hydra drop too often, so it might catch Dewalt off guard.
Yeah, well.
And see, I'm not seeing a Templar Archives dropped yet either. So you do have +1 finished, but I mean you're still only a little past halfway on your speed.
Well, I mean, these Corsairs are seeing the lack of a real tech choice, and there's not a whole lot of Hydras being made, so I wonder if, instead of going for Templar, go for Storm, if he's just planning to make a big attack with a ton of speed lots early before there's a chance to Gorynich to get set up on defense.
Yep.
Maybe. And
Yeah.
you know what? I'm thinking that I think that's gonna be too many Zealots for him to hold off, and I think I'm gonna lose my 5,000 points. I just bet on Gorynich because he played so well last game. I was like, you know what? I think he's gonna pull this next game off, and now I'm like, maybe not.
No, you believe with your heart, you bet with your head. These Zealots are already in here. They got the speed and the +1. Hydra.
Nah, he's getting a good surround on him, man. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, good surround. These Zealots also buying time for these Corsairs to get a few more Overlord kills here.
So many.
Ooh. Yeah, this is scary.
Even if you survive, this is so much damage going down. But yeah, it's not going to be enough to survive. Quick game. Dewalt's up 2-0.
Someone
Yeah,
delete that prediction, y'all.
Come on,
thanks for
man.
the points,
I'm winning
WhyUSuk.
all my small bets, but when I bet big, oh my god, man.
Don't you do any sports betting? This is why you don't bet for your team and you bet with your
I
head,
do.
not your heart, man.
Oh no, if I bet with my heart, man, I'm gonna go with Dewalt like 7-0, everybody. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna vote for Gorynich this game, and I did. You let me down, man.
Let you down.
Yeah.
Man, that was interesting, you know, like seeing the Hydra Den, even though he got the pretty quick
Fuck that.
lair. It was definitely a different build and something he was maybe trying to throw Dewalt off with, but Dewalt was all over it. That was good.
Yeah, it's just those Corsair stands like, you got a lair, but what are you doing with it? I could attack, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You guys like the map so far?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
My
definitely like
opinion
them.
on it's still the same.
Like, if it was
in
in the ladder map pool, would you veto
Nope.
it or no?
Nope.
I'd play it over benzene.
Veto it every fucking time, man. Told you, I like watching it. Not gonna play it.
In case people aren't aware, I just want to point out 3-player maps. There's no symmetry tool in like the map making software, and the symmetry tool basically, when you make something, it replicates it. So it's possible to do that on a 2-player map or a 4-player map. You can't do that on a 3-player map. So they're very hard to actually make because everything is sort of like custom made, and they're harder to, I think, balance.
Oh yeah. So you can't just like flip what you're doing.
Neosulfid by Latius might have been the first really popular 3-player map that was kind of balanced.
I'd
really
say Tau
I'd say Tau
Cross.
Cross.
Okay, yeah. Good,
Yeah, that's
good one. That's by Rose's Dream, who made Fighting Spirit.
Tau Cross and
But Tau Cross now is an Imba, from what I hear. Like, one example,
Whiteout
like
wasn't bad when it was on, right?
the turret ring now. Well, because I guess the meta has changed.
yeah,
It might happen to
like-
Neosulfid, but
Like
it's
Longinus
still
right
pretty-
now, like it's a Zerg map. Like Terran's not really good on that map. Because you don't technically you don't need a double gas as Terran unless you're fighting off carriers.
Hawk
And you're
told
really
me that
fighting
map was made when shit. I think
Savior.
somebody was
Savior.
dominant, and he said it was a really Zerg favored map, but Terran's still dominant because it has these chokes that allows Zergs, or does it not have the chokes?
Oh yeah, no, it's got like in the middle of the map, it's going up a ramp. The whole middle of the map is high ground, and you only have like 3 access points, maybe 4 on that whole map to get up that.
and at the same time, it was actually a heavy Protoss map for the majority of
I can
matchups,
see
though.
that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I can
no,
see
Protoss getting a double gas base against Zerg on that map was insane. Like, the amount of Templar they could pump out was pretty tough for Zerg to deal with, too. And even PvT was,
Yeah.
I think, very Protoss favored.
All I remember Hawk saying, guys, he's a Zerg player from the States, really good. He's like, maps don't have enough chokes, and Zerg gets fucked over in a lot of maps.
Yeah, yeah,
Every race hates the maps for their race.
it's true. All right, and spawning at the top right as the, I guess, like olive green Zerg, we have Gorynich. Meanwhile, at the top left side, spawning as the magenta Protoss. He's up 2-0. We have IRK's Dewalt.
You want to bring back a 3-player map I like. Bring back Medusa, way back in the day.
Yeah,
That map was terrible. I love it.
Terran being
Oh,
able to tear down those temples in the middle of the map and then push up into your main.
Oh, that one. The stack temples on your backside ramp.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, that was frustrating.
Zerg did okay with that whenever they get a couple lurkers.
I actually
But
played.
Protoss? Yeah, no. You got to spend money. Like you have to build reavers to break that back wall down. So it's like, well, fuck that idea, I guess.
Oh, let's we got to figure out how Dewalt keeps scouting first here. This is not the overpool. We got another one of those pool with the gas trick to get to 10 real quick. So different choice from Gorynich compared to last game. So hopefully it works out a little bit better.
Yeah, I like seeing this switch up in a series like this. You know, you never want to do the same build over and over again. Unfortunately, like we're saying, Dewalt scouts it right away, which sucks, but still, 9 pool is something you got to be wary of.
Yeah, with no gas taken, you can do. You
Prediction
can block
time,
this.
Fucking MasterRey. Thought it against me.
And there goes that pylon going down, but there's enough links in the way expecting that to be canceled.
Yeah, he'll probably be able to tear it down here pretty quick.
Now, why doesn't the Protoss ever go to the second base to stop this other expansion? I don't understand that. It's like you know that since he can't build there, he has to build at his other base. So why not just send the probe there to harass the drone a little bit?
I like seeing how many lings are on the way, which Dewalt did see 6 on the way here, so he knows he has to pull probes to survive now.
Leave the pylon up. Make those lings fight that pylon. Your Zerg even if you are slowed down, your Zerg's never gonna get a second base until he fights those off. That's my opinion on it. I mean,
Does Dewalt need to win like that though?
No.
he doesn't need to, but why not?
Well, that 100 minerals early, like slowing down your Nexus, slowing down your Cyber Core and gas and all that. When they made links anyway, it's going to die. I don't think finishing that.
Because he's Dewalt. He's like, I don't need to win like that. I will crush you. Just plain standard.
You automatically lose the 25 minerals because you lose a fourth of whatever.
Yeah, but it's 25, not 100.
Oya plays like that.
But how much does your opponent lose by not having that second base there?
On Eclipse, Oya does that all the time. What you're suggesting.
Yeah. See?
But he also like had a reputation for being like cheeky, I think,
No.
right? He did all kinds of proxy stuff, I heard, when he was younger.
Yeah, I think he did, actually.
Because he does what he wants to win.
Like, he doesn't need to win like that, is not what I'm trying to say, but Dewalt just seems like,
Yeah,
I will beat you straight up.
DeWalt's always,
Yeah.
you know, if you want a technically sound player, you're gonna pick DeWalt. He's probably the most technically sound player we have on the foreign scene. Like Bonif is, you know, as good or better as DeWalt is, but Bonif is not technically sound. He's just fucking smart. Like, he'll do some stupid ass shit that no other player would ever do, and he'll win with it. DeWalt will never do that. DeWalt will always play standard. He'll always play technical. His timings are always perfect.
Machine Gorynich has been around for years, right? He used to be one of the... I mean, he still is. He was in the last PSL Pro League.
Yep.
He's like a monster, right?
Definitely a monster.
Yeah.
He's a monster who's been around, like you're saying, for a very, very long time. You know, is competitive at a Pro League level. You know, you got to put his name up there with the other foreign Zerg grades like True Touch and Sziky, for sure. Yep. He's you know, doing a pretty similar build to the last game. We're seeing the Hydra Den go down in the main, 4th hatchery at the natural. I think he's just not confident in the timing of getting a Spire up to deal with this first course, is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, it could be it here, but at least this time I think he's got a healthier drone count than I think we saw last game. We've got some lanes to get an idea of what's going on here. So at least this one seems a little bit set up, but I think it's going to be the same kind of thing where Dewalt's going to get that Corsair in, scout a lair, but no tech chosen, and still be feeling pretty comfortable.
Well, let me ask a question. On game 1 between these two, did he have a Spire?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, well, he went toe-to-toe with him in like 27-minute game, right?
Yep.
35?
He did. Yeah, he did take the mineral only, but I mean, he proved he can make it work. But then, yeah, that was a Spire opening. I'm really unsure what this is. Other than my guess is this has to be drop again. He's definitely planning some type of a 5-hatch Hydra drop, and I think the positions are a little better for it this time. Loses an Overlord though. He's that's definitely a painful supply block.
Well, I feel like
another one
He's
too.
gonna lose another Overlord. That
I feel like
if you're
it'd
going
be
Hydra, you got to get the Hydra out on the map to save those Overlords. It's just you can't lose two.
Well, especially if Protoss isn't out of his base yet. He is now.
We're seeing +1 legs are about to finish up, and I'm expecting another move out that's gonna be hard for Gorynich to deal with.
Yeah.
But he's got good SimCity, like a Sunken would have helped so much here, but I know everyone wants to be greedy and not get that stuff.
Yeah, it's not worth it though. Here's the thing: you lose.
Yeah.
If you lose 2 more units than what you would with 1 sunken, then you've already lost.
He
Value
definitely should be getting a sunken right here. Having lost those Overlords, like he has to at least question, man, this is going to be a very difficult Zealot timing 2 hole because of those supply blocks. So yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a sunken here.
And look at these Zealots making use of the lane in the middle of the map, avoiding the lanes. They're going to see exactly where he's going straight for the third base that has basically nothing here to help defend. Just a couple Hydras and a creep colony that's not near done.
Drones.
Ooh, Zealots are
doing?
on top of the Hydras.
The Hydras aren't even attacking. The Hydras didn't attack. He lost like 4 Hydras from him to do anything.
Drones have been pulled. They pick off one of the Corsairs, and at least he keeps the majority of the drones alive.
Alright, that's a good, nice little wall right there. Sir. Fight with the drones.
He's confident. He's just putting them back to work, mining up some minerals. So both sides barely gonna get out of this. And Dewalt got a pretty fast robo. I think he's thinking this is gonna be a lurker instead because you wouldn't see that coming. But it is that drop research. We'll see if there's an opportunity. But the Overlords aren't even on the map right now.
Look at his main. He's got his natural. He's got Zealots going in there. 3 drone kills. Ooh.
Nice pullback with that drone, but yeah, this is so much lost mining time, so many lost Hydralisks at this. Dewalt's econ is just untouched. We have Templar Archives, we got Storm on the way. He's adding 4 more gateways, 5 more
shuttle.
gateways. Yeah, and a shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very strong from Dewalt.
I actually thought he was going to go for more of a shuttle play myself than fast observers. And this DT drop, oh my god.
He sees a lot of Overlords moving. That should kind of put up the red flag, right? I think he got vision of that.
But it don't matter though. We don't have enough to do any damage. Protoss can fight him straight up. Right? Am I wrong? I mean,
Yeah, I think he might be able to just kill it straight up. Ooh, DT drop in the main though.
yeah, this is gonna be nasty. And he's
Oh,
not seeing it.
gross.
He don't see it.
There's no units in position to deal with it.
Well, he doesn't even see it, so it don't matter. Look.
Yeah.
And now he's like, oh, okay, all my drones are dead.
Big Zerg drop over in the main though. Dewalt doesn't have much at home in position, so this could be turned real weird here.
I don't think
Yeah.
it matters because he doesn't have any Sunkens or Lurkers to defend his.
Natural. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is just gonna be too much from Dewalt here,
See,
even
and
if he loses his
units
main.
still aren't a moving. With this 1DT, just fucking killing all these Hydras and shit.
Good storm there. Oh, the Hydra's on the ramp. Oh no.
He'll slowly be able to clean this up, I think, with his round.
I mean,
Archon
he is
being
doing
more-
some damage at the base, but not enough, I don't think. Because they're not together. They're not focus firing anything. You've got to aim the Nexus.
I think Templar Archives would be good to grab here too, actually. Ooh, nice storm.
Nice
Getting a couple
split.
more Hydra.
You really needed to aim that Nexus. You take that Nexus down, you put Dewalt on one base. You essentially balanced out all the drones that you lost.
He's lost a lot. I feel like that'd be ambitious. Dewalt taking a very convincing 3-0. The first game was awesome, but this weird drop play just didn't pan out.
Yeah, he's just trying to switch it up. I mean, like you're saying, that game one really could have gone one way or the other. Gorynich showed some incredible play, but Dewalt overall just taking a very convincing, solid 3-0. Very, very well played there from Dewalt. All right, folks, I think that's going to be the last series for me. Gonna go take off, hang out with my fiance and my brother-in-law. But
Awesome,
thank
man.
you guys very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of my wonderful co-casters, and thanks for everyone for tuning in. This was fun. I'll definitely be watching still and see who ends up taking this. But yeah, let's keep up the good casting and enjoy the rest of your day.
Take care, Machine.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, Machine. See ya.
Take it
All
easy,
right.
man.
Still got MasterRey around.
Yeah, I'm back, but I'm not sure if I can stay super much longer. I have to work, and it's already like 10:30 p.m. here.
Oh wow.
Appreciate
But
you
we
guys
can do,
joining us.
Like 1 or 2 series, and then I have to leave.
Well, we got Oya versus Sziky next.
That'll be a good one too. Exciting.
Before we get into it,
PVZ. Yeah, go ahead.
want to talk about Battle for Ire, MasterRey? The greatest foreign show match of all time.
Sure. Yeah, we had the Battle for Ire, Bonus versus Dewalt a few months ago, with Bonus taking it 5-4, I think, in a 9-game show match.
That's right.
And here we have the second edition. Ox, tell
The
us
Marathon
details.
Edition. I don't know if this has ever been done in Brood War before. Up to 25 live consecutive games. The prize is at around $1,400. I think the sponsor is going to put in 200, so we are at 19 games. $1,600 prize pool, guys. Help us get it to $2,200 for 25 live consecutive games.
That would
Let's
be
make
awesome.
history.
I
Now,
feel
let me
like
ask you
that's
this. Hold on, let me ask you this: is each game worth money, or is it?
Yeah, it's
all-
based on map wins. And
Okay,
we
I was
kind of
about to say,
innovated that
I would
system
hate
too.
to play 25 fucking games and not have anything to show for it. Like, I would be so pissed off. I would never play for Team TQ again. I was like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. Fuck this shit.
Well, when you have so many games, it only makes sense to do a map win kind of system, right?
Right.
Because...
Yeah, but not everybody does though. You know what I'm saying?
But I'll
Like-
tell you something,
like-
Bonneth and Dewalt are monsters, and they have a really like competitive attitude, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, we can do it. And they're going up against each other. They're the two monsters of the foreign scene, no doubt.
I
And,
feel like 25 PvP is gonna devolve into some nonsense at some point. It sounds exciting.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah. Like, we're gonna.
I don't know if it will,
we're gonna
guys.
see Bonnet- We're gonna see Bonnet do a 2-base carrier. I promise you.
Not,
I've seen him
not
do it.
that much. Not
Well,
that
there's going to be
I've
two
seen him do
island
it.
maps. We're going to have at least two island
PvP
maps.
doesn't need to devolve into nonsense.
No, stop. I have seen
Ouch.
Bonnet play like a 2200 MMR ranking game whenever he was, on another account trying to rank it up, and he literally went 2-base carriers, and he beat a 3-basing Protoss as a 2-basing Protoss.
Are you
Like-
saying there's gonna be island maps though? Then maybe.
No, it was not. It was that one map where it's like I think it's
Plasma?
a player map, and it's got the 2 mineral patches that have like 16 minerals to help you with your block in front of your natural.
The destination?
Maybe, but I want to say it's like a snow map. What is it? Dang, I can't remember. It's been a while. But I was like, there ain't no way this is gonna work. And the Protoss attacked him, and it worked. And I'm like, oh my god.
Sounds awful.
I
Jeez.
told you, like, Bonneth can do some silly nonsense, and he can pull it off. And he can beat good players with it.
Well, I'd actually be very interested though. Very long PvP like that. It's gonna the meta of like, are you going Nexus first? Are you going DTs? Like not crazy off the wall stuff, but definitely it's not gonna be like 2-gate robo or like 1-gate robo spans like every single game. There's definitely gonna be some curveballs thrown in, so it sounds exciting.
For anybody who may not know who they are the best players outside Korea, hands down. They're got a little fun rivalry between each other. Everyone's always comparing them. Both play Protoss, of course. Both have a lot of championships under their belts. Bonneth more so. He has 4 consecutive BSL first place titles. I think he placed 3rd in Russian Cyber Games 2019.
But now DeWalt didn't. play
Dewalt
it.
got first place, I think, in Russian Cyber
Alright.
Games. Was it 2019? Was it 2020? Maybe I'm thinking of 2020. Anyways, I mean, they're both, I think, pretty close to each other. Some people say Dewalt might be able to beat more Terrans and Zergs more easily than Bonneth can. And Dewalt did get first place in the Best of the Best tour. That's where we have like 12 players, round robin, everybody played each other, all the races. I believe Bonneth placed 2nd in that. Right now in StarCraft, I think it's the most like complex, technically developed stage. So that's why I call it the greatest foreign show match of all time. And add to that a marathon edition where they're playing more than 9 games, which is a ridiculous amount of games. We're at 19 games. Just really try to like wrap your heads around that. It's really hard getting these two to play each other. They only play each other in tournaments. They've told me that other organizers have tried to get them to play each other. It's only Team ThinkWick who's done the Battle for Ire before, so big flex there. I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be like Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier in 1975 in Manila. I'm telling you, it's going to be crazy. And if we can get it to 25 games, guys, if you can afford to pitch in $1, $5, there's a Match Arena link. All the money's going to the prize pool. It's going to be a big celebration of StarCraft, of the foreign community, of these players, and they represent the best clans, Seoul and IRK. And of course, it's a big celebration of Ire. It's just going to be fantastic. September 4th. It starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. 4 p.m. in Europe. It's kind of early. The reason for that is the Dewalt's time zone is ahead. 1 p.m. Eastern is 12 a.m. Dewalt's time. So it's still going to be late as shit for him. It's going to be 4 p.m. when it starts for Bonneth. I think they might take like a 6-hour rest before the show match, because if it goes up to, it's already at 19 games, up to 25 games, it's possible for it to be 6-7 hours long. So it's going to be a real slugfest. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be exhausting for the casters, for me observing, for any viewers who stick around for the whole thing. But I think it's going to be like epoch-making. So really looking forward to it. Please tune in if you can. Even more so, donate a few dollars.
Let me ask you a question.
Hi.
What's the map pool gonna be like?
So it's a good question, guys. The first one that we did, the Battle for Ire, I convinced them to play all 9 games on 3 new maps made by a map maker who's we were trying to promote minerals. And we said if our stretch goal is met, and the first show match between them gathered almost $1,200 in donations. We said if our stretch goal was met, we would do the next one live, because the first one, it was all pre-played. And we would include standard maps. So we're including as many standard maps as possible. They've decided to include like 2 island maps. But the thing about including standard maps is you kind of run out of the, you know, Circuit Breaker, Fighting Spirit, Neil Sulfid, Eclipse, Polypoid. You might add Shakir's Temple. Like, you run out of those maps at like 7, 8, 9 number, right? And then you're probably digging into Tower Cross, like Gladiator, and all kinds of
just
old maps.
let them go back and forth, get both of them in a chat, say pick a map.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, just like have them go
For sure.
back and forth. Just like make their own map pool.
I'm trying to get Lost Temple in there. Bonnet is on my side, right?
No.
Lost Temple.
I did get reverse temple then if you're
Just
I
a
was about to
throwback.
say, you could do something like Reverse Temple or like an updated version of Lost Temple.
Nah, fuck it, man. Lost Temple, like just one map.
They got
Let's
one
go
last
back in
mineral
time.
pat on every single expansion, man. It's so bad.
Hey, if you get there, you can
Reverse
just
is-
do like
Reverse
just
Temple
do-
is just worse for the PvP.
Dewalt's not a huge fan of it, but we'll see if we can get it in there. Other than that, I don't impose maps. I want them to agree on it. We are including some of the newer maps from the New Worlds map contest in there. I think they tentatively agreed to Wavelet, Goodnight, Sanctuary. Tundra, don't know about. I think it's probably the tile set. It's white. And they're playing a shitload of games at night, so it might just strain their eyes. So, yeah, it's a very good question. We're going to need 25 different maps if we get to the 25k number.
just grab a couple from every ASL season.
Yeah, it's really important to mention that there are no repeat maps. So you might see some big show matches or tournaments where you play a certain map multiple times in a match, but here that's not the case. So if we go up to 25 games, that will be 25 different maps, and that will be a lot of fun. And I'm really excited, and I'm looking forward to it.
MasterRey will be casting, and Quark, I tried to get Oya. He might be available, maybe not. Might have the Legend CRVT, who's a big donator of all kinds of events. Thousands and thousands of dollars he's donated. Big shout out to Pure Pat. He donated $500 to this event. $501. He wanted to beat CRVT's donation of $500. Shout out to Des, who threw down $150. Big shout out to everyone else who's thrown out money. Please help us get to the $2,200 mark. Alright guys, let's get back to Tundra.
Yep, we got one more match in the semi or the quarterfinals part of this, right?
Yeah, that's right. We got Oya vs Sziky.
Yeah.
And
The
then
funny part is here we have a tournament with 30 games on the same map, and Battle for Aya will be a show match with 25 games on 25 different maps. So pretty much the other extreme here.
gotta love it, man.
Okay, Oya versus Sziky. Let's do it. Okay, spawning in the top left position of Tundra, the Zerg player. In green, it is Sziky. And his opponent spawning in the top right. In the color of his nation, blue and yellow, it is Oya.
Fun little flavor to add in there. Honestly, I'm happy that a lot of these quarterfinal matches was a lot of PvZ, because I mean, even just seeing the Dewalt series versus the Dragon series, and then hopefully when we see Oya, I think they're not playing the map the same way. They're all bringing a little bit of different flair to it, which is always interesting to see. That it's not just there's one thing that clearly seems abusively strong, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We still have not seen the Gateway first opening, but here could
Yeah,
be
maybe.
the first time. The probe is actually going back to the main base, so that usually means it's a Gateway expansion. Otherwise, if you go Forge, you want to send out the probe immediately to get some scouting earlier.
Yeah, so
Yes.
finally seeing something different. This is exciting here. I'm very curious to see how this plays out, and We had a 9 pool opening with little extractor trick, so we've already seen that a couple times. This might be a little dangerous for the gateway opening, actually.
Yeah, it's all very micro dependent here. But I mean, at this level, when the Zerglings come and you have a gateway opening, the Protosses usually know how to deal with that. They will place one Zealot on the ramp together with 1 or 2 probes, and then they have the second Zealot coming out of the gate to make sure that the Lynx can't kill the pylon or anything, and they cannot run into the main because of the Zealot and the probe on the ramp.
And it looks like Szyky's drone maybe getting a little bit lost on the map here. I saw it turn around instead of getting that full scout. So not going to find his gateway expansion as quick as he would have liked, but already has the 6 links anyway. Ooh, the probe can't get in the main, the links do pick it off. It does buy a little bit of time though before the links show up at the base.
So I wonder, can you actually close this wall if you put down the forge with only 1 Zealot there at the top? I don't think so. Right?
I don't think so. I think it's a little too big.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually keeping both at the front. That's risky. If the Zerglings run through, they get into the main. Oh no, and that's exactly what happens, man. Why?
Hey, but they don't have speed at least. You already got a couple zealots behind it, so it can be dealt with. Oya is definitely capable of the control to not lose too much of this, but this is just annoying. It's a headache.
Yeah, it's really so bad. Like everything gets delayed. For example, now he wants to add this gas. Let's see, at 100 minerals. It's just not coming because he's microing the zealots.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate here, but still, it's nothing. No big damage done yet. 1 zealot does go down, but down to 2 lings in the main. Still just being annoying. Got 3 hatcheries up and no decision yet. Actually, a 4th hatchery as well. So lots of larvae to play with here. No gas taken just yet for the Zerg. So very different style.
Okay, but I really like that Oya sneaks that 1 Zealot across the map to Szyky's base and basically force Szyky to make additional Zerglings. But to be honest, it looks like Szyky wants to make Zerglings only anyways. He's still producing Zerglings. Ah, okay, there's the first drone.
And still being pretty aggressive, feeling comfortable enough to move out with these links, but it's just the 1 cannon in this wall, so could be a little bit dangerous, but he just sends units across and wants to keep putting the pressure on Szyky.
Oh, nice catch there at the top. Zealot kinda bugging out there, dying without doing a single hit to the 6 Zerglings. Yeah, Dewalt has to be careful. No, Oya has to be careful. And yeah, he sends back that 1 Zealot to his wall in the natural so that he doesn't die.
He did maneuver another one though in like a little bit of a cute spot. He's waiting by the mineral only, maybe thinking that's gonna be the 3rd base, but we know it's up at the 12 instead. A lot of drones going to Hydra here, so finally Szyky revealing what they want to do. There's gonna be a lot of punch behind this. So they want to be aggressive with Hydras here.
Yeah, and we have we have that 1 Zealot that could scout, but there are 4 Zerglings. This is a very important moment there in the natural of Szyky. Can the Zealot get into the main and get the scouting information?
Yeah, so far not getting in there, but Oya did go Citadel first, a little bit blind here. He's not going for the Stargate, so can't get scouting info, but gonna have a little bit more robust ground force.
Maybe he can feel this out by moving out the 3 Zealots now and seeing the Hydras then, but I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, 10 Zerglings, not enough to deal with 4 Zealots, so maybe the 4 Zealots will scout the Hydras, but if not, 1 cannon will not be enough to hold it.
I wonder if he's thinking anything weird about this, because like you're looking at Sziky. At this point, you figure you had link speed, right? It's not even started. What you think is like he's invested so many links early. The fact that they're still slow, what are you using the gas on, or did you just really go ham on a bunch of hatcheries and delay the gas a long time?
Did he scout the gas in the beginning?
No.
I'm not sure. So yeah, okay. Oh yeah, okay. Adding a second cannon now. But he still has not scouted the Hydras. He's placing the probe in position for another cannon potentially. Oh, but no other cannon. This could be dangerous here for Oya.
And he's got Temple Archives in a way. The Storm's be miles off here. Zeld legs are about to finish up, but not quite yet. Same with the +1, but Zeld's still trying to fight the best they can outside the cannon range, unfortunately. But that's still killing off a lot of the lanes. It's down to a bunch of Hydras. Look at all these reinforcements still showing up. Still no link speed, but gonna start whittling things down. Even without the Hydra range, the cannons can't help out.
Speed is done for the Zealots.
Yeah, but I don't like this. You don't waste that. Don't waste those Zealots. Back up.
I mean, honestly, you gotta just stay alive at this point.
He wants to secure the forge. He wants to buy time for the upgrade.
Yeah, and that's fine, but
ooh, it's gonna be close.
Now
you need to go.
Yes, you need to go.
No, it's too
oh
late.
no!
No,
it
didn't
was
get
late.
it.
Oh no!
That's GG, I think.
Oh man, barely.
He didn't forge behind it.
Yeah, but Forge is dead, being remade in the main. A lot of gateways available, but still, you can see all the pressure here. Trying to make Templars and Storm, which means you're not going to get a whole lot more Zealots here to help. We're just 3 cans here. I think you're not going to be able to defend this. I don't think Storm's going to come out in time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Sziky will just roll over him now.
Bell's doing what they can, but they only got the legs, can't get the extra hits, and it's just not enough damage from these cans. First Templar is going to show up, but Storm's not even close, and the way it taps out of game 1.
Yeah, GG.
I like that opening choice, though, from Sziky to go with the 4 hatchery before gas. Definitely gave him a little more drones, a little more punch to attack when it did finally come.
Yeah, a few things happening in that game. I noticed one thing that I didn't mention in game because there was too much going on, but I noticed Oya placed the cannons one spot more behind the wall, so like closer to his nexus and not touching the wall. A little spot, how do you say that? Too far in the back, let's say. So the Hydras were actually able to kill the gateway and the forge before the range was done. In the earlier games from Stryker versus Dragon, for example, or also Gorynich, I think, the Zergs always had to wait until their range upgrade is finished before they can actually shoot down the wall. In this case, the wall died before the range upgrade was done, and maybe that was a little detail that cost Oya the game, I'm not sure.
Well, see, and that's what I don't like about some Protoss players' building placements. I never feel like placing a cannon a space off of the building is ever cost effective in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, it's better against lings, but that's it. And you don't really worry about lings. You worry about the Hydra pressure.
Yeah, the idea behind this is that when you have Hydras without range, but speed, so some Zergs go for speed first, and they run up to the wall and they can actually shoot down the cannon very quickly with like 4 or 5 Hydras, when there's only 1 cannon or maybe 2 in the beginning. But if you have the cannon one spot further in the back, then Hydras without range cannot shoot the cannon that well. So that's the thought behind it, but yeah, I think it has the disadvantages as well, and I definitely agree that I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, the cannons themselves, but I just like when you have the one space back, it gets hard to add on a lot of cannons if it is a dedicated 3-hatch Hydra kind of play. That alone is enough for me to not want to do it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it has more disadvantages than advantages, I feel.
Yeah. I'm getting overpool opening this time, so different style from Sziky. And is this Nexus first from Oya? Bold. Like, no scouting, just hoping it's going to work out here. We'll see if Sziky makes enough links to do something about it. This could be very dangerous.
Yeah, that's a risky play here. Will Sziky commit? Yes, he's actually saving up lava, so will make 6 Zerglings when the pool finishes. So yeah, that could be very dangerous.
Yeah, especially since the drone's going to get here and see that when the forge got started time-wise, like, yeah, I'm not sure you're really looking for this.
Yeah.
But it was only one set of links, unfortunately.
Oh wow, okay, that's big. But it will still be hard. We could still see a very early Sziky win here. Oh, little fight, drone versus probe in the natural of the Protoss. Drone wins! So the probe cannot place the cannon. So these 3 seconds of the drone having to move back, that could cost him the game. Those 3 seconds can matter.
Yeah, a little extractor trick to refill the health of the
this is a good
drone as
game.
well. This is obnoxious.
Yeah, that should be it. He needs to pull probes. Okay, he's pulling 2 probes. But I just don't think it's enough.
Trying to fight, one probe goes down. The damage from that first drone being very effective here. And
Oh.
2 links in the main, or are they going to be on the ramp? Yeah, the can't help you now. It is only 2 links, but yeah, that's going to be a bad potential. Oh, yeah, it's going to tap out real quick.
Okay, wow. I first of all, I expected his links to target down the cannon, but then he run by. I thought, yeah, okay, maybe, okay, then the game goes on. A little bit of damage, but then Oya just GG's out.
Yeah, I guess you're concerned about if there's more links on the way because you don't really have the knowledge of what's going on there. You're just trying to hold on, but like two links in the main alone, like that's gonna be a pain. I don't know if that's guaranteed to be game ending. But things got delayed a little bit by that drone harassing.
Yeah, and also 2 probes already died as well. 1 to the drone, 1 to the 2 Zerglings, so that's also another factor. Yeah, I mean, he took a risk. If you go Nexus first before Forge, that's a risk you take, and you have to face the consequences sometimes. And this is what happened here to Oya.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he takes another risk as we're into this game here. In the 6 o'clock in the yellow Zerg, it's Sziky, currently up 2 games very quickly. And then in the top right, in the black, it's Oya.
Oh, we
Couldn't
have
place
the
gate.
34%. Oh man. Okay, actually I don't think it would have changed this game, because I mean he didn't have enough units anyways to block the wall or so.
What did Oya say? I missed it.
Well, he said couldn't place gate. Maybe the pylon or something was like 1 hex too far over. He literally couldn't place the gate. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, so it wasn't that the gateway wasn't started; just literally could not fit at all, and he didn't want to.
I mean, he could have placed it somewhere like at the top next to the natural, or so, next to the nexus. But yeah, I think, I mean, the cannon was not done anyways, even if you have a gateway there. Or he actually wanted to go gateway opening in the first place before the nexus, but because he couldn't fit the gate there, he just decided to go nexus.
Possibly, yeah. I feel like Nexus first on a 3-player map is it's dangerous. I wasn't expecting to see that really. Well, we're getting another gateway first opening, so yeah, showing what they want to be doing on this map. So very different flavor from the first 2, but hopefully it gets a little more done this time as we're getting another overpool opening from Sziky.
Can the probe block the hatchery here? Can he react? Okay, obviously Sziky doesn't have 300 yet.
Yeah, that's not bad. Getting in here, seeing the overpool timing, so with that forge, should be able to get that Nexus going.
Probe wants to block the hatchery here. He knows the 300 minerals are close for Sziky. Oh, pylon.
Ooh, okay. Well, we did see that it was just the 2 lings last game, so maybe thinking that Szyky likes to skimp out a bit. But we're seeing 3 being made here. Hopefully it doesn't actually let this pylon finish. I don't know if I'd like that so much. Alright. Alright, it does get canceled.
Yeah, very nice delay here by Oya. First zealot is on the way, but it's sitting there. Is that intentional? I'm not sure, but I actually think it is. He gets out of the vision of the Overlord, pretends to run out, but then has it there anyways and gets back into the wall now. But yeah, in this case it doesn't matter.
You can see though, this is just troublesome to work with. The 6 lings, he forcing the Zealots to stay back at home. You can't. The Nexus is still not started yet, and there's not even another Zealot on the way. So just trying to do what he can, but Szyky managed to drone up, add on a couple more hatcheries. This might be a quick repeat of what we saw in game 1, especially if the cannon placement ends up being very similar.
That is true. This time, however, no links getting to the main base because there is that block that I talked about in the first game.
There's also the 3rd Zealot's out by now too. Things got delayed enough, which is good.
Yeah. But still a lot of Zerglings. I don't think he can fight with those 2 Zealots. He needs to wait for another one. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, so
Okay,
these lings
fine
didn't
hold.
manage to get. Yeah, lings didn't manage to get too much done at all, and now like making those Zealots, you're gonna feel too bad about that. So just get back on course. Cybercore and the assimilator are now on the way, so should be able to start teching up here. And Szyky, he didn't add on a 4th hatchery like we saw in the other game. Starting to work on gas. We'll see if it ends up being there more Hydra pressure. I'm thinking it's gonna be Hydra, but man, these lings find a way in anyway. Jesus. Finding an opportunity here, but Zealots are moving across the map to do their own damage.
Well, and see, here's another thing about, you said Oya doesn't feel too bad about making them Zealots. He shouldn't at all, because Protoss is essentially just using their gateways to pump units. Zerg has to replace making his drones instead of Zerglings. So essentially, that whole time he wasn't making any more drones.
Now, look at this. Oh yeah, it's got the 4 Zealots going in for the damage. 2 of them blocking the ramp. Nice little drone drill, trying to do the best they can. This is not doing the damage it needs to do here. The drone drill is fantastic.
Yeah, but still very, very fine opening here for Oya. He also got the gas and the core before even placing a forge. Sometimes you see Protosses getting the gas maybe before the cannon, maybe the gas and the core before the cannon, but he got it before even building the forge. That's a very, very early tech, very early Citadel and Stargate, and very good opening for Oya. Oh, but needs to be careful here. Beat is done for Zerglings. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a good amount here. Probes are going to try to block what they can. 1 Zealot blocks the bottom wall, but there's only 1 cannon here. These lings can just mow through these probes, get on in here. This is... Oh no.
Ah man, I can't believe you didn't pull more probes.
Really?
Man, so the lings are going to get back in here, start causing more chaos, and Can's about to finish warping in, but still, this is a lot of worker kills. Or it's still got a healthy worker count, though.
Do not lose that cannon. Oh my god.
Almost. Very close.
Here comes more
he
Zerglings.
needs to block. Yeah, he needs to block the ramp, the wall now.
And really,
Get the
what
Zealot in position.
Szyky needs to do is just drop a Spire.
Well, he's got the Spire well in production at this point, and
There you
Star's
go.
finished, but there's no Corsairs.
Oh my god, there's a gap! No! Oh my god. Ah, that was brutal. 3-0 for Szyky in 3 short matches. Damn.
Yeah, I think we saw why the other 2 series we had no gateway first openings. Just, I think it's hard to just keep that wall intact and the link pressure. Just managed to find little opportunities at every turn.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, he had 3 zealots in this case, and he had, I think, even a second cannon building. So he should be able to close the gap, but he didn't. So maybe he didn't really research the map as well as maybe Dragon did or so. Didn't really had the perfect walls. We saw the chat message in the second game that he couldn't place his gate in the first game, so it definitely looks like Oya was not as prepared here, and yeah, he loses 3 quick games because of that.
Yeah, especially since these the openings at the 3 bases are all very different. It's not like you kind of learn one walk and just throw it everywhere. Definitely had to research this map at every starting position, I think.
Yes.
But I mean, that does close up the or quarterfinals. Now we get to move to semis, and with Zerg winning, we still get some more PvZ action.
Yeah, like everything will be PvZ for the rest of the tournament. On the other side, we have the first semi-final now, which was OctZerg, who won against Kare, and then we had Dragon. So that's another PvZ.
And Dragon beat Stryker to earn his spot in that semifinal. So that'd be very interesting because I think like watching those two, Dragon definitely had a really solid game plan of what they wanted to do on the map, and OctZerg a little bit weird, a little bit like a little bit of a funny guy with some of his stuff, so could throw him off his game. That'll be very exciting to see how the styles clash up.
Yeah, for sure. Earlier we saw him going for that crazy one base muta build against Terran. I can like share a little experience I had with OctZerg. I played him on the ladder like 3 weeks ago or so, and he actually went almost the same build. He kinda technically had the natural hedge building, but he was on 9 drones, literally 9 drones, and then produced his first 3 mutalisks. So he went basically 1 hedge muta against Protoss as well against me. So he definitely likes to be very aggressive.
I just don't have the commitment to do stuff like that. It's so ridiculous to me. It's just like this attack has to do something. Like it's just like I just do like a 9 pool speed or something a little more normal and stable. But hey, if it gets the win, it gets the win. All right, so we're kicking off the semifinals, starting off the left side of the bracket. At 6 o'clock in the bottom, the yellow Zerg, OctZerg. And in the top right, in the gray Protoss, it's Dragon. Both players got here by winning 3-1. Very different styles between them, so we'll see what these guys do.
I really actually, how do I say this? This is not a down to the other players that we've had so far, but the players that we have in the semifinals right now have been deserving thus far. Like they have played really well in their matches. They have outplayed their opponents in every match. You know, sometimes you might have a player that, you know, wins, but you know it's a close match, or you felt like this other person played well enough they could have been there. I feel like all 4 of these players outplayed their opponents in a dominating fashion.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest exception to that, if you even want to call it that, would probably be the series of Gorynich. That the first game was wild, and then the second one was just this interesting build that didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting a 9 pool opening from OctZerg. We'll see if it is that gas trick. We've seen that every time we've seen a 9 pool so far today. No actual commit to the 9 pool speed, but maybe this is the difference for what? Nope. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
No, I didn't think so either.
And Dragon gets that first scout, so good for him. He's going for the forge openings like he did in the first series, and gets all the info they ever needed.
Yeah.
It's like really interesting though. I don't think I've seen very much of this 9 pool, but then at the extractor trick to get up to 10 drones like this, and we've seen it every single time on this map. I wonder what the thing is on this map that makes it so much more appealing. Because I would think 9 pool speed would have been like a choice at least for someone on this map.
honestly, on this map, I think 9 full speed would actually be viable, but you don't see it a lot anymore because, man, if it doesn't pan out, if you don't do good damage or any damage, you're behind. I mean, big time.
Yeah.
I think it might be a little bit more common on 4-player maps because there's less chance that Protoss scouts you early and you can prevent the probe from scouting the gas if it's 9 full speed. But on a 3-player map, it's just too risky. It's like 50-50 whether the Protoss scouts you first or not. And then if the Protoss scouts it,
Oh, a
it
lot of
should not
lanes.
work.
Got 10 lings out here for OctZerg.
I mean, we've seen the other games. He loves making these links. So it's a different matchup, but I think the mentality stays the same here. Well, forge opening, 2 cans, got the Nexus up. Nothing looking too unusual on either side here. So Hatchery's about to finish up with the natural. This probe still keeping these 4 links distracted, trying to stay alive as long as they can to see how that gas is spent, or when the gas is even taken would be useful information.
And here I want to mention like a very different approach. I noticed that in earlier like tournaments with Dragon, it feels like he's really trying to play a lot more safer compared to other Protosses. Like he got the 2 cannons, he got the gateway even, and only then starting the gas. Compared to Oya, who went gas and core before even placing the forge. So that's a very different playstyle, and I think playing safe against OctZerg is definitely the right choice here.
Yeah. Well, that also just kind of like from what I've seen of Dragons, kind of speaks to how he values getting to the game. If you can get into that mid game comfortably without getting messed with too much, he's feeling much more at home than trying to make things weird and give himself an opportunity to get in a bad spot. Goes that Stargate. We saw that choice in most of the games as well. So, but it is a 3-hatch Hydra being pushed so far here. No layer on the way. So, OctZerg looking to be a little bit aggressive, and with the wall we see here, I think it seems like a good choice. It could be hard to defend this without taking big damage.
Yeah, and then you also notice that Zerg is skipped on a Zergling speed, so you know he's going to be going hard here. You're going to try to get some early damage done. Not worried about the scouting probe at this point either. But I personally like Dragon's setup right now to hold off a 3-hatch Hydra. And he's even preparing for it. He's even got that extra other pylon coming in behind. Almost like he's anticipating it.
This time we have actually the Hydra speed first. But I still don't think he can go up to the wall and focus the cannons because there are those 4 zealots. I think Dragon is just very fine here, but he needs to see it and then add cannons very fast anyways.
Well, see, if you see the cannons up against the buildings like this, you need range first. If you see them space back like how Oya plays, that's when you get the, backwards. You see the cannons against the buildings, you get range first. If you see them space back, like with Oya, you get speed first. Get your Hydras there quicker, you still have enough range to where your Hydras aren't going to take that initial damage. You see here, Dragon getting ready for this Hydra push right here. He's canning it up.
Yeah, and a lot of drones behind, so Octor playing a bit of the mind game. Not hard committing to this pressure here. Forcing a lot of cannons out. We'll see if Dragon doesn't keep overreacting. I got more cannons because he just doesn't know. Even with the Corsair trying to get some scouting info, you see some drones being rallied. That should kind of indicate everything.
OctZerg did lose an overlord here, so that's going to kind of hurt him a little bit. And you see he's actually droning behind this. He's not actually going to go for a Hydra bust, I don't think. So he noticed the cannons being placed down, and he opted to switch over to kind of econ up a little bit.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a lot of gateways getting added on, so I think Dragon's going to prepare for the 2-base push once he gets that leg finished up, and +1 looks like it's going to finish without being harassed at all as well. The range is about to finish. Maybe can he get 6 Hydras, or is those Zealots going to be enough to slow it down? Close.
I see the Zealots being enough. I mean, you got 6 Zealots versus 6 Hydras, 7. I think he's gonna get the Forge.
He's not even really trying to go for it here, so we'll get the +1, we'll get speed, and with the gateways finishing up, might come out with a pretty strong army. OctZerg still droning up.
I don't like that he's still droning up, or he's still losing Overlords too.
Of course, Corsair gets another kill, and still gets a manage to see what's going on. Did see exactly when the Spire starts, so knows Mia's are pretty far away. I think you can move out with this next round of Zealots.
Yeah, I was about to say, guys, he's fucked, dude. After this next round of Zealots come out? Oh, yeah, no.
Upgrades finished, 6 more on the way. Good big reinforcements. This is gonna be.
I think he jumped it prematurely. I think he should have waited until the next round and then jumped all out at once. And hope that he got another round of drones.
But 2 more Overlords. That's a very nice kill as well for Dragon.
And still a lot of Zealots moving through. 6 more behind us, the reinforcements. Lurker's about halfway done. Spire's pretty far from finishing, so it's just going to be these units that OctZerg have. No Sunken. SimCity's not particularly great either. I think you can just kind of muscle your way through if Dragon wants to commit to it. Look at a little indecisive, but does commit through as the Lings all die. Hydra's not going to be enough to get through here. No amount of pathing is going to make this confusing enough for the Zealots. Dude, this is a lot of damage about to happen.
See, this is what I'm talking about. People always get so greedy and they don't want to place the Sunken. They take too much damage from this attack. I don't understand.
With all the Hydras getting mostly killed off here, like Lurker's just finishing up.
2, 3, 4 drones, 5 drones.
And here come more reinforcements. So we are seeing a couple Lurkers being morphed, so at least knows there's a little bit of a time limit here, but still. Ooh, losing a Corsair, a little not awesome here, but still, damage is done. This puts the Dragon in a great spot, and he knows what he has to prepare for.
Yeah, for sure. He did the damage he needed to do to win the game. I don't think, like, Dragon needs to do a big blunder to lose it from here.
Well, we've got the Robo on the way in Dragoon range, so gotta just be a little bit patient and wait for those observers. But you build up a nice force in the meantime. I don't think you're even sweating it at all. And OctZerg just 9 drones. He's just trying to catch back up here, which I guess is what he's got to do, right?
He lost that many.
Couple Lurkers do get to the front here. Ooh, they're gonna see the Pro move out. They burn and kill that and slow down that third base. That'd be nice, but no reaction just yet.
The Hydra saw it, so they're gonna get it.
Yeah, that's good. At least something to kind of make things feel good. But we're now into Dragoon production. The observatory is on the way as well. So I think you just kind of keep gearing up here. He's got plenty of gateways to make a strong army.
Yes, and he already has 6 High Templars. Sometimes you're a bit short on gas. You need some High Templars, but you also need to spend a lot of gas on goons and range upgrade and observers. But he already has 6 High
bottom
Templars.
left.
He sees it.
Nice.
Yeah, he sees it, but seeing it and dealing with it are 2 different things.
He's dealing with it.
Oh wow!
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, look at
that's
this.
quite good.
Look
What
at
the
this
hell?
drone. Ah!
I would lose my mind if this happened to my DT.
Oh, dude, yeah. Oh my god.
It only took 3 drone kills off that. That is phenomenal.
Wow.
And we're seeing the late Muse switch. Finally, some Muse in production with some Scourge. It wasn't constant Corsair production, so two more gonna try to move out here, but if they get caught by those Scourge, these mutas definitely have an opportunity, because there's only the one cannon in the main.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at this map, and you know how I also said, you know, Protoss can hold off the early Hydra push much easier on this map because of the small contain, the small conclave right there in the middle, where they're pushing out of right now. But you know what? Zerg can actually contain Protoss much easier on this map, I feel. Maybe not because of that little gap on the top where they kind of slide out once they break that entrance, but
Yeah, it kind of makes me think a little bit of like circuit breakers. That like you get past that point, controlling the bridges on that map can be very similar. These meters are coming by, and I don't know. Did Dragon? Like, he might have barely seen it, but no crazy reaction. There's not a lot going on here. Cannon's trying to be added on, but there's a lot of meters in the main now, and it looks like Dragon's going to commit to the counterattack. A couple of goons are here to help, but this is going to be very big damage. Dragon's going to have to do something critical to stay in this.
But I think Dragon will just kill him, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for, hopefully.
you know what? Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know that OctZerg can hold this attack off. Look at that storm!
Exactly.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it. That's game. 7 kills.
Yeah, the Mutalist will kill all the probes, but in the end, Dragon will kill all the OctZerg.
Yeah, I think I take that trade. Seems pretty good. Yeah. Even without that much ground force other than Dragoons, it's just so much DPS here. Storming the drones as well for good measure. Oh, man. And the Miz even backed off. They're in the top corner. They're not even trying to kill stuff anymore.
Yeah, they are
He
6
doesn't want to lose him for nothing right now, I think.
Dragoons.
I think he's okay with losing his expansion for now, but
Is he? But is he okay losing his main is the question. Because that's
why
what's going
he's
to happen
making a
next.
sunk in there. I don't know what else he's gonna do though.
Yeah, he's got plenty of storms left over and 2 observers. It's going to be hard to negate this. There's not even overboards in this main.
He's not gonna stop it. Yeah, that's a good game.
It should be. Mutas are going back in, trying to do the damage they can, but it's just not going to be enough. Yep, and there's that GG. Well, Dragon's Force strong enough. OctZerg just trying to be aggressive at the wrong time, unfortunately.
I think it comes back to that early Zalit attack that did so much damage, killed so many drones, and OctZerg was just behind. The Mutalist switch was a good attempt, but Dragon had everything he needs to win the game anyways. He had a lot of goons and High Templars.
Yeah, it just feels like it's hard to play against Dragon with doing this kind of stuff because he seems like shoring up all of the things that could go wrong. So you gotta find some kind of big advantage somewhere, but he's just not giving you the chance to do it.
Yes. Okay. So the winner of this match advances, like of the whole series, advances to the finals of this tournament, and now Dragon is ahead 1-0 versus OctZerg. Okay. Now we have game number 2 starting with Dragon spawning in the bottom position on Tundra, and his opponent spawning the top left, OctZerg. So, will OctZerg do an early pull again? He definitely is the type of player who really likes that.
Yeah, you can see, like, he just likes trying to get some links on the map, use them for some kind of map control or an opportunity to do some big damage. And Dragon over at the 6 o'clock base, so gonna need a different wall setup. We'll see if he's got something nice and set up for it. I don't know. I think I want OctZerg to play either like a little more aggressive or like way more standard. This like middle of the road stuff he tried in the other games. I don't know if it's gonna be how you want to play against Dragon.
Yeah. I think OctZerg will always go aggressive.
Yeah, which makes it the perfect opportunity to like 12 hatch or something.
I've never seen him do that.
Probably not.
Then again, he has the Overlord finishing, no pool yet.
Ooh. Am I psychic? Maybe I'm psychic. Could still just be a late pool, but yeah, going up to 12 here. A lot of drones behind it, but Dragon again, fortunate to get the first scout and see exactly what's going on. Can he stop this hatcher from going down? That'd be super obnoxious. And baiting away, it is a 12 pool. So different kind of opening, a little more drones, a little more commute behind it.
As a Protoss, this situation is pretty weird because you kind of want to block the hatchery from going up, but you're not sure if he is actually going for the hatchery because he could have made the pool in the main base. So you kind of want to go back in the main base to see if there's a pool, but then if he's not going for a pool, then you let him get the hatch. So it's a little bit weird sometimes.
Yeah. And we are seeing, with the knowledge of that is against the 12 pool, comfortable doing the next before forward. So Dragon cutting every little corner they possibly can, and there's 4 drones moving down. What? OctZerg, what are you doing?
Thanks
What
for the
is
sub, man. All the money goes to the players. Appreciate it.
I told you, man, he's going for the 12th pool, but he's still going aggressive. It doesn't matter, he's always going aggressive, even with workers.
So, what is the point of this, though?
I don't hate this.
He killed the cannon.
Kill the cannon, yeah.
Oh, but Miss Michael there.
Well, not only that, he pulled like 12 probes, man.
Yeah, he wanted to get on the cannon to kill it with the 4 drones, so that the links arrive and the cannon's not up. But yeah,
or at least take the shields off or something. Yeah.
Good pull by Dragon to prevent the 4 drones.
And blocking the hole. Yeah, he blocked the hole on the right side. Make sure there was no little run by there. So I think you got that second cannon up. You should be in a good spot here, but still has lots of probes forward. And OctZerg's just making links. he wants to be aggressive. Like you are so right about this guy.
I have played this guy many times.
That seems pretty reasonable. Gas going on in OctZerg's base, so gonna be able to start working towards something. See if it ends up being lair, link speed, wherever he's going for. But more links moving across the map. At what point do you try to go through? Because it's just there's nothing blocking anything. It's just 2 cannons. You can ride by that.
You leave 1 lane on this probe in your base. You take the rest of those lanes, and you go with what he's got. 15. He's got 16 right now. He'd have 15 at the base. Yeah, you can get about 2 cannons.
He's got 12. He's going for it right in the main. Nothing blocking anything. Oh god,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, what you gonna do against this, bro? Nothing. You're not doing anything against this.
Pull all the probes from the natural and get the cannon up.
Going for the pylon. It's gonna go down. That cannon ain't doing anything. Actually, kind of getting a little swayed here. Lots of probe kills up for grabs. Just go get them.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not doing anything here. You're losing this base.
Oh.
All right, well, this does fit the bill I was asking. It's like either way more standard or a little more aggressive, and he got a little more aggressive and managed to
Yeah,
get
put
through.
the wings on the top side. There you go. And just chill. And just fight. Because he has to pull all his probes up, stack them together, and then drill to fight these lings. Or lose 7 probes in the process. Oh, a little bit of miscontrol there by OctZerg.
And down to 3, but still, that's going to be enough to put on some more pressure. First, Zealot does show up here, but then you can micro this enough if you're trying for it. Down to 300 health.
He's not going to be able to. He's going to have to just focus on sniping a couple probes here and there. He lost his chance to kill that Nexus.
Yeah, but I agree.
He
I
got
definitely
speed.
feel like he could have done it.
You got speed. Oh,
Yeah,
and
imagine
slips
he
out
still has
behind
6 here.
minerals.
Oh man.
So many probes. Oh, so many probes, man.
Yeah, so Dragon barely survives, but still takes big damage. He has to block the wall still. He's down 1,000,000 probes at this point. We're just getting started now as the lair is finished.
The problem is OctZerg didn't really take advantage of anything at his base whenever he had all that control. He focused so much on the micro, which was not a bad thing, but he's still on 2 hatchery.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got the Spire on the way, and with the core like being so delayed, you're gonna force a lot more cans, or just Dragon's gonna hope. I hope you don't go Muta. With the 3rd hatchery, though, I think you take a second gas reasonably soon, and OctZerg's gonna keep putting the pressure on. It's just not gonna come from the Lings anymore.
He can get around that left side. I mean, it's gonna essentially he's only gonna be able to get that 1 cannon. He can't actually run in, but I really don't know what he would do from there, though.
Oh, we need to see cannons for Dragon. He has to do blind cannons. He cannot wait for his Corsair. It will be too late.
Yeah.
Oh, but
yeah.
no pylon at the natural mineral line. Once again, he needs to get the pylon there right now. Otherwise, he cannot build the cannons.
Well, you know, and the thing is, though, is OctZerg doesn't have that second gas, so he's only going to be able to make 3 Mutalisks if he does decide to opt Mutas, which he definitely should have this game. Like like it's not even a question. He should have made Mutas because he saw that he had no core for the longest time.
Yeah, there are the 3 Mutalisks, and the pylon is actually going up in the natural mineral line. So will he make the cannons now?
Well, shit, hell, I wouldn't be against going just straight to the main base, trying to finish up that
Nexus. And
Yeah,
we'll
of
see if he
course,
gets
yeah.
there. He's got 3 and the Scourge, so he might be able to kill that first Corsair in transit. That'd be real big, but still, OctZerg got up to 4 bases with all these hatcheries, the extra money he had because he delayed that second gas so long. Well, here's going to be the move out now. If those 2 Scourge kill that first Corsair and the Lynx see where it is, oh, that's huge. No! Oh man, the opportunity was there, but unfortunately. But still, no anti-airs here right now. Cannons trying to be made.
kill the cannons.
Corsair takes 1 Scourge here. They're trying to fend off the other one.
No,
Gotta be
lose the
careful.
Scourge. Wow. Oh well, he's still doing a lot of damage here.
That's a lot of probe kills, but not killing the Nexus, not stopping these cannons here. And it's still just the 3 Mutas. I don't see more in production. And Dragon's going for a move out with a couple Zealots here. They don't got any upgrades, but just trying to force some kind of reaction and alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, well, you know what though? He forced Dragon to make a shield battery. He's got 3 cannons in his main. He already lost 1 cannon. I mean, Dragon is still on 1 gateway, you guys. He's on 1 gateway. OctZerg's got 4 base.
Yeah, and a healthy drone count. It's not like all his aggression came to
Yeah.
expense the money. 31 drones and keeping your opponent pinned back with really like minimal force. This is 3 Mutas. This isn't like a giant investment. And 10 more drones behind it. Jesus Christ, OctZerg.
Yeah, OctZerg's, he's not losing this game. If he loses this game, he dropped the ball.
Yeah, it's definitely in the driver's seat for sure. Zelda Lake's just gonna start up now, but like we're so far away from more gateways. Temple Archive's just getting finished. I think OctZerg's just gonna have to hand him a ton of time to build up a force. But these mutants could just poke in and check on what's going on whenever they want.
You know what I would do right now if I was OctZerg? I'd drop my Queen's Nest right now, and I'd start layer tech, or hive tech. He's got time. He's got all the time in the world. I'd pump out some more Scourge, and I would just tech.
Oh, he's got a lot of Scourge here. I already see 6 on the field. He's going for the
There
fight.
you go. There you go. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, Dragon can't get any overlord kills, not getting good scouting info either, and actually now behind on workers, so the Hydra production begins as the upgrades are nearing completion to get these things to 1-1. Or 1-0, sorry. You can't like move out with these zealots. Oh, this feels so bad. It's one that does sneak out though. Gonna be able to at least get some scouting info. If you can confirm the lack of. Well, no, it's just like what do you like? You're just gonna see like this. Oh, this just looks bad. And look at this move out from OctZerg. All these Hydras heading down south now. Templar there. Storm's nearing completion, but not quite done just yet. Well, I think he's gonna have it in time, barely. I don't know. He's got to pull the Templars back though. Doesn't want them to lose real away.
Yeah, Storm finished.
Nice. That was a good one.
But you know what? All of this is worth it for OctZerg. Even if he loses units at this point, if he just keeps dragging in his base, it doesn't allow him to do anything. I mean, and he's got the economy to do this. 4 base versus 2 base. Yeah, as long as he doesn't just stand in the middle of storms, he'll be fine.
Yeah, OctZerg, like he's still built up quite the force.
Oh yeah, look at this fucking army, man.
Yeah, Lurker aspect's about to finish. There's no Robo even started, right? So that's gonna be a nightmare to deal with for Dragon. I think at that point, like you have to sit on your 2 base forever. OctZerg could take a 5th whenever they want to take it.
Yeah, I think at this point there's only like one chance to win this game for Dragon, and that is just one big 2-base all-in attack.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the plan here, but the Robo just didn't start now, and Lurker's being morphed like that. There's no way that ever actually works. You just got to back off the moment you see Lurkers firing spines at you. And we got a drone over
On
at
a
the
rare-
top right.
On a rare occasion, you'll see like a Bonneth or a Dewalt run like 12 zealots right by the army, and you'll see the Hydralists have to back up to defend their base, while the Dragoons and the High Templars pick off the undefended Lurkers. I have seen that quite a bit, but I don't think that's gonna happen here.
Yeah, well, without observers though, like that's so hard to do.
Okay, I was actually just about. Well, I was saying like run your zealots past while your observers are making. Just keep your zealots on the map. Zerg has no idea where you're gonna be at. They're gonna have to chase you down. But I was actually just about to say Zerg really needs to, since he's got this advantage, to pop out some Mutalisks, snipe off those observers, snipe off those High Templars. Sure enough, he's got 7 mutants here waiting. I'd like to see closer to 9 or 10, but
yeah, look at a lot of drones being transferred to the top right. 62 drones right now on 5 base.
oh my gosh.
This is just a ridiculous economy here. And he's got Lurkers. They're so spread out. Like you're not storming your way out of this one.
I hate being in this position. Look at the range on that cannon. What the F? David Blade. Bro, like, I didn't know. Yeah. He positioned that cannon perfectly, man.
And it does give him at least a little bit of room. Might be able to sneak out here, but even like getting all your army through this Sim City without taking a ton of damage, like I think you gotta clear out some of these buildings, but he's gotta
Like,
wait for this forge upgrade.
Yeah, you gotta micromanage the piss out of this. You have to storm and then take a Dragoon Observer and snipe a Lurker. Then back up real quick because Muta's gonna be coming. Then you gotta do it again. Then you gotta do it again. Then you gotta do it again. Because these mutas and Hydra, look at this. They're already positioning to kill this observer.
Well, here's the move out. We got plenty of Dragoons. Observer is here, but like I said, Lurkers spread out pretty good. Lots of Hydras, but they're not engaging on the concave. Here come the mutas to go first. It's just Dragoons right now. Great storm with all on the mutas.
Yeah. Back up and just... Oh, see, I don't like that. He just lost all those mutas from that thing. But...
He's not moving forward with the Lurkers. He's not using half the Hydras here. He's just too far behind because look at all his army from Dragon stuck in the natural. He can't even join the fight.
Where's the storms at? Yeah. There you go. Oh my gosh, that was such a good storm. That was a great storm.
But they're just
Man, these Lurkers. Ugh.
Yeah. All the zealots will just die to the
folks, if you get yourself in this position, break out of one side. Break out one side. Pick a side, break out of it, and then just run.
Break
So
out of the game.
You just can't. He can't get out of his base, man. See, look at this. OctZerg is just taking the entire fucking map. He said, "You know what? I think I'm just gonna expand again."
I mean, why not here? He's up.
You're on
another
the base.
20.
I'm on 6.
I actually wanted him to get the minion only of Dragon and make some functions there.
That would be sick, actually. Yeah, that would be so smart.
I think Dragon's about to tap out here.
I mean, it's gotta be coming soon, you would think. We got more Lurkers being made. The Filer Mountain in production, so this heavy Dragoon offense. Eventually, that's not going to be viable anymore either. But you can see, Dragons keeps trying to break out here. It's a lot of the Hydras are gone, being more for Lurkers, but yeah, too much.
Man, yeah, it all comes down to the Zerglings, the 15 or 16 Zerglings that run past the 2 cannons and got into the main base. It just caused too much damage. Even if he didn't kill the Nexus, he killed enough probes and prevented so much mining time for some cannons and everything. Like, it was just too much damage.
Even just a minimal investment in the mutas too, like just keeping pressure on and massive drones behind it, getting up the 4 base really quickly, taking the 5th at a reasonable time too. Just everything about how he played from that advantage, OctZerg looked real good in that game.
You know what? Part of it was disappointed. I only saw 3 Mutalisks, but seeing how it turned out and how he played it out, like, that was really smart, man. Like, I was like, man, just fuck him up. Just keep Mutas rallying. Just go. He's got 1 gateway. He's got 1 Stargate. He can't make a cannon. But he forced 3 cannons and a shield battery out of Dragon to just protect his main Nexus. And I was like, you know what? That was worth it, man.
Forcing a shield battery at all is like, it feels like the moral victory right there.
Oh yeah, moral victory in a half, bro. Yeah.
Okay, just before this game picks up in action, I just posted a link in the chat where you have all the information about this event and the other 3 map test tournaments for the top 4 maps that we had in the map contest. And there are also download links if you click on the map name in that thread. So there you can check out all the maps and download them.
Thanks, man. So this is the final map test tournament. After this is done, we will have done all 4. We'll be creating a TL thread soon on TL.net, obviously, and asking everyone to vote on their #1 map out of all 4 maps. And we assume that you've watched some of the games, you know what the maps look like, you know what kind of games they produce. And yeah, we'll get a #1 map at the end, and its author will win a prize. That will conclude the New Worlds Map Contest First Edition.
Yeah, I'll have to really think about that because the initial voting, I didn't vote very high on Tundra, but these games have been pretty sick, so I gotta reevaluate.
Yeah, that's one of the issues, right? When you just have a map image to go by. We did try to organize some like show matches on the maps just to give people an idea of what they're like. But it's only the playtest tournaments that you really see the potential of each map.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been exceeding my expectations. We're getting another one of these pool with the gas trick to get these extra drones, and Dragon not gonna get messed with this time, I don't think. Not gonna get caught off guard. He's got the scout, he's got the forge opening, so well, hopefully we get into a more normal game, not crazy shenanigans like we just saw.
And yeah, he will just play super safe now. Now Dragon, I'm not sure if he had a lot of experience beforehand. I mean, he's from North America and OctZerg is from Europe, so he doesn't meet him in ladder probably. But now he definitely got his share of OctZerg aggression, so he will definitely play a little bit safer. Maybe put those 2 or 3 probes in the wall. Let's see.
Well, I mean, the probe did see the 6 links moving out now, and there is 2 cans that should be finished before they get there, but yeah, still gotta make sure they can't just run by and get into the main, so we'll see if he pulls a couple, or if OctZerg's even gonna go for the run by here.
I think with 2 cannons, you're fine against 6 Zerglings. It's just when it's like 12 or more, then you have a problem with 2. Or
Yeah,
of course when speed finishes.
Yeah. Which, I mean, he's still got that scout in there. He sees gas being mined, no lair started just yet, but it's only recently here. He doesn't have enough gas to do anything with it. We aren't seeing a 3rd hatchery go down just yet, though. That's a little bit surprising for me. It's going to be a lair. So 2 hatch going into lair pretty quick here.
He keeps mining gas, so that could be for link speed, or it could be for, yeah, just some additional Mutalisk maybe later on.
Yeah, we saw in the last game he was a little leery of taking that 2nd gas, so, you know, maybe just mining up the more now so you can make the couple mutas that you're looking for, and then keep it mainly on minerals to get the extra hatcheries. So we'll see what it ends up being. But it is link speed going through, so gonna be able to help him keep that map control.
Okay, first Zealot in production, and I hope really that he puts some units in his gaps this time, or continue to make more ballots to put in the gaps. Spire coming.
And it's not quite 1 hatch spire, but still pretty aggressive.
Yeah, he's on 15 drones, even 17 now. That's definitely very economical for OctZerg. But he's also produced some more Zerglings, so there will be Mutalisks, and there will be a ton of Zerglings anyway, so could go downhill for Dragon if he skips on any defense somewhere.
Well, Probe tries to poke out, sees a lot of links heading his way, so I'm not expecting him to skimp too much here. Especially
There's
since
a gap.
Stargate's...
There's a gap.
Oh god! Oh! I cursed it. I apologize.
You have to close the gaps. I can't believe it. This is incredible.
So these speedlings getting in here, and it's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on. That cannon cannot get completed. There's a couple zealots here to help out. Probe's trying to do the best they can. Down to 3 lings, and that's seeing the intent that it is the Cybercore upgrading research, but still taking some pretty big damage here for the minimal investment. And we got the mutas on the way.
Yeah, so the point of getting the speed Zerglings in the main bit here was to focus down the cannon, so then the Mutalisks and 1 pair of Scourges can arrive and basically kill Dragon.
Yeah, but Dragon knows the mutas are coming.
Yeah, and he rebuilt his cannons very quickly, so that's good. He has 2 cannons by the time the Mutalisks arrive, so Dragon is fine for now.
He doesn't have anything in this expansion just yet. Let's see how quick he get that up.
Ah, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, this pylon was missing once again. Damn it.
Yeah. He's got to come up the bottom or top side though. But he's got to go now. Like he can't. Okay, he's not going to do that, so he's probably going to miss his opportunity.
Yeah, it's tickling the Stargate, draining some of the shields. That isn't really getting anything done significant here.
Oh yeah. And he is against 3 Corsairs, so maybe he doesn't want to push the objective, and he just wants to, you know, secure his base. But he is getting +1 armor though. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember him getting that in any of the other games, so interesting choice to do that instead.
That probably tells us that he wants to stay on pure air units here, get a lot more Scourges and a lot more Mutalisks. He also got the second gas here in the natural.
So if Zerg chooses to get a mineral only, does that imply anything to the opponent? Or it means nothing?
That he's dumb.
It's not drastically important because you got the 2 already, but
You
would
just consider he doesn't have
I
a
don't
gas.
understand it at all.
you'd like the 3rd to be a gas base, but you could survive without it, I guess.
But as like an opponent, you're like, okay, this
Well,
person doesn't have a 3rd gas though, right? You can
Well,
at least
it's
deduct
also
that much.
It's also got 1 less mineral patch on this map, so I really don't know what the plan is here. Because you just went Mutatech, you just got +1 Carapace on your flying units, flying Carapace. You're still making more mutas, so you can't support Hydras out of this. You're gonna go Mutaling versus Protoss, who's going mass +1 Corsairs. And +1 Zealots. Like, I can't agree with that.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of Corsairs we're seeing. It's going to be up to 7 very shortly with the +1 and making some DTs as well. So very low gateway count, but this has the opportunity to have a lot of finesse behind it. See if the Dragon can get something going.
And here's something else I'd like to point out. Even if you win your air battles, which I've definitely seen Zergs do. I've seen Zergs, they control their Scourge perfectly. They great spread, kills all the Corsairs. You still got 3 cannons in the main to deal with. You know, so I mean, it's not like you win a major fight or anything.
Yeah, but at least that does, if you can eliminate some of the some of the Corsairs. So, like, it's not free scouting info. You can make sure the Protoss can't move out without good anti-air. And there's 1 DT hanging around here, but lots of mules moving forward. A good spread of Scourge as well. And this DT won't get past the Sunken, I don't think. Right?
You get past the Sunken,
God
but ain't
damn
get
it.
past the Mutas. Come back here, fucker. And see, I will
really
see
love
this.
that.
Oh, so you got an Archon, and see, the thing is, if you had that second gas, you'd be 3 gas against 2 gas, and it'd be okay. But you're 2 against 2, and it's a Protoss. That's not good. You always have to have. The thing is people say you got to have +1 base over a Protoss. Is really you got to have +1 gas over a Protoss.
Well, we are seeing the 4th base go down over at that 9 o'clock. So I wonder if that was like the intent of taking the mineral, the indication that they're going to try to expand downward, kind of like, instead of trying to go along top side and just plan to get the gases later. Yeah, I still don't really like the choice of getting that mineral base.
I wanted to say earlier that I really like that Dragon didn't stop Corsair production at 5 and really goes extra safe and gets a few more. At this point, however, he already got 11. I think he needs to stop at some point and get some Storm out. I mean, getting so many Corsairs costs a lot of gas. And if OctZerg switches into Mass Hydra, that will be dangerous. Also Lurkers, you need Observer, you need gas there, you need the Goons, the range upgrades. You can't go Mass Corsairs only.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are seeing some Zealot Archon moving to the map, but yeah, like, you wasted a lot of time kind of building all that up. 7 Lurkers on the way, and the Robo's only halfway done at this point. Corsair's going to see all the Lurkers morphing, so big information. We'll see if Dragon wants to retreat here. But still, it's a good amount of Overlord kills, a big supply blocks going down right now.
Yeah, but actually he has no Hydras here. He actually moved every single Hydra, morphed every single Hydra into a Lurker, so that could be dangerous that he loses all his Overlords, but for some reason Dragon doesn't like to commit. He has so many Corsairs, he should just hunt Overlords at this point, in my opinion.
Oh, it seemed good here, but look, all the Scourge and Muted are threatening on that bottom side. Dragon is going to poke forward. He's going to start that Overlord hunt, but that reveals all the Corsairs are nowhere near this air army.
Oh, that clump! Yes.
Oh, this
There
is
we go.
Christmas. Christmas.
Oh, but he really is very careful with the Corsairs. He really doesn't want to lose them and overcommit somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, that seems very reasonable to me. We're getting the next Nexus going down. It's at the mineral base, though, which I'm gotta say I'm a little surprised by. He's got the Zealots already at that, the 4 o'clock that you could have taken instead, but often keeping everything very close together. Maybe all his air units wants to make sure it's as spread out as little as possible. Or just take both, fuck it.
Well, one thing will get cancelled. Can the Corsairs maybe catch those Mutilis on the way back?
That's 12 of them moving forward, a couple Archons as well. And they're safely moving very far down south, so no, not gonna be able to do that, but it does stop that Nexus from going down.
Okay, Observer is out by now. He has the first wounds on the map as well.
Ooh, look at this Hydra Lurker going for that mineral base right before everything really gets online. Can they stop these cannons from finishing here? Dragon's gonna try to retreat and pull this off, but still, if you can cancel that Nexus again or kill it off, that'd be fantastic. I don't know, it's so close.
The Lurkers
Doing
find
a
on the
lot
map
of
Zealots.
damage to this horse now. Look at that. Oh,
Oh, all the Zealots are bruised. That was such good damage from those 2 last Lurkers.
And look, the Muta's coming back in. Really, OctZerg is just attacking these 2 fronts very well. This Dragon at some point is going to go out, had enough of this and go for the attack themselves. Now they got observers, I'm expecting it to happen soon. Ooh, Corsairs are here. Scourge are all dead pretty much, getting mowed down pretty quickly. So here comes that big fight with the Muta clump. Dragon's got his units far forward, but not committed to attacking a base yet. And oh look, all the Mutas are dead now. Now you got this Corsair Death Squad just getting mowed through Overlords. That was a little bit of an overstay by OctZerg.
Yeah, and finally we see the Corsairs getting some nice return on the investment here for Dragon. Oh, all the Lurkers on one clump. Storms could be devastating here.
He's got Templar and plenty of energy. I assume he has researched it, but I actually didn't see it. OctZerg is attacking that mineral base again, though. Lots of Hydra and Lurker moving forward. A couple cannons not going to be enough to defend that. Yeah. And Dragon had to recall in the attack. He's coming back home to help defend, but loses that Nexus already. And the one that's over at that 4 o'clock is already so low. Lurker's going to go down and try to finish that off too. If they can put Dragon back on 2 base, OctZerg making some really good moves. He's not targeting the Nexus.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, not targeting the Nexus here. I think he could have gotten it.
Yeah, I think so for sure, because he killed some cannons and the Nexus lost all of his shields.
Oh, he's coming up behind and sniping these Saetzero, so he stopped. He's just going in.
A good storm to help defend, but there's a lot of Hydra aggression moving forward. Corsairs doing what they can. If they can get a supply block, maybe ease the pressure, but OctZerg's got plenty of Overlords here. A lot of the Corsairs did end up going down. Lots of Storms and Dragoons helping out with the defense up at the front, but still. OctZerg is basically...
Word.
Oh, seriously.
He's not paying attention to it now. They get picked off. Oof.
Yeah, that... Ah man, that was really not a good trade for Dragon. I think OctZerg is running away with this game. Like, you invested so much gas into 12 Corsairs, and now they are all dead. And they they didn't really accomplish too much.
Yeah.
And now with the Nexus going
Oh
down,
man.
this should be the game.
Yeah, gonna be able to kill off all these pros as well. So drag it back down 2 bases. They're both running on fumes at this point. I love how OctZerg plays that though, attacking one base and the other, and they're so far apart that it's very easy to kind of just not overstay and lose everything. Even when he lost to Mutas though, he just had enough of a lead to the ground whenever he did the job.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird
Excellent,
that
excellent
Dragon
play.
was out of position the whole time when he had 12 courses. You would think that he sees the movements if he has all the air control and flies around the middle of the map. But yeah, for some reason OctZerg found ways to sneak his units around the Hydras, the Mutalisks, and denied the expansions or killed them in the end.
I was kind of worried for Oct when he lost all his mutas. I thought that was game over.
Yeah, I think if it happened earlier, it definitely would have been, but you already got the bases online, plenty of drones, lots of Hydras and Lurkers, so.
Should Dragon have gone back to save his third when OctZerg had attacked initially? Or could he have taken out one of OctZerg's expansions? The one on the bottom or the middle only?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been better for Dragon if he didn't try to take both of those bases, because then he would have a lot more defense set up to protect the one rather than trying to get both. I'm not sure.
Because
I
then you're
think-
constantly going back to save your bases and you're playing reactively.
Yeah, I think he could have done one or two things. I think he could have actually used one as a feint. So let it die while you secure your other one. And then you could counter, or, you know, you just... he definitely could have killed either his mineral only or his other bottom expansion Zergs. But he didn't choose. He hesitated, and then he ran back. So, no matter what, that puts you at a disadvantage.
And I think it's also important to leave your army at your base sometimes until the cannons are up at least, and then you can leave with your army and put on some aggression or so. But we saw all the attacks that OctZerg did. The first attack was with like 2 or 3 lurkers and like 10 hydras. We had like 5 cannons in progress, but OctZerg just killed them before they were done. Imagine just Dragon waiting there like 10 more seconds with the army and then moving in the middle. Then the cannons would be done and the attack can't really work that well. Okay, but now we have a new game with our Zerg player ahead 2-1, spawning in the 6 o'clock OctZerg. And the Protoss player needs to win 2 games in a row now. In the top right, it is Dragon.
I mean, I still believe that Dragon can easily pull us out. Just the lane's getting the base in that last game. Things just kind of throwing him off here. If he can weather this early aggression from OctZerg and be in a spot that you're expecting to be in, something you've played comfortably a million times, you know, I think you guys are going to look a lot more close here. Another one of these early pulls with the extractor trick. Dragon again getting that first scout to see exactly what's going on. So we've seen this happen plenty of times already.
Yep, but the Zerglings still get in.
Well, I mean, that seems like an easy problem to fix. That it's just like, you know what, just throw some zealots on that ramp. Easy peasy.
Yep.
Alright, well, a lot of this game's getting ramped up. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water. There's been a lot talking so far, so I'll be back in a minute.
Can you grab me a beer when you go?
Hey, come on over. I'll get you one.
No, you gotta bring it to me, man.
Okay, hatchery going down in the natural for OctZerg, slowly making his Zerglings now. Only 1 pair of Zerglings, however, and then 2 drones. So this is a good adaptation here for OctZerg, but this time Dragon not getting 2 cannons. So both of them basically skipping like on Zerglings and Cannons, so both go a little bit more economical.
Lost a scouting probe.
Yeah, I just was looking for it. I didn't see that. Yeah, that's a problem. You definitely can't lose your scouting probe that early. You need the information, so that's why we see Dragon sending out another one here. You just have to do it. You can't stay blind. And it looks like he gets into the main base here to see if there's a gas, if there's maybe a layer then going up with the first 100 gas. That's always like an important information. You want to see where the Zerg invests his first 100 gas. Will it be a lair? Or if it's not a lair, then it's Zergling speed.
I mean, it could also be a Hydra done.
Yeah, okay, in the natural then, yes. Yeah, that's true. So you want to have your probe going into the natural after scouting the main for sure.
Absolutely. But we see it as the lair, and I think Dragon stayed the probe long enough to see it as well. And he's going to check over at third base. So, knows what's going on. Link speed behind it. We've seen this cause trouble behind already.
Oh, he's gonna lose his probe. 8 minerals wasted.
Okay, so
Starting,
Zergling
yeah.
speed is coming, so I expect OctZerg to go for another round of like 12 Zerglings very soon. And then go for another run by. Let's see if Dragon closes the gaps this time. He needs one more zealot.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of drones in production,
Jeez.
so maybe.
He needs more than one zealot for that gap. That gap. You remember Oya? He did the same exact positioning right here, and he couldn't block with 2 zealots on that top side.
I'm pretty sure you can. I think Oya just misplaced the zealots.
Think so? You think that little? I don't even know what
That
you call
little-
it, those 3 pipes coming out of the ground.
That blocks. Yeah, that
Get
blocks.
blocked. All right.
100%.
Well, he's got the 2 zealots up at the top and the 1 on the bottom, so seems in a pretty decent spot, but still just the 1 can, so if things go awry, it could be bad. Second one to be added on now. And we're not seeing the +1 air weapons this time, although the Corsair is on the way.
I'll be right back one sec.
Okay, so Zergling's not getting into the main base this time. Corsair flying out will confirm the spire that is going up in OctZerg's main base, and then I assume Dragon will be able to get the cannons in his middle lines up in time because of that.
Well, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of mutas this time, right? There was no second gas being taken behind it. If we see a 4th hatchery on the way, a late +1 air weapons being added on as the Corsair scouts what's up. But we got this next hatchery on the way, Evo chamber. So I think we're just seeing much more standard 3-hatch spire. You get to the 5-hatch Hydra just for the Scourge, not actually going for mutas, and a lot of drones behind this as well.
Yeah. Okay, so but the Scourges are very important here. As a Protoss, you want to keep the Corsair alive and see what the Zerg is investing in. You want to see the drone count, basically. But he's actually flying away because of the Scourges. I'm not sure if he actually... he didn't fly over the third base for the drone count, for example. Could be dangerous.
And look, big move going through here, but Zealots are not budging at all. Corsairs do not manage to die because of the Scourge, so it keeps them nice and healthy. Should be able to get some more info you're looking for. But look, there's 4 in the main, so can get something done. Templar Archive's about to finish up as well, and I think we've got to start adding on gateways eventually, but don't have any big count yet.
Oh, and we see a Sunken this time. We definitely missed that one in a few games so far, where Zergs just took too much damage against the speed Zealot attack because there was no Sunken.
I like seeing a little bit more of that caution being thrown out. Zealots are moving out here, and like there's not a lot of units back at home, but at least it does have the one sunken. Not tucked in behind the buildings like all the way to make it more obnoxious to get to, but still. See Zealots, I don't think they want to poke into there. They could check out the other base, which I don't know, maybe you go and get something there. There's only a couple Hydras in the sunken. I think you can get in there and get some damage done.
Let's see. Not sure.
Yeah, doesn't want to get trapped in there, but get back on out here and fight some of these lings, get some free kills without too much issue, as there's not any armor to help them out. And walking away from the sunken here, I think these Zealots engaging on these Hydra are not really paying attention here, taking a lot more damage than he really should be right now.
Yeah, that was a nice trade for Dragon. That's what you're looking for as a product. You want to just poke in, move back and forth between the bases, and then see if you can catch some units transferring between the bases.
Yeah, we are staying.
Never mind.
Okay. That sounded like a very excited gas. Was it the DT you were looking at?
Yeah, I saw the Corsairs flying into the natural to kill the Overlord and the DT going towards the natural, but then I saw there are 6 Hydras or so the Overlords are not going to die, and the DT can't do anything.
Yeah. So these Corsairs flying around, they want to find what they can. Ooh, good opportunity to get a couple kills up at this natural now as everything moves away from OctZerg, so not protecting everything the best they can. So +1 Corsairs now really coming to their own to get some harassment. 5 of them still alive, as long as he keeps them good. And there's no Hydras really over at this base, so lots of big harassment going down here. A big supply block.
Yeah, super nice trades here for Dragon.
Well, you got the Zealots chasing and the DTs coming in too, so once those DTs get in.
Well, all the Overlords killed that third base, so now you can move on in. There's not real defense there, unfortunately. OctZerg has a lot of Hydras.
Corner. Oh my gosh, man. So many Overlords going down.
Yeah, absolutely. But all the Hydras are moving out. They're going to put pressure on the front, but there's 5 cannons and there's some Templar just waiting for him. So I don't know if this is going to go so well as Zealots are in the natural. One sunk, it's not enough. DT is going to go into main. So OctZerg's got to like commit to this attack and do something, because he's going to take a lot of damage back at home if he doesn't try to match it.
10 Overlord kills between these Corsairs.
That's just disgusting.
I hate to say it, this is over. You lost too much. If you lose this hatchery, it's over, because you lose too much production.
Well, it looks like the Overlords are going to go down as well. So that DT with 14 health, no more detection, it's going to get back in. There's already 12 kills. And he's starting to lose some of the Corsairs going for a lot of these kills, but he has done a ton of damage to these Overlords. Look, 52 out of 53. It's so much. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
DT's still going for more. Got 13 now. Finally going to get picked off. Oh, the Overlords are moving into main? Oh, barely in vision. Barely in vision.
Okay, and this time we see Dragon only choosing to expand to one location, and that is the gas location. So definitely I like this a lot more than compared to the last games, but I mean in this game he's generally ahead anyways.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like, he got to the mid game the way he wanted to. Decent storm going down there as the Zealots move forward, but it's like he got in a comfortable spot. He didn't get really messed with it. He doesn't have to feel like he needs to take some kind of crazy risk. So definitely looking a lot better this game for sure.
Yes.
Good job by OctZerg right here. Well, kind of sneaking some Hydras around to the backside and picking off Dragoon and kind of making Dragon pull back a little bit just to be on the safe side. Buying himself a little bit more time.
OctZerg still supply block.
There you go. Picking off a High Templar.
I mean, these little moves you're talking about are good, but it's a drop in the bucket when Dragon's up 70 supply.
Yeah. OctZerg just lost so many Overlords, man. So many Overlords. I don't think it's anything. Oh, that storm.
There's just so much damage. You can see, like, look at natural, there's nothing there. OctZerg knows it, and we're actually getting a game 5. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, so that was pretty much the first game of the series where Dragon was able to play his normal game, like going into the mid game without taking major damage, without anything weird happening, and we can really see how he's playing when he gets into that position, and yeah, he's just very strong from there.
It's not really where you want to be right now as OctZerg, though. Like, you got some wins being a little bit cheeky, a little bit unique in your own, like, aggressive style. Dragon on game 4 finally stabilized and plays his game and wins pretty convincingly. I don't think that's how you want to go into game 5.
It's time for the 4 pool. Let's go.
It's possible. Who knows? But we're on the deciding game 5. In the top right, in the teal Protoss, it's Dragon. And in top left, in the yellow Zerg, it's OctZerg. Yeah, like, I want
It's
OctZerg
actually a 5 pool. Guys,
Oh,
it's not a
shit.
4 pool, but it's a 5 pool. I basically called it. Oh my god.
All right, well, so
Wow.
fantastic. Well, I was gonna say I would like to see OctZerg do something else other than that 9 pool with a little gas trick. I think Dragon's got that all figured out. Now, does he have the magic touch? Does he get the first scout?
He doesn't.
Uh-oh.
No.
He doesn't.
Well.
Now, let me ask you something on this 5 pool to kind of make it so you're not. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so he is making that 5th and 6th drone back. Now, do you
Yes,
make an
and now-
overlord behind this?
It's 3 Zerglings and then Overlord.
3 Zerglings and overlord.
Yeah.
Looking at scouting info, we're gonna see that forge going down here. I'm very excited to see if he's gonna be able to get cans up
You
in
know
time.
what? I'm worried about OctZerg going the wrong way because he saw the probe coming up.
But it was so late when it was coming up. You should know that's like after a missed scout.
Or is it after you make your first forge? You know what I'm saying?
That's not how you sword expand though. Like, you always gotta go after the pile because you need to get the scouting info the best you can. Now, 6
Now,
lanes.
okay, so that timing is really good. So he sees that he's not there. So
We need to see all the probes pulled. All of them.
all of them. Yes, there you go. All but one.
All right, it's gonna get weird here. Cans are about 60% done. Obviously, they're gonna be able to keep moving forward. Currently supply blocked because the Overlord's not finished just yet. Will these pros be enough? They just gotta buy a little bit more time. First can's about to finish.
No.
And they're gonna get into me.
Did he get a shot off? No, he canceled a cannon, which is not a bad idea. It's actually a really good idea that he canceled one of those cannons.
Oh, good drill here.
Oh, Now
this
you
is
keep-
definitely not bad.
now do you keep rallying? Okay, it looks like he's actually opting to just harass while he gets this expansion up.
Well, I mean, with the one cannon up, you'd have to make a decent amount of lanes.
Oh, you need to keep at least 2 Zerglings here. Feels bad, man. Yes, okay, now, this I agree with. I would hang out just attacking.
You know, you
I
get to
would-
finish your statement that you agree with.
I would have opted to just keep attacking the Nexus while my Zergling is recovering some health. Go poke away at a probe, just make it pull. As long as you keep that Zergling alive, that is what's important.
So this is a
What?
weird spot, but honestly, it's not the end of the world, right? It's a low work count both sides. Nexus isn't started yet for Dragon. Like, no gateway started either. Like, this is not completely terrible.
Yeah, Dragon just started another cannon in the natural, a second cannon, let it finish up to like 95% progress, and then cancelled it to get the Nexus
Yeah.
now.
And I
So
thought
he
that
definitely was
genius.
scared.
I really thought
But
that was a great idea by him. Like, that was a good play. But now, if I had seen that, if I was OctZerg, I'd have just rallied Zerglings right in front of his base and just 6 Zerglings killing that cannon. You know, then what are you gonna do? That's game over.
Oh, this is gonna be big though. Look at OctZerg rushing up for that lair. I think this Muta play we saw before, Dragon's gonna have to make some kind of cans because with the gateway just started now, like it's gonna be, you're already gonna be cutting a little bit of corners here just because the economy is weaker. So we'll see how Dragon plays it out.
Oh, he lets the
Uh-oh.
probe get in. Can the drone block?
Yo!
Oh, oh damn, as Dragon you feel so bad right now. You have to send out even
See,
another
he's
probe.
sending out another probe.
Yeah,
Keep
you
sending
have
them
to
out.
do it.
And the Overlord sees it, so he knows it's coming. You should be able to get that block off if you're looking for it here.
Look,
It
he's,
could be
yeah,
anything.
he's
It could be
his
like
links.
mass speedlings, hydras, whatever, mutalisks.
Could be both. He's getting speed.
Yeah, I agree with that right now. Like they have the Overlord near the front. You don't see any Zealots there. It's gonna be hard to block off that. You're not gonna be able to afford cans. Like, oh, this is such a weird one. But the Spire is going down. A couple drones behind it.
Sees the probe.
But probe
Mitch
confirms no third base. That's important. That's important scout here
sends
for
out,
the probe.
sends out a zealot now.
Yeah, I like that the Pro is like really looking for this third base, going down to the 9 o'clock as well. We'll be able to slip out the bottom, just keep moving down. It's like, no, I need to know you're still on 2.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
that gives
bad
you
map
the
padding.
Trapped on
that
2
also
nets.
gives you the chance to just make cannons. Just make cannons as Dragon here. You know the Zerg is on 2 bases. He's not getting a third base, so it's fine to spend some additional money on extra safety.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
think
wall is not
that's-
blocked.
That's what he's doing
The
right
wall
here.
is not blocked.
One cans.
So
Ooh, barely getting them in. The cans helping the best it can. Zealots are still standing at the wall
Wow.
though. How many are gonna get in here? Just the one.
Wow. That is insane.
I'm not even sure if it was intentional. It looked like he just wanted to send it out to scout. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but this one Ling, even though it's not gonna get a lot done, it sees how many cans are being made. It knows like, hey, where should I send my mutas? Where are they gonna do the damage? So 5 in a way, going for the Flower Carapace and a pair of Scourge behind it. So I think OctZerg's still gonna try to be aggressive with the mutas here, and the pilot's only now going down in the mains or the naturals mineral line.
Yeah, that feels one of the quote-unquote mistakes that Dragon is doing almost every game. That this pylon is a natural is just a little bit too late. If the Mutalists fly there instantly, then they can do a lot of damage.
Well, keeping up the Corsair production, working on +1 weapons, a little bit delayed here.
The Scourge stuttered. Almost had that Corsair on a pathing error, and then they just stopped. And he sees the mutas are out now and loses his advantage.
Yeah, but the mutas did come back to deal with a Zealot, so for the cost of 1 Zealot, that bought you time to get that cannon up in your mineral line of the natural.
I'm saying Zerg lost his advantage
Yeah.
because the Zealot. Yeah. Now he could.
Oh, you
that's
could just
not gonna-
yeah, you could just break out that wall.
if you still had your Zerglings, but you don't.
Very true.
Oh man, see, he's missed going to this expansion 2 games now, and I'm very sad.
Yeah,
They're all clumped
Dragon
up.
should not take any major damage here. He has what he needs to defend easy.
Yeah, we're seeing 5 sets of Scourge though. OctZerg, I think, is gonna try to like do something to break this open.
Well,
Still
what
hasn't
you do
taken
is,
the third base.
What you do is you spread your mutas out, and you just fly over these cannons and Corsairs, and then you send your Scourge in behind it, and the mutas draw all the fire, and then you just wipe out every single Corsair with your Scourge, and then you just run whatever you have left over. If
Yeah,
you have
this is the
anything left
final
over.
move.
Yeah, here we
Zerg
go.
can't
No,
just
he's got to
finishing.
spread his mutas. Spread your mutas.
Oh,
Oh,
big
no
hits there.
spread.
Ah, man. He didn't spread his mutas, though.
Yeah, he didn't spread. He needed to spread. If he spread the Mutilus, I think he cleans this.
Oh, yeah. He takes that base.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. That splash damage from the Corsairs. But still, that was a good move with the Scourge. He got up basically down to 2 of them, but yeah, the splash damage afterwards.
Thing is, he's completely all in. He needed to kill the base here, or
Yeah.
to deny mining. Like, just killing the Corsairs is not enough. He's on, like, half the worker count and has no third base.
Well, we're seeing more mutas. The +1 armor's about to finish up. That could be like the next big move, but it's all mutas, right? I don't see any Scourge on the map anymore.
Well, +1 attack's about to finish, so it doesn't matter. So they just
Yep.
nullified each other. Yeah, I was about to say, I'd start taking out this gas, take out the cyber core or something like that. It's not protected.
Ooh, look at this DT counterattack here. The Overlord is barely, I think, gonna see it, but OctZerg
There's
is
not
already
an
damaged up.
overlord at either one of his bases. It's a good game. It's game over.
Yeah, that's a good game. GG.
There's no overlord at his base.
All the rally points to the Dragon main base, even the Overlords.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, mutas are taking too much damage. They can't really keep going through. There's enough cans in the main for sure, and all this drone damage. 42 to 10 workers now. Still no reaction, unfortunately. And now revealing, going for the Spire. That's the GG. Dragon takes it 3-2.
That sucks.
GG.
What a way to lose. I hate that for him.
Hey, I wouldn't have been like feeling super great if you lose in the game 5 to the 5 pool.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce, guys. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. I know I'm missing the best games because I'm a big Dewalt fan, but
Thanks for joining us, man.
I need to move around. Hey, appreciate you having me, man.
Anytime.
Peace.
That's why you suck so bad, folks.
Yeah, that sounds weird when you say it like that.
That's what I told him, man. All of our emotes are basically his family and him.
Yeah.
That's literally why you suck so bad. And these are his children.
Very nice.
Younger versions of them, but yes.
Alright, man, get the hell out of here.
Wow, so you talk shit about me? God.
Exactly.
Alright, I'm out though. Seriously. See you guys.
So, Dragon is in the
Yeah.
finals.
Bye bye. Before you continue, I also have to leave. I'm very sorry. I really would have loved
No
to.
apologies
watch the rest of
necessary,
the
man. I don't
tournament,
expect you
but-
guys to stay for 7 hours. Thanks very much, MasterRey, for sticking around. I know it's a Sunday, and it's a work day tomorrow for folks.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Okay, so yeah, awesome games. Thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to the next cast, Battlefire 2.
Oh yeah, man. September 4th. Have a good night, my friend.
Bye bye.
Well, hopefully you get someone to help me out with this one. It's already been a while. Throwing me into a solo cast now, that'd just be cruel.
Let's see. Maybe Sony. Ooh, in the chat. Sorando, you want to hop on, cast some games with us, bro?
Well, I set everything up. It sounds like another good time to plug the Battle for Ire 2.
Yeah, why not? I'm so hyped about that. I love PvP. It's my favorite matchup. I love Dewalt and Bonnet. Awesome players. I'm a little worried about observing so many games. We're at, what, 17 games right now? I can't imagine what that's like, let alone 25 games.
Haven't you already observed that many games right now?
Not consecutively live? Yeah, maybe that's true. But it's not like Bonnet versus Dewalt. Like, I was pretty nervous when I observed them the first time they're playing. I think the only other matchup that I was kind of nervous observing was Best vs. Light. We actually did that. And it lagged because I'm North American and they're Koreans, but that's how I wanted to do it. Just like the first foreign organized observed pro gamer match.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Best vs. Light, that's probably super fun. I don't think I caught that one.
Alright, who in the chat wants to co-cast? WhyUSuk, you around? He used to do our European TQ Showmatch series.
Yeah, I cast something with him for CPL a little earlier this season.
Is that right? That's cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, he's sacrificing other people.
Sacrificing other people.
He's just telling other people to go co-cast. We used to have an open cast feature when we just did like smaller show matches every Friday and Saturdays. I did it from like, July 2020 to like February 2021 when the best tour started, and it was cool. It was open to anybody. They could just hop into the voice channel of our Discord and co-cast. Kind of chaotic sometimes. Other times, nobody really joins. But yeah. I like the idea, especially during COVID. You know, if somebody's like stuck indoors and they're into StarCraft and they just want to hop on and cast and they've never done that before.
Yeah, and that's how I try to encourage everyone. It's like, if you want to get involved in casting, it's like, I'm not a particularly good player. I didn't know what I was doing when I started. It's not hard to just talk about a game you like.
Yeah, we're just having fun. I'm not trying to like recreate the CPL, you know, RCG, BSL, those kind of SDPL experiences. Just have fun. Alright, so everybody's dodging the open cast invite, it looks like. Who in the chat wants to jump into the cast? Otherwise, we'll get started with Dewalt vs. Sziky.
Not gonna throw me to the walls to cast these players. I'll do it, but man.
You could just hit him with the silence in between.
I'm not hitting them with the silence, man.
Well, my hat's off to you. You've been casting for 6 hours. I know you've been doing this for a long time and you're used to it, but it's cool hanging out with you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, it's been definitely fun. The game's been worth watching for sure. Definitely a little bit of a help compared to some of the CPL stuff where you see a game's like, this is clearly over, like some of the lower tier players, but when you're watching some of the best, it makes it a lot easier to stay involved.
I remember we used to do lower rank show matches, and there were some of my most favorite ones to observe too, especially when there's shit talking in the game.
Yeah, lower rank stuff sounds fun. It's just as long as it's evenly matched. I don't need like whether it's high level play or low level play, as long as it's like evenly matched play. That's all you really need to see in that exciting StarCraft. All
right, well, I messaged some people. Might join us. Freakling is still in the voice channel, but he's been quiet.
Well, I mean, we can just get started. You can always chime in a little bit too. Don't be scared to observe and cast.
Alright guys, Dewalt versus Sziky. Another PVZ.
Yeah, another one. It's definitely the matchup I'm the worst at by far. So, yeah, just getting all this studying data.
You're playing Protoss, right?
I play Protoss, yeah.
Sweet.
I'm just terrible at it.
PVZ's still tough, right? Like, it was a tough matchup back in the day, 2000s.
It's just always been hard for me. Like, it's just like we see a lot of the problems we see these games. It's like, oh, he didn't block off and the lane's got into main. Like, all these things, they happen to me all the time. No, it's like you're watching it when you're observing. I can see it coming a mile away. It's like, oh, shit. I know how this goes. These guys got better control than me, so hopefully I'm wrong sometimes. We'll get into that game number 1, though. In the top right, Zach.
Yeah,
Zach?
before you start.
Okay. Or paused.
Yeah, my bad. I just needed to change some overlays. Here we go.
We're all good? We live?
Yeah, my bad.
Not a problem. In that top right, in the blue Zerg, it's Sziky. In the top left, in the teal Protoss, it's Dewalt. Honestly, what? Did I say the wrong thing? It happens.
No, I said what? I just hyped it up.
Oh, nice.
I'm hip. I'm cool.
None of us watching Brood War are hip or cool. We are old and geezerly and just like our things from years past.
Right?
But I don't know. I'm excited to see this thing. I mean, we've seen a lot of PVZs. I would like with Dewalt to win so we can end on a PvP, a different matchup. That'd be cool.
I've seen Sziky beat Dewalt before, more so last year when we shut up some show matches between them. But Dewalt, in the past year, I think he's improved a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's also, anytime it's like a non-ladder map, nothing really good. And look, Dewalt already opening differently than the other games, starting with a gateway expand. I wonder what made the choice to do that against Sziky, where he did Forge and all the other ones versus first opponent. And maybe it's just because he knows what's up. We're gonna hatchery first from Sziky. I like that we've seen like all these PvZ series, but a lot of different openings, a lot of different styles between the players. So see how this one goes, but getting that perfect info about what to do here, so you can get some pressure on with those zealots and cause a little bit of chaos. And there we got the pool behind it. How fast is that hatchery? Because he started the... Was it the 12th? I think so. A lot of drones going on behind us as well. A scout seeing everything in these, and Overlord sees the move out of the first zealot. So, pool. And pool should be fed. Shouldn't get too much pressure from this first zealot, but if you can keep that probe alive, the extra DPS always helps when this little early game harass stuff. Scouting drone takes a couple punches from the zealot and gets delayed just a little tiny bit here. Anytime you can buy now to get his lings out faster would be good. And just the 2 being made. There's all 3. Good.
Attacking zealots with drones. Only Sziky with 400 APM flexing like that.
Hey, they're slightly ranged. You can kill a zealot forever. Now we got The 6 Lings are out. The Pro right behind, gonna add on that little extra DPS, make it hard to attack in there, so just kind of being annoying here. Big surround there. First Zealot goes down without doing too much behind it. Second one's in the base though, so I'm gonna keep trying to harass. The probe hasn't died yet. But this is 8 Lings. And we saw there was like 2 Zealots into the Nexus for this gateway expand. The Overlord sees everything as well. Forge in production, but now you got the Lings moving across the map, and if they just want to run by everything, this could be a lot of trouble for Dewalt, maybe. See if those cans get up in time.
So is that better for Dewalt or Sziky?
I have no idea, honestly.
He's got a Zealot in there.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a block down at the bottom side, but that means not at the top. A lot of pros are being pulled. Can you try to get in with something? I think he's going to be able to buy enough time. The can's about halfway done. Zealot helping out a lot here. Second one comes out as well. So Sziky's going to have to back off here. Definitely feels a little bit better for Dewalt now that those Lings didn't get in to do any kind of big counterattack. But third hatchery on the way, and it's going to be Laris, the expenditure of that early gas instead of Ling speed or hydrogen, I think. And there's still one Zealot out here, forcing more Lings back at home. And what's going on with the drones mining at the natural? Interesting. They're all like stacked up for a second.
Oh, there was a Zealot that was harassing there.
Yeah, but then no, the Zealot moved downward a little bit.
Was it gone? Oh, okay. I
The
thought they were
the
attacking it and it went back.
Yeah, just didn't spread out as fast as I'm used to saying. That's all. But still, a lot of Zealots moving forward. Some of them have lost their shields. So this actually is probably a good fight for Sziky to take, even against the wall here. The wall trying to get the good angle, but some of the Zealots weren't full health. Easy way to clean that all up. 7 Lings staying alive here. So honestly, neither side have really taken any big damage from any of this kind of early pressure. But
with Dewalt losing those Zealots, I feel like Sziky's in a better place.
For sure.
Not that he's ahead, but it feels like a little comeback.
Yeah, no, he's definitely getting that, alleviating that pressure as the Spire's coming up here. I think that's exactly what he needed to do. It also helps to deny the scouting a little bit, because it's been a while since Dewalt's seen exactly where Sziky's going. Yep. It's got the Stargate on the way. Citadel's right behind it as well, so should be in a decent spot to deal with whatever comes out of the Spire. Still haven't seen a second gas, so don't know if it's going to be Mutas or there's a very light investment on them, if that. Still, he's trying to be aggressive. We'll send out a couple Zealots every so often, but he's still being very active with the Lings, making sure they can't get too much done. First Corsair is about halfway done, and it's going to be air weapons behind it, so going to favor getting those done. Let's see. Heard some Zealot attacking something. It's in the main, pulling out all the drones, so disrupting a lot of mining here. That's good.
Yeah, he lost a few drones from Zealot harass.
Yeah, I mean, speed is done for the Lings. Managed to clean up that Zealot without too much issue. But that means the first Corsair of the map, and another 4 Zealots just walking right across. Dewalt adding on a bunch of gateways also, so really being super aggressive. Like, just want to keep, like, you're not making drones, not doing anything, but look at Sziky's work account. He managed to keep sneaking them out. He's feeling pretty comfortable, but these Zealots still a little bit strong here, but they don't have +1 or speed just yet. They're going to finish reasonably soon, but still a little bit away here. And I think it's just Scourge after that Spire, no Mutas on the field. Yeah, first Scourge comes out, but there's nothing here. And Drone's getting pulled, trying to help out the best they can, trying to buy time. They want that Sunken to finish up, which shouldn't cause any problems at all. Still taking a little bit of damage, but not losing really any drones during that defense. Lots of Lings stayed alive as well. Repels the pressure, despite +1 now being finished with the speed. just doesn't want to keep attacking into this situation. Where's Dewalt at now? He's got a bunch of gateways, but no Templar Archives yet. A little surprising, has to commit to the +1 armor, can't keep rolling with those ground attack upgrades. And we are seeing flyer carapace, even though no mutas were made. Right, it's just Scourge, just investing for later or for a potential switch. Zell's going into that bottom right base though with one sunken, but not the best surface area to try to deal with it. Lots of links and drones to help kind of defend through, but the Sunk is down to 24 health. Is barely is going to get killed off here, but a decent amount of Zell's already died. Even with the +1 upgrade, still it's just a lot of stuff to try to fight through.
That's a nice SimCity, huh?
Yeah, I think so. And we are seeing mutas being made now. They just weren't made early on. I guess trying to maybe bait Dewalt at not making any Scourge, because he hasn't been on constant, or not making Corsairs. He hasn't been on the constant production, and there's a lot of mutas that just got made that are about to have +1 armor. How has he got now? Yeah, he's up to like 10 or 11 mutas at this point. They're about to have +1 with some Scourge behind it. I see some High Templars being made, but they don't have any Storm, right? I'm not sure. Oh, we are seeing the first move out here. Lots of Scourge, a decent amount of Corsairs at the natural help defend. One cannon's also there to help as well, but they got a lot of room back there. I think if you want to go for something, you can defend it. Everything's clumped up, fighting right into all these Corsairs. The mutas take some pretty big damage, but do get that cannon killed off. The Scourge not getting the best connections they possibly can. It's a good micro to keep them around the cannons, and we're seeing those High Templar immediately get made into Archon, so respecting the threat of these mutas, even though Sziky is backing away the hell off now. And this is a big move out here. Lots of speed zealots and these first two Archons moving out as well. Armor's about to finish, so the zealots are going to be pretty hard to deal with. There's Muta and Scourge all over the place, middle of the map. Scourge are going to find the Corsairs that can get the good connections, killing off a couple of them, not the whole thing. But this ground army is still pretty intimidating. Got to micro very carefully against these Archons. They got +1, you don't want to take a punch from those. But we see Protoss committing down to this bottom right base. There's a couple Sunkets tucked away in the back, but no other real units here. So you should be able to get some big damage. You just want to come try and help. The Archons are right there. Gotta be so careful right now. Hydra's trying to reinforce here. Zelt's gonna turn around and deal with that instead. And one of the Archons is down now, so if you can kill the other one, then these mutas can definitely go crazy here, do a lot more damage. Gonna retreat out, switch over to the natural, which also has a bunch of sunken, so Sziky has the appropriate defense, make sure this damage isn't doing too much here. But Corsairs back on the map, reinforcement of Zealots moving as well, and this one Archon still here, trying to be annoying, forcing the mutas to defend that third base instead. Well, big fight just on top of the mutas and the Corsairs, losing a couple of them. Two of the Sunkets still alive. Finally, that Archon goes down, and there's not that many Zealots left over here. Here comes another Archon from behind trying to defend, but reinforcement Hydralists pop out for Sziky. He takes some damage at both locations, but the worker count's still very healthy. Doesn't really lose any hatcheries, any really critical buildings, so I'd say actually Sziky held that off quite well, and looking like they're in a pretty good spot right now. Especially since we're now seeing Storm just getting researched. So any High Templars were literally just for Archons. Adding on a lot of drones behind it, so we'll see if Dewalt wants to go from here. He hasn't taken that third base or really made a move to do so. I think just like we saw in the past games with Dewalt, we're already seeing shuttles getting added on, flexing some of that multitask. Gonna do some storm drops and just a little light harassment just to keep his opponent on toes, so that way you can throw them off their game. Saw how effective that was in the first series he played. Sziky taking the 4th base down at the bottom, all the bases at gas locations, and should be feeling pretty comfortable here. DT rolls up over to that top area, but nothing here to harass. There's an Overlord here just to see the DT.
Zerg's got a pretty good supply compared to Protoss, I guess.
That's not bad, but Sziky's, like, the supplies are reasonably close, but this, oh no, the Eggshell's gotta be careful right now. The DT sees how many Scourge and Muta were there, so it turns right around, not trying to force the harassment. Well, there's nothing in the shuttle right now. Just has it kind of hanging out. He's gonna load in some Zealots here, so I think just trying to pull some kind of defense away. There's a lot of Zealots here, not added on Dragoons, Dragoon range, not just really focusing on the ground here.
Ooh, got a temp.
Yeah, got one of the Templars. That first storm missed. Get the other one as well. That's a big win for Sziky right there. And there's that Lurker aspect being researched. When you see no Dragoons in the army at all, Lurkers are going to have such high value. Across the top, though, there's that shuttle. It's moving in the longest way possible. It's just Zealous, but 2 Overlords do see a Scourger on the way to help defend that. So we'll see how much can get done. Zealots are unloaded quite quickly, but if you can kill that shuttle, you know, it's not so bad. Drone's being retreated, and Muta's are going to be able to clean it up with any issue, but that means there's an opportunity for this rest of his ground army to attack elsewhere, as the Corsair is going to fight the Mutas in the main, very spread out, lots of Scourge trying to help, but the Zealots and Archons trying to push through the front. It's a lot of Hydras and a couple Sunkens. The Muta's not trying to fight here, just chasing off the Corsairs. Now they can come join the defense. There's a lot of Hydras added on from the 3rd base. They're not even trying to help defend, or as I say that, they turn around. I thought they were going to go for the counterattack, but they'll clean up the Dewalt's army, and we're back to a very even supply game, which Sziky's got to be feeling great about, considering how much money he's got banged up right now.
Sziky's almost caught up in supply.
Yeah, I mean, he's ahead right now, so yeah, definitely feeling good. This is not supposed to be a matchup where you're even supply. Like, Protoss is supposed to be ahead at this point, so when it is even supply, you're not feeling great. The Hydra Den did get killed a while ago, so having to remake that does slow things down. Queen's Nest is on the way, though, so we're going to be able to work towards the Hive Tech. And we're seeing Dewalt trying to attempt to take their 3rd base up at the 12 o'clock area. So that next is in production, but that just gives time for Sziky to start making their Lurkers. The aspect has to get researched again. With the Hydra Den getting finished, that didn't actually complete. But a lot of Hydras being made, and that supply starting to swell up. 58 drones, a 15 supply lead, so looking really good here. And all the Mutas are still basically alive, so you can go around, try to harass, find some opportunities here. But it looks like at least that 12 o'clock base should be set to get online without any issue. It's just Zealot, Templar, Corsair pushing forward across the top side of the map.
If he can take out 2-3 temps with the Mutas,
that would be pretty big, but with the Corsairs here, it's a lot riskier. A lot of Hydras fighting the Zealots. Melee combat, not what you want. Where are these storms coming from, though? First one going down does some pretty good damage, forcing the retreat of the Hydras. And you can see these Corsairs trying to harass what they can. The Muta's not really involved in the fight right now. Great storm right there. Hydras don't get pulled out away from the natural. And spread out Mutas trying to fight the best they can. I think the Corsairs are taking some big damage, but the Muta's also trading here. But that's a lot of Zealots still alive, pushing into the natural. Sunket's doing the best they can. Reinforcements are going to show up on both sides, but Protoss is finally breaking through, doing some good damage. But that is a lot of Hydras from this 3rd base. 3 hatchery reduction definitely gives you the ability to make a lot of units quick. Still, drones getting pulled and trying to get drilled, messing up the pathing on the ramp. Still taking big damage here. But even after all that's said and done, the supplies are even with a big worker lead for Sziky still.
that was a nice block on the ramp, preventing the Zealots from going into the main. He lost a few drones there, but I think he's probably okay. His supply is still ahead.
I mean, yeah, he lost some drones. Yeah, he's still up on workers. He still has that 4th base without any issue. Lurkers are being made, more drones still being added, and Hive's now completed, which he hasn't gotten any real Hive tech other than just getting the Zergling upgrade, the attack. So we'll see where he goes from here. Zealots try to attack from a different angle now, but you can already see Sziky's army's down at the bottom, feeling pretty good, and this Corsair's just kind of scooting around finding something. Again, another fight by that vision blocker. just trying to make it weird. I think suddenly Hydras show up and Zealots are going to try to fight them here. I don't know if you want to take this fight though. But that means there's a couple Zealots sneaking back to the main. There's lurkers, but they're not burrowed other than just the one. They're going to run right into the main. This could be an opportunity to get a little damage from them. Hydra's going to keep the pressure on over at that mineral only base.
Oh,
that's a beautiful storm. So much damage, Jesus. Although every time I look at the fights, they're going all over the place. It feels like both sides are trading units, but I take a look at the supply and it's still Zerg slightly ahead.
right.
We're just working on a little bit more tech each time, so everything's working out pretty good here. With another Spire being made, I guess the first one got killed at some point, so. Oh no, there's one of the natural that's at low health, so expecting to lose it soon, I guess.
Dewalt's got some pretty monster upgrades.
Yeah, what is he up to now? Yeah, 3-2. That's quite strong for the Burrows army here. That 2-1's not bad. We're seeing
Right.
melee attack and the switch to that. The Filer on the way as well. A lot of High Templars moving forward, but the actual ground army for Dewalt, not as big as it was. Remember, he was really huge on this big Zealot army, but now as he's adding in more Dragoons trying to do these other things, the army itself is just a little less potent, but still a lot of Templar. Storms could be real big here. Attacking from the bottom, first storm goes down, not so bad, but lurkers from behind, and Lings managed to get right by here. The one Archon trying to defend these High Templar the best they can. All the Zealots going down as well. Storm killing off 2 lurkers, so both sides again trading pretty aggressively back and forth, but they're right by Sziky's base. All his reinforcements going to be so easy to just keep throwing at him. And Sziky's supply, after all his fights said and done, he just shot ahead by 40.
He may have done it.
Yeah, all these attacks from Dewalt, they're just slowly going a little bit worse. And I see just a lot of Zerglings now in production. That's going to make this, as Dewalt keeps grouping with one big army and try to attack a spot, this is going to give a bigger opportunity to all these counterattacks here. And that base down at the 6 o'clock does finish up, so Zerg does get their 5th base. They're again tacking a little bit here. It's 3 Zealots and an Archon with a couple Templar. I think you gotta be very careful here with just sending these little tiny hit squads out the best you can. Dewalt tried to have a probe over the top side, but the Lings are already in position to deny that, so no extra base for Dewalt. He has to settle for that mineral he took a little bit ago. Yeah, I mean, compared to what we saw before, Dewalt just looks a little bit more lost this game. He's not opening up the opponent with harassment. He hasn't set the tone in ages as far as this goes. He kept trying to attack, and Sziky defended it so well here. Now we're in that kind of late games part of the game here. The upgrades are the one thing kind of lacking for Sziky, but still, it's a lot of lanes you gotta be careful of. You can keep control of Dewalt's bases without too much issue, and I think if Dewalt ever tries to really commit to one big attack, a counterattack is going to be very potent, as you can see stuff already on the left side and already on the top edge. Dewalt's trying to poke forward up at the top, get control of that top right. I think they want to take that as their next base location, but that means the mineral only is wide open for a million Zerglings to move through, plus a ton of lurkers as well. Can't stand no chance here. One Archon doing the best they can. A lot of the Lings do go down, but that means the lurkers are here to kind of complete the job. They gotta kill that cannon. Oh, the Archon actually does so much damage here. I can't believe that got defended as well as it did. Sziky missed that attack, loses a lot, but still slowly just growing that supply lead a little bit more and more. As in late in the game, Dewalt's bases are all drying up. He's empty on 2, and that top middle one isn't going to last a tremendous amount more time. He needs to get another base online.
He's getting some really good engages, and I think his upgrades are keeping him in the game. Sziky would have probably won already if he had better upgrades. Maybe?
I think so, yeah.
He's about to get 2-2.
Oh, more Lings over by that mineral base. And this time it's one cannon that's damaged. No Archons and Zealots to help you this time. So, don't think you're going to be able to save the base again. Got a bunch of Templars made, but I don't know. much of them have a lot of storms built up. Doesn't look like it. Dewalt's main force is moving forward, but look, it's a couple Dragoons and Zealots and a lot of High Templar here. So actually breaking through any kind of defense with that force from Dewalt seems difficult, but he's going to try anyway. But remember, Hive Tech, Darkstorm goes down, Lurker's going to be able to move forward, and some Cracklings as well. So he can push forward, really delay this the best they can, as Sziky does get another base kill and takes another base down the bottom right. Well, feels safe enough to go for that top middle base, but I don't know if that's actually safe. We'll see if it ends up sticking.
What's up, Maz? Welcome, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully have another co-caster.
Yeah, that'd be welcome. Doing the solo casting can be a little bit hard to think about what to talk about. Always having someone to bounce ideas off of helps.
You might want to join the next game. Are you there?
No. I'm here. Hi, guys.
How are you, my friend?
Can you hear me? Does
Yeah.
it sound okay?
Yeah, we hear you. You're loud and clear. You're good.
Thanks.
Nice for joining us.
I've been watching all the games since the beginning, so I'm up to date in regards to games.
Who are you rooting for right now?
Of course, I was playing Protoss all my life, so you know, Dewalt for the win. But it looks really difficult for him.
This game looking a little out of hand.
The supply limit. Yeah. And taking into account the difference in upgrades, because I believe that Dewalt has superior upgrades on his units, especially for Sziky is a little bit behind in terms of melee for those adrenalines.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't look good.
Wow.
Yeah. It didn't end up looking good. Dewalt's going to end up losing that first game. These upgrades were starting to catch up there near the end, but yeah, that's definitely the only thing keeping it. Good storms and those good ass upgrades.
If you wanted to jump into the replay, my friend, we're on US. You prefer the screen
US.
share?
It's okay. I'll just give me 30
Yeah,
seconds.
if you want. It's on a US West server in the channel OptTQ with square brackets.
Yeah, just could you drop me the channel on Discord? I need to. Oh, I've got a US West some old account.
All right, who's doing predictions?
I'm not. Or you mean like in the Twitch? Like
Yeah.
I can't. I'm a regular viewer.
You should have mod powers to hit.
I do. I guess I'm doing predictions. Then. I didn't before. Damn it.
Mod powers, not a privilege, folks. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I can run them too.
No, I can do it. Not a problem.
All right, so Sziky won that game, guys. I think that's kind of a shock. Showing he can hang with the best.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, Sziky is a beast, so I was watching some games of Dewalt and Sziky from different tournaments and on streams, and each and every game is like awesome. It's something that any PvZ lover would like to see.
What rank are you, Mass? Do you play?
Oh, I didn't play. I stopped playing 1v1 like 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Okay, so
something
you're like
that.
us then.
We'll
say
I'm
I think
playing
plays.
with guys from from Polish servers, and we're meeting each Tuesday and play 4v4
cool.
on Hunters, things like that.
Yeah,
So,
that's fun.
People like Draven and others that played quite some time ago.
Hunters is one of the greatest maps of all time, man. Made by Blizzard, still played to this day. It was the first popular
Yeah.
map before Boston. Zyky's up 1-0, guys.
Yeah, we're I'm back on Tundra, as we've been all day. On the top right, in the blue Zerg, it's Sziky, currently up to 1-0. And top left, in the red Protoss, it's Dewalt. I'm expecting him to not let this game get out of hand like the first one, so we will see.
I hope this latency fixes.
Yeah.
For replays, it
I
usually
hope
does.
it's not more. Surprised with the map pool, I must say. Those are maps that I didn't see before.
You talking about for this event?
Yeah, for this.
There's no map pool to map puddle. There's one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a map test tournament, so a mapper won. And a whole tournament's organized on this map. Big shout out to StyleZerg and Freakling.
The lag isn't giving up. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, not ideal. Look at this probe scout across the top side. This is very interesting. It's gonna dodge that overlord.
I think this will really surprise Sziky. Ah,
Yeah, I mean, this time Sziky going with the overflow opening. If he doesn't get that scouting info as soon as you would like here, and he sends the first links down at the bottom, that could definitely buy Dewalt that extra time and make sure no shenanigans happen. Yeah, they unfortunately lag us a little much. Do it on Discord.
yeah, I'll watch on Twitch. Hopefully there won't be a huge delay.
I got my
Start.
screen share up on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, use that. There's no delay on the Discord share.
Up on the way. Yeah, and there's a visible difference.
Yeah, that's okay. Pool about to get done here. Sziky is at 300. The hatch does not get blocked. So, Dewalt tried his little best there, couldn't get it done. And look at that first drone scout. It is going down to the bottom. So, avoiding that first overlord does pay a little bit of dividends here. So that Nexus is in production. We'll see if Dewalt wants to make that first cannon. There it goes. Set back a little bit, like we commented on some of these other games, that it's got its benefits and drawbacks. I think it was Oya that was doing a lot of the setback cannons in the walls, right? Not the wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Ziky's already got that drone over the third, so looking like they want to take that one. Only making the 2 lanes, just try to get the scout out of the base here.
He saw the first fort, so he doesn't need an additional Zergling. Only the 2 to be sure that Dewalt isn't trying something fishy, and to at least at this stage.
Yeah. Well, also, like, just knowing that's like, I'm not going to make a lot of lanes. You already made the 1 cannon. Like, the more I make, it's just not going to get the job done. So, the Overlord's seeing what he needs to skip as much as you can, at least.
On the other hand, this is a huge benefit for Dewalt. He can be sure, or rather check, if Sziky isn't doing some kind of Hydra boss 973 or something like that, or the 4 hatch variation that he did earlier. So this is very important for Dewalt. I think he's happy with the scout.
Yeah, definitely seeing pretty reasonable here. Seeing that 3rd hatchery location, always helpful to get an idea what's going on. Still has that probe alive, but starting to take a little bit of damage here and there. See how much more info it can really get here. And get back in there, see that lair is on the way. That'd be big. Drone gets pulled, but not nearly in time. Ooh, does get the probe killed before it actually gets to confirm the lair. That's some pretty good advantage for Sziky. Keep denying the info as long as they can.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is always something that Protoss needs to know. Is it lair? Is it 5 hatch? Is it den or something like that? Zergs are flexible in this matter, so they can always change their build order, a little tweak and surprise Protoss.
Yeah, and look, another drone moving out here. I think it's just going to help mine this bottom base. So, looking at the drone counts a little bit all over the place. Looking like Sziky's not in that bad a spot, pretty close worker-wise, and that Spire now being started. I'm not expecting to see the full commitment to the mutas. I think what we saw in the first game, I don't think Sziky's really looking to do that. Instead, just get that big economy roll and load of drones the best they can. Yeah, you can see already switching back at the drone productions, 5 more on the way. But that first Corsair is going to be out soon. He'll be able to start scouting what's going on. We'll see if Dewalt has the same kind of reaction or if he's got a different game plan for this game.
A little bit surprised that Dewalt didn't try any poking with the initial Zealots, especially that saw that Sziky did only two links at the beginning. So I was hoping for a little bit of micro dance with the Zealots, but nothing like that happened.
Yeah, I think he just went a little bit for the advantage, because I saw him move out with the first one Zealot, just a little bit away from the Overlord vision, and then just came right back, hoping to get a reaction to force some lings, but wasn't really trying to get the scouting info. He knows he was going to go Corsair anyway, so he's going to see what he needs eventually. And it is actually mutas this game, so Sziky just making me look stupid every chance he can.
Yeah, the most important factor here is the second gas in the expansion. So this is a clear indicator that, at least at the beginning, they're mutas.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be able to. We found an Overlord who gets 2 Overlord kills actually between these Corsairs, so that's big to get that supply block right now.
Yeah.
And we are seeing the change from Dewalt. He did add on the +1 air weapons, so still on Corsairs behind this, so I'm expecting to see getting up to a decent number at least to dissuade this, and we're seeing drones behind this now, so enough mutas just to keep everything honest to punish you if you don't have the defense. And look, there's no cannon in that natural here. Too far back, so these mutas are going to be able to get a lot of damage done, deny some mining from Dewalt. This is a great opportunity to get some nice harassment done. DT is going to try to sneak out, but was Sziky not on the map really? Like, there's Overlords back at home. We see a Sunken at the natural, and we see Sunken over at the third as well. So DT is going to struggle to get real damage done.
I'm really surprised that this DT survived.
Yeah, me too. So it gets cleaned up fast enough. Second one shows up at the natural, not going to try to run by it this time.
But this was also a big deal because this gave Dewalt additional time to make more Corsairs. Probably the +1 just kicked in.
And it's about to finish up now, so definitely very close here.
Yeah, so I see now.
Yeah, and just like what we saw last game, I think that he's got the High Templar early, but it's going to be for Archons instead, just give a little more punch. But Sziky did such a good job droning and get their economy up. He's actually up on workers right now, and supply to get the gap between the two is not that bad. Dewalt's going to do something, secure a third base or make sure Sziky can't get their fourth online without any repercussions. That's a lot of Corsairs here, though. Muse get caught out, and they all explode immediately. Big catch for Dewalt. Now he can be really aggressive.
Yeah, but question is, what will Sziky do? So he's got 2 expansions, and Dewalt usually goes for a micro type of play. Puts an additional 8, 9, in total 8, 9 gateways, and pops a huge army.
Yeah, well, I mean, without any splash damage, he's still got a pretty robust army, but trying to attack into these Hydras, these 2 Sunkens like this, and you can see the third base got 2 Sunkens in some good annoying positioning as well, so we'll see if he wants to really kind of lean into it. The Corsairs are going to make sure it's not air to help, but Hydra's coming from behind. especially once they kill that first Archon. This could be pretty big. Archon goes down, and everything else that's here, other than that one DT, not really getting a whole lot done. Of course, there's kind of reigning supreme. There's no detection, so at least the DT can get some stuff done. Forces an evacuation of the drones. Oh god, all these overlords. There's no real anti-air here. This is so bad. Sziky loses so many overlords. Supply block forever at this point. Even more getting kills, so when the 4 he's already making finish, that's still not going to do anything. Oh, this is brutal.
6 supplies. No overlord on the map. Oh, no. Just the first one pop out.
Yeah, they're all down at that third base, and the Hydras are staying right where they need to be. Make sure they survive long enough. This just buys all this time. Lurker aspect is about to finish, but still supply blocked for a while. So won't be able to make those right away. Robo's on the way here, though. Storm did finish up, and Dewalt's gearing up for another attack. Now he's got a couple High Templars. He might be able to break through some of his Hydra defense.
I believe that this would be a good time to make another expansion, and we see the probe going at approximately 12 o'clock. Building a pylon, so this is if Dewalt will be able to secure that expansion, he will be really ahead in this game.
Yeah, we'll see. A couple drones getting pulled back here. This is a big attack, though. Lots of Zealots are here. The Lurkers do finish. Storm goes down. Not really touching the Lurkers. There's no detection here, though. But it's still a lot of Zealots and not that many Lurkers. Do you just try to ignore them and try to punch your way through? We'll see what Dewalt is trying for here. High Templars getting picked off from behind by the Hydras. Zealots are still standing pretty strong. Drones getting pulled, trying to do what they can. First Sunken goes down over in the base, but Dewalt's army is getting cleaned up here. Despite another supply block, Sziky does manage to hold on. Doesn't take too much damage from that attack. But the Corsair is going crazy over that third base. All the Hydras got pulled for defense, so now we're 63 of 14 of 6. Jesus Christ.
Again, Sziky has only the supply from his hatcheries. That's hilarious, really.
I mean, I'm first place, so yeah, it is hilarious watching just every overlord explode over and over. I think it's a good time. First Storm's going down, not hitting super great, unfortunately, though. That one is at least getting lurker damage. Does kill one off here. So not a lot of ground army available here. The Hydra's trying to be aggressive, but...
Oh. This is bad, but that observer will pop up in the moment, and here it is.
And it's gonna be able to help out here. I think that lurker is not gonna survive very long once it gets finished hatching, if it even gets to that point, unfortunately. But that does give Dewalt the freedom. He's got to have that third Nexus nearing completion up at the top. Corsairs, still 5 of them alive, and he's looking around. There's some overlords in the main, so he could be getting more kills. Jesus, this guy is
I'm really curious how much kills is on the Corsairs together.
It's
a
lot.
Could you check? Could you check? I'm really curious. Oh my god.
I'm looking at each individual one. I see all of them at like 4 and 5, so it's at least like a solid 20. Zealots show up right as the hatchery gets started, immediately cancels, so no base for you, Sziky. And again, another supply block, but this is Zealots versus Hydras. A lot of Hydras stacked pretty good, no splash damage to speak of. First Storm goes down, does a lot of damage, but a lot of Zealots already did go down here. So we'll see if he wants to keep being aggressive here, trading his back and forth. Feels pretty good for Dewalt. He's just trying to buy time, adding on more High Templar, working on that Dragoon range. Sziky just keeps adding on more drones. He doesn't care. He takes this damage, he's like, I'll just make more of them. It's all good. Because there's more Overlords dying. This is absurd how much value he's gotten from these Corsairs. This isn't right.
I must say that I didn't see a game like this in quite some time.
This is the kind of game you show someone. It's like, why do you open Corsairs? Like, what? They don't shoot down. What does it do? It is the perfect example. Another attack from the wall by that third base. Storm trying to help out here. Does kill off some of these lurkers, the observers here, but a lot of the ground force is mostly done. Finally losing some of these Corsairs. But still, more supply blocks for Sziky. He's making 10 overlords. He's had enough of this crap.
And that's Sziky should at like 5 minutes ago he should make a ton of scores and just hand down those Corsairs.
With what? He's been supply blocked like 80% of this game. How's he gonna make a bunch of Corsairs?
For as many overlords he lost, he's actually like not doing as bad as you think. I'm not saying that it's close,
That's right.
but he's been hanging on pretty nicely. Which is really impressive. So it leads me to think like Corsairs are winning this for Dewalt if he didn't have that advantage.
Yeah, because every time Sziky takes some damage on an attack, it's never been enough to actually kill one of the bases, and he immediately replenishes the drones he's lost. So Dewalt keeps trying to like attack and batter through. This army's looking a lot more intimidating this time. The Dewalt upgrades that we were like so amped up about before, he's on 2-1 here, so all these outs would be very robust against this mainly Hydra Lurker defense. And Dragoons are starting to get added on as well. Drop finally get researched by Sziky, so he's gonna have a nice move to kind of get back in this. And you can see that supply difference is not nearly as bad as you think it would be given all the damage. Well, he's gonna try to take another base of their own and go back to 4v4 here, and we'll see if either player can actually hold on to what they're looking for. But there's a drop in the main, Zealots only, so just enough to kind of annoy your opponent and force the drones to stop mining. And they're gonna get that Spire, all that'd be big. Yeah, they're barely gonna get it. That's such a big kill right there for Dewalt. This shuttle does die, but honestly, it did its job. And look at this army from Dewalt moving down to the bottom side. There's no base there. A couple Zealots discovered the third base by the, or the fourth base by the middle only. Doesn't really get anything done. A lot of Hydras. Great concave as well. First storm goes down, but doesn't connect super good. Trying to do the best they can. That storm's a lot better, but the first two not hitting as hard as you would want. All the Zealots are basically dead, so it's just Dragoons here. And there's a lot of Hydras. The storm's trying to pull their weight. There's endless supply of them, apparently. And Dragoons will have enough muscle after the fact, but here comes some Lurkers to come down, try and help out. Archon's attempting to be morphed, but don't know how long that's going to go for. I think Dewalt's here. And he used to be up like 40-50 supply. He got a lot more.
Right?
He somehow got a really good trade and got right back in this.
Yeah,
Sziky
looking
means
at those, looking at those storms, I was like thinking that 2 minutes and the game will be over. But it appears that Sziky won again. They encountered the fight, so I don't know how he's doing this, but I'm really surprised. He is a monster.
Wasn't Sziky the Walt of the foreign scene at one point?
Yeah, he was. I remember playing him when he was in, maybe his peak, but a little bit before. He was so destroying me so hard, and PvZ was my best matchup. So,
That's cool, man.
Still logic here, and it's putting pressure on this mineral base. And Dewalt did send a probe over to the 9 o'clock, but a couple Zerg units go on over. They're going to deny that expansion. Dewalt can't get that next base online, but should be able to break through this mineral base. There's enough here, and the Observer has not been killed off, trying to stay away from the Overlords the best they can. Yeah, take some damage on the shields, but still quite alive, still doing his job. Dewalt getting reinforced, more High Templars, so that means more storms available. I think he's going to be able to break through and kill this mineral base.
oh, nice storm.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody lose 30 Overlords, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. And still, I mean, now I think Sziky. Yeah, okay, well.
You know, he made a game of it for a very long time, but
Right?
eventually Dewalt broke through and managed to tie it up 1-1.
I don't know how that happens. He must have lost at least 30, man.
Yeah, that at least he was like 2 times or 3 times he was supply blocked to the level of only hatchery. That hatchery gave him the supply, so that's and
That's impressive.
Only the part. Yeah, that's impressive.
I think
Like
it's
I
cool
said before.
when you're losing. Sometimes it pushes you to like come back. So even though he lost the game, I want to say you want to count your victories. I think that's really cool. Like he really showed something special there. But I think Dewalt just upped his game even more and was like, no, you're not coming back. I'm gonna seal the victory. That was an insane game.
Absolutely.
And it took more time than the 3 games versus Soya.
Oh, that's actually true, isn't it? Brutal.
It's 1-1, guys.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad these first 2 games have been split and both players showing their strength. And like, if Sziky came back and won that game too, I would be like, it's a 3-0 clap. Dewalt's cooked, but he showed why he's one of the best in the foreign scene, right? So I think this one might go the distance.
If he would win that game after the beginning that he had after losing all the overlords, I would lose my mind probably.
I mean, we're in that game 3. We got the Dewalt at 6 o'clock in the red Protoss, and then in the top left in the blue Zerg is Sziky. I've been doing it on top versus bottom because some of these guys picking weird colors that are hard for me to see at this point.
All good.
No, we are seeing the probe go out right again, so I think we're back to a lot of forge openings instead. And Sziky banking up a lot of money. Here goes that first pool. Will we actually get a normal 9 pool? Will this be another extractor check opening? We will see shortly with the drone on the way. I'm expecting it. We'll see. Yep.
The extractor trick is pretty old, right? Like, I remember that from 2000. There was also a creep colony trick where you make that in it, but I guess that's not viable, huh?
Or
that's
Evo chamber.
You cancel that too, and you get 2 drones, is what I mean. But I've never seen anybody do that anymore. So
the math on it's not good.
And the timing probably, right? Because by the time you cancel that second one, your overlord pops out.
Yeah, so there's some math behind all that kind of stuff, but yeah, there's a reason you'll see a lot of it, because either you would never see it or you see it all the time. But I think this one in particular, what we're seeing, like, it's helping kind of bolster a little bit of this extra economy to make use of the delayed gas and get that extra hatchery just a little bit faster.
It's a cool trick. I'm glad it stuck around all these years.
Yeah, when I first started playing, I played Zerg. I thought it was awesome.
Right.
There was a time that I don't know, like several years back, when not so many players used it, but it appears that
it came back more.
It came to grace. Yeah. At least from what I'm seeing in the streams, because I'm not playing, but from the streams that I see, yeah.
Because I when I came back, I remember people were like, this is now in mode now, like this is what people are doing, and I thought to myself, well, I remember this from 2000, so yeah, it seems like things come and go. One of the builds I remember Gur used to do in 2000 was make Zealots, and then get Templars and save up Storm. This is from year 2000. He really innovated this, I think, and it's still kind of used today, right? The idea that you get speed Zealots until you get Templars. Now it's much more efficient now and streamlined, but the same concept, I think, is still the same.
Yeah, although busting out
This is a really strange wall-in by Dewalt.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit unusual. Because, like, how many Zealots would you need to close that?
Or I think that the forge should be a little bit lower next to the thing that I don't know what is that thing, but the part of map on the left side. And I believe you would need only 2 zealots to close the gap. currently it looks like at least 4.
Well, maybe he wants to welcome Sziky to his natural. Come on in.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe
I hope
send him-
not. I got a bad feeling about that plan.
Yeah, but Sziky isn't a player that would just blink here in a situation like that. Especially that Dewalt can use props to block. So it's a risk, but not a huge risk, taking into consideration the type of player that Sziky is.
Well, I mean, if you
Really?
think about game 1, though, Szyky was really good about finding good Ling counterattack opportunities. So it was not a risk right now, but it could definitely be a threat later.
True. This was a really nice drone block. Dewalt might think that this is some kind of 973.
Yeah, we'll end up seeing what it is. We see the Spire on the way, looking for that second gas time and see what kind of inclination of maybe going big for mutas. But first Corsair is already on the way. Hasn't started +1 air weapons yet, but we're starting to see it seems like Dewalt does a lot of this. Let me scout what's going on, and then I'll get it if I think you might actually go mutas. And there it is now. Even before his scouting, just wants to make sure they're not delaying any other steps in the plan, I guess. And
There's
now
your
there's
block
a
out.
pylon. Okay. Sure. It's still very interesting to me. I'm not sold on it. It's
And is
interesting,
that
though.
because he saw the links?
Yeah, I think that it's because he saw the speed links.
And he's got to start racking up that Overlord kill count up at the top here before there's any real anti-air to deal with it. But the Spire is about to finish, and Szyky, again, being a big macro monster, having a lot of drones, already caught up on the worker count. So I think we're going to see a very similar style for Szyky, just to every drone he could possibly get, especially after he takes any kind of harass and gets supply blocked over and over.
I really like the evergreen trees with snow on them. I really like the water spots where you can see like the ice and stuff. Looks really cool.
I mean, the map looks really nice to me, other than some weird tile set stuff, but I play on Carbon. So,
Yeah.
but it's definitely nice. It's fun.
So it utilizes some new features that came with the newest patch that have never been featured in a snow map before. That's what Freakling was saying, one of the map makers. So some things you're seeing have never been ever used or seen before. The snow map.
I'm guessing like the vision blockers.
No,
For
that was
example?
there before. It's vision blockers you can do on any tile set, but there's certain new features of the snow tile set, Ice World or whatever it's called.
Gotcha. Well,
I'm not
Yeah,
sure what
see
they
it.
are.
the dance of Corsairs and Scourge here. One Corsair does go down for the 2 Scourge, and Zyky's got a little bit of mutas, but not adding on more behind it. Immediately going into a lot of Hydras here. This is looking like a much more aggressive game from Szyky. Instead of adding a ton of drones, looking like gonna put on some more Hydra pressure and see if he can punish Dewalt if they're trying to be a little too skimp on their defense. DT gonna walk on out, get those lings to back off since there's no Overlord to help detect them. Nice little reload of some of these Scourge, and I think Zyky's gonna try to look for another angle for these mutas to get on in. There's only the one cannon in the main, so there could definitely be an opportunity, but you can see that Corsair count is still being produced, definitely keeping up here. Loses another one here, but still. Dewalt definitely favors not cutting these at 5 or whatever, really makes use of them with all the kills he got last game. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I noticed recently a lot of pros, ex-pros, are doing, and due to the type of play that Zergs like to do. So some mutas, a lot of Scourge, and when they have air superiority, then sniping High Templars is really easy.
Seems good. And Sneaky back to his old ways. 10 runs in production as some of these Hydralist upgrades just finish up here. Corsair's moving pretty far forward. Movie Shot might be able to get some kills here, but rejoins with the pack. Gonna back off here. Well, it's so good at being careful and not like losing these Corsairs in a really silly way, but you can see it's just not putting a lot of pressure on, not like we saw in the other game. You see Sziky a lot more prepared on defense, keeping them by Hydras, making enough skirts to dissuade any kind of suicide attacks.
Yeah, because basically Corsairs are used to scout and be sure to secure High Templars. It looks like Dewalt has 4 probes on his ass in the natural due to that cannon placement.
Oh no. That is unfortunate. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're seeing lurker
better.
Oh god.
I want to just say that better this way than he would have 3 and then he would just have a lack of gas for everything. So 1 prop isn't a big price. Oh.
Yeah, I'll add on the more if you have to. It feels so much worse to be like, well, I guess this is it, or kill the cannon, or whatever you end up having to do. Seen him move out.
Take a look on the probe and drone count.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
This is just what Sziky does, man. Makes drones. I think he should be playing StarCraft too. Be more speed. Well, he's already looking so good at this.
I think he did for some time, because when he was really on top of his game in Brood War, then he stopped for some time, and I believe that he played Brood War 2, StarCraft 2 for quite a bit.
Got tired of spreading creep with the queen.
Yeah, I can see that. Dewalt does get the cancel on that 4th base over at the mineral, moving forward with a couple storms and gonna try to put pressure into this natural. There's only the 1 sunken here. Lurker aspect is finished, but I don't see any actual lurkers. And gonna keep pressing forward. There's already Dragoons here with their range upgrade. I don't think there's any observers, but the lurkers are only being morphed now, and still there's some pretty big damage going through. I'm actually surprised DT's not trying to kill the eggs. And actually, that's just gonna be enough.
Yeah, this was a perfect timing by Dewalt, because Sziky started those lurkers, and at the same moment that he lurkers, Dewalt attacked. So he had to cancel lurkers because he wanted to defend, and that was game over basically.
Yeah, so after that first game, Dewalt taking the next 2, and I think as Sziky, we see Dewalt being a little more aggressive, planning for a little bit earlier attacks to punish this. I'm just going to make every drone in history style. So we'll see if there's any kind of adaptation for this next game, because as of right now, Dewalt's adjusted properly to kind of put the pressure on.
Alright guys, the next map is Tundra.
What a
Yes.
surprise.
I've never
Didn't
seen so many
expect that.
games on the same map over and over again.
I mean, it just reminds me from back in the day where it's like, let's just play Fighting Spirit over and over. And
I
over.
wanted to say exactly the same thing. And before that, I remember it was Luna and Gaia.
Lost Temple was
several
for
other
me.
maps. Yeah,
2v2, I think Fighting Spirit is the norm if you're playing on Battle.net.
I think I played the most of like the same map over and over back in like iCup. I played like a shit ton of Match Point. Just played that over and
It's a
over.
cool
It was
map.
a fun map. It's a cool map.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Sony in the chat saying Luna. No, never Luna, never again.
That
Finally,
was the
out.
map after
Yeah.
Lost Temple, wasn't it?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I didn't remember Dahlia of Jungle. Oh, that was a tragic map. It was even a WCG map, I believe.
Probably. Well, they didn't choose great maps for WCG back in the day, from like what I've read of what they had. Their animals. Ooh, Dewalt opening, switching to the gateway opening, even though the Forge one's been treating them well. And oh my God, like look at the mind games. Like Again, go for the gateway as Sziky decides to go for the hatchery first again. Man, in his head, just fully massaging brain right now.
Sometimes you just have bad luck. That is what we see here.
Well, I mean, Zeke's defense in the first game when he did this, like, he didn't take too much damage from this, so we'll see if Dewalt can get a little more done this time.
It doesn't mean that the game is over, but at this level, every small thing that gives you a point of advantage is really huge. So this is something that I believe Dewalt will use on to snipe a drone, or to or likes to do from time to time. So he likes to do cybercore before forge. If he has advantage at the beginning, then he can use the advantage and make faster sires. So this might be really interesting. I really do want to see how Sziky will handle this.
We're seeing again Dewalt. He gets the 2 zealots rushing straight into that nexus off this gateway expand. So Sziky makes enough lanes and gets that good angle to help with the fight. But here comes that first zealot with the probe to help out with a little extra DPS, and the harass is gonna begin. But 4 sets of lings on the way should be enough defense to deal with this adequately, since the second zealot's so far away at this point.
Good. Usually on maps like Fighting Spirit, you can hide the zealot and the probe in some kind of gap behind the minerals. Oh, on this map you can do that, so that is a good thing for Sziky.
Yeah. Well, the probe already going down. He had that little gap in the middle that he killed a drone with, so doing a little bit of damage here. 1 zealot does end up going down. Second one's getting caught on some pathing, doesn't even fight back, and that's a lot of lings that survived, regardless of if they're healthy or not. So I think back at home, Dewalt does have the 4th finish, working on a cannon. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second one, honestly. And Sziky's going to take a 3rd base. This one's over in the bottom right this time on a high ground base.
Yeah, and Sziky is doing ling speed, so this might be some kind of a bust.
That would be awesome. I would love to see this kind of play. Is there a gap to the right of the gateway right here? I think so,
No,
right?
there is
No?
I think there isn't.
This
But to be
walling in
honest,
this
I'm
game
not
is
sure
insane.
how wallings work on this particular map. I have no idea. So there might be a gap.
Oh,
I don't know.
Probe's going to try to get in. Can Link stop? They reveal they have speed. Can it get in the ramp? It won't be able to, but doesn't see a lot of drones made at the natural. Lots of Links here, and cannot get in enough to confirm that it is a Hydra Den. 3-hatch Hydra, different style player from Sziky. Although, you know, behind this, he could just add 1 million drones. That would be very on par for him, but with the rushing towards that Hydra speed, I'm expecting to see some real aggression, because Dewalt has the 1 cannon, and I don't know how easy it's going to be to replenish a whole bunch with the wall setup he has.
Oh, another cannon.
And Stargate just going down now. Overlord's going to piece out way ahead of time to try to, but does see what the choice is. That's ridiculous to me that it might be tight on the right side of that gate. It looks like there's a gap there. It looks like there's like a zealot-wide gap right there.
StarCraft's always deceptive like that. Things look like it, but it's not.
This is why I'm bad at this matchup. I don't understand walls. They don't make sense to me. I mean,
Like
I'm
the
not-
factory depot block off, it always looks like there's some sort of gap, but there isn't.
It's so dumb.
Recently, when I started to play again and started to play some ladder games, I had alt tab the Liquidopedia page open and just literally checked how to do
The
a wall in
wall-ins.
the game.
Yeah, those are
I don't know
useful.
who created that website that dedicated to wall-ins, but I love it. I really do.
God bless them. Yeah, they should exist for all the ladder maps at least.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. I think it's Broodwall is the site.
Mappers also started to like indicate where certain things should go sometimes by putting marks on the map.
Oh, seeing the move forward here, decent amount of hydras are here, a lot of lanes here to help out, but that's 6 lanes and a bunch of cans already made, or 6 zealots, and they're not kind of moving forward. Of course, there's going to be able to scout, see if there is drones being added on behind this, which in fact there are, because it's Sziky, of course.
He's down 13 drones, man. He's got a drone out.
I mean, he'll catch up quite quick. I got total faith in him that he'll end up doing that, but still going to be able to poke down this gateway. That Zealot is not going to be able to finish. The Forge upgrade is probably going to get the finish. Sziky can't find that angle to try to harass that without any kind of damage being done, so +1 and speed about to finish for the Zealots, but Sziky's just making drones. He doesn't care, but he forced 6 can't, so gotta be feeling a lot more comfortable this game that he's not going to just get counterattacked and immediately destroyed. Well, I say that, but here comes the Zealots. Let's find out. Oh, I like that. That was a cute little move from Dewalt. He cut down below the vision blocker. Now he's coming back, so he didn't know the Sziky didn't know if he had to keep running away or take the fight here. So, Dewalt getting a little bit of free damage, forcing a couple Sunkens to get made in defense. But Zealot did get to the bottom right base, trying to do some harassment. Here come a couple more. I think some drones might get killed off here if they focus on that Sunken. Definitely enough DPS to kill this, and this base is under siege and in a bit of trouble. Zealots in the middle of the map fighting those Hydras pretty good as well. Dewalt just chooses some really good fights here.
Yeah, Sziky focuses on the micro in the middle of the map and didn't even notice those in the bottom.
Is there a reason you guys think that Sziky expanded on the right instead of on the left? What is that, 7 o'clock? I mean, it'd be closer to his natural, right? He could, I think, help it out.
Yeah, I think that it's a rather a matter of that this is a new map and people are not used to the openings and just that was something like a test drive, I'd say. Okay, so it's 3-1, right?
Alright, so it's done. That was a 3-1 win for Dewalt. So, if you get someone to replace is now 740, I would like to eat dinner and then watch myself some PvP.
Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, that was a good time.
In Poland it's almost 2 a.m.
You're both gonna leave me, is that right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I want to eat dinner and watch PvP finals. Sony's in the chat. Yell at him.
Yeah, man. What's up? What's going on in the chat? Sarando, get your ass in here. Sony. Your butts in here. Let's get some casters to join us. Make sense of Dragon vs. Dewalt PvP, the most complicated matchup there is. We need the big brains for this, guys.
Nope. I'm out. I love PvP too. I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy the show. So, but thank you for having me. It was a good time.
I'll let you go, man. That's great, man. Thank you so much. Bon appetit, my friend.
Oh, thank you so much.
Enjoy
it's
the
a bunch
finals.
it's a bunch of leftovers, but it'll be good anyway. Take it easy.
Okay, let me grab a drink and I'll be back in 20 seconds.
All right, take your time. No rush, my friends. Okay, Sony. US West, my friend. There's a. I'll message you.
Okay, back. So Dragon is playing P, he's not re-speaking. Remember, he was always picking Z versus processes.
Oh yeah, you know what? It might not be a PvP. Yeah, it's a ZVP.
I'm not sure because I saw some, I think bonus streams where he played recently Dragon, and those were PvPs and quite a lot
Oh, is that
of
right?
games. Yeah, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and they played like 5 games and everything, or even more, and everything was PvP.
Well, I had a talk with Dragon some months ago, and I was like, well, your Protoss is really good, and I know your ZVP is really good, but is like your PvP better than your ZVP? And he said no, his Zerg versus Protoss is better. But I guess we'll see what he plays against the Dewalt.
I remember when I was playing him back in the days, he always picked Z versus Protoss, so that's why I was surprised yesterday.
Oh, we got Sony in the house, finally.
Afternoon.
What's up, man? Where you been?
Hi, Sonny.
Watching.
Recommending other people codecast. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. We're just about having fun, guys.
Yeah, Dragon's gonna make a Dark Archon mind control. I call it now.
Okay, guys. I guess I'll leave it a secret if it's PvP or CvP. Mass probably knows if he's watching my screen share.
It's on the stream. Dragon vs. Dewalt.
Well, he plays ZVP and sometimes
that's
PvP,
true.
so we don't know
That
what
is
race
true.
gonna be. Alright, just give me 1 sec, actually. I'm gonna pause this for a minute. So, what do you think the prediction's gonna be, guys?
I predict 3-0 for Dewalt.
It's a best of 7, so 4-0.
Oh, 4-0. Yeah. I think it's justified. Dragon had the easier bracket and he lost games even there. So I would like say that consideration the level that Dewalt is currently playing at, I think one of you said earlier in the stream that it's very difficult to find a better Protoss player than Dewalt or Bonnie, so...
Sony, what do you think?
Let's say 4-2 Dragon.
Oh,
Sony, what race do you play?
I main Zerg, however, back in the day I mained Protoss for a long time. So I love PvP. It's one of my favorite matchups, actually.
If you play, there's like, you know, more Protoss players, I guess, out there. And if you play Protoss, I'm guessing you play PvP more on ladder. And would it follow that that would be your best matchup because you have the most practice in it? Or no, you could be better?
I mean, there's plenty of Protoss players that are their best matchups against Zerg, some are against Terran, so I think it fluctuates based on the person and their comfortability with each matchup.
an understanding of the matchup. There are different aspects. For example, I always hated PvP. That was my worst matchup ever.
I always loved PvT. PvP is interesting because it's always somebody either goes Nexus first, or it's a Gate Robo, Gate Dark Templar, 2 Gate, Proxy Gate. Those are pretty much the options that you're going to roll every time.
Let's get an intro, guys. This is the finals. Dewalt vs. Dragon. PvP. Take it away, boys.
I'm watching on Twitch because I've got some kind of I've got some kind of delay. But because unfortunately Discord is a little bit laggy for me. I don't understand why, but that's the case.
Alright, on the bottom, guys, we got Dewalt.
Yeah, Dewalt on the bottom and top left, Dragon. as yellow Protoss. Let's see.
Both players open 8 pylon. Pretty standard.
No middle gate. It is the. Can you build something on the middle of the map? Is it a buildable terrain?
There is some. I can send you screenshots of it.
I'm curious if we will see some kind of middle gate shenanigans or something like that. Because the rush distance between locations look quite far, so I would assume that each and every game will be some kind of tag. Maybe someone will play First Nexus, but currently, this game, we can see that each and every one of the players is doing a standard build, Gateway Gas, Cybercore.
Dragon's getting the first scout off, knowing exactly where Dewalt's going to be before Dewalt knows, but it looks like Dewalt's going to get his scout and get the first scout for his stuff too.
I copied a link to a TL thread, and in there I had posted some screenshots that the map maker sent me, and they basically show what's buildable, what's not, height level differences, things like that. So if you wanted to check it out, anybody else who's watching the VOD or whatever, it's on TL.net under the tournament section. Tundra is the thread name. There should be some buildable areas in the center.
On the center, like where the, what is that? I guess like the high ground area is towards the middle. You have enough for a pylon and like a citadel or a Templar archive or a robo. Not a gateway or barracks, doesn't look like it.
Is that what it is?
That's
I
what it
figured
looks
they
like
might
to me.
have left some space for a gateway.
Might be one spot that I'm looking at that I can see at least on the map now. Both players going for a Dragoon range. Dragon opted for the safety zealot. Dewalt chose to do the Dragoon first. Yeah, the Citadel behind that against Dragon's second gate going up.
Dragon is cutting a little bit probes. That's surprising and stage of the game to have two less probes.
Templar archives down for Dewalt.
Still no robo for Dragon.
Yeah, any second now. There it goes.
Yeah. So I think that Dewalt will have a slight window, depending, of course, on the opening of Dragon. If he will start with an observer or a shadow or a river, but I believe that Dewalt will have a slight window to do some kind of damage.
Based on the time and everything going on and what information, I'm gonna say he drops the observatory first over us robotics, or not robotics, the Reaver Bay. I forget the name of it now off the top of my head.
Oh.
Yeah.
The
Now he's gonna
just
drop
in
the
time.
observatory now. Yeah. Yeah. There's and no shuttle. Just gonna try and buy some time to get an observatory out and get the obs out.
Really nice targeting by Dewalt. Shortly we should see support bay, because that's a natural answer to a DT.
gonna lose one Dragoon here. And following up with that, Dewalt following the 2 additional gates being built. Continuing to pump Dragoons to secure that Nexus up and running. Maynard need over some probes.
So did Dewalt like go with the superior build that allows them to get an expansion?
Most 1 gates that I see are typically Reaver. It's not very often I see Dark Templar anymore when I actually play it. So it's tough to say. And I also know old school like 2000, 2004 style, none of the today's standard.
This isn't looking good for Dewalt.
Probes are pulled. Losing mining time now. Really good trades back and forth. Dragon moving those next 4 out with this Dark Templar up here with Dewalt. I think he's going to run it in here in a second. He's going to catch Dragon.
Look at that probe difference.
Well, 39 to 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, from here it's just an out macro game. I think Dragon's going to be a little too far behind. There goes the Dark Templar. Get at least 3 kills on probes, maybe. 3 kills. Dragoon's getting his additional 2 extra gates. Still 18 probes behind Dewalt right now.
Yeah, 20 limit difference between both players. And Dewalt is adding additional gateways. This is really looking really difficult for Dragon, but there are DTs. Is there a Robo for Dewalt?
Yeah, there is a Robo pumping out
Oh
to
yeah,
observer for Dewalt.
there's- yeah.
He's also getting his Zealot speed, Zealot speed, whatever you want to call it. Can have his finish before Dragons, about 15 seconds before. Got a DT drop coming in. What do you think? Sniping the Templar Archives is the smart choice right now?
Yeah. The only thing that this will do is Dewalt will have to go back to his main, and this will give Dragon some time, but to be honest, I'm surprised that he didn't drop directly
On top of the cannon.
on top of the cannon, yeah.
That's what I was thinking he was going to do. He would have got cannon, 4 hits, and then at least 3-4 probes before getting out. 9 gateways of Dewalt to Dragon's 8. Still 12 probe difference, so that macro is going to make a big difference on the 9th gateway.
And the additional expansion, so I believe that Dewalt in the will add additional gateways.
Dewalt also has +1 weapons. Dragon's just now starting his.
The only thing that might change the physics of the game is if Dragon would be able to do some kind of successful storm drop on the probe line, because currently the macro difference, the economic difference between both players is way too huge.
Right. He wouldn't be able to sneak in an extra expansion, huh?
And there's a 25 limit difference between both players. That's a huge thing.
30 to 38 army composition total. Total army units in favor of Dewalt. It's like the easiest thing with Protoss to always figure out, because every unit's 2 except carriers.
And Archons.
And Archons, yeah. Just minus the your probes, and then divide that number pretty much by 2, and you're pretty much set. 9 times out of 10. Zerg's a little different,
yeah.
because like Lurkers are 2, Hydras are 1, Ultras are 4, Mutas are 2.
Reavers are 4 and Observers are 1, so
Yeah, Observers 1, yeah.
there might be. But in majority, you're right. In the majority of the situations, this is how it works. Dewalt is taking an additional expansion, yet another.
Fair storms from the wall. I just think it's a little bit too much overpowering on the front line on the Zealots with too many units behind. That concave there. That's GG from Dragon.
A nice game, I must say. I was really surprised at the beginning. I really thought that Dewalt is in trouble, especially when Dragon was attacking with, I believe, 6 goons, and Dewalt had only 4, just after his expansion finished. So I really thought that it might be a problematic game for him, but he defended. Those 4 gates did their job, and from that moment it was getting easier and easier, because he had a faster expansion, better economy, better macro. Yeah, a really nice game.
Dragon had kept, I think, 2 Dragoons in his base when he had initially attacked with all those Dragoons, and they had warded off a Dark Templar, but if he had those Dragoons with his units, yeah, I don't know if it would have made much of a difference, because Dewalt would have used his probes. It seems like Dewalt had a pretty good build there altogether. You lack units early on, but you get that DT out, you can secure an expansion.
And then
You make them overproduced.
Then he switched to 4 gate goons. Yes, quite often Protoss players, when they are going for DTs, they are combining it with High Templars and Cannons. And probably if Dewalt would opt for this kind of build order, probably he would lose.
Alright, game 2.
Really nice game.
Sony, are you joining? Should I start?
Oh, I didn't even know it was up.
I have my Discord screen share too.
There you go.
I would join you guys, but I'm lagging.
Got Dewalt starting in the bottom again, in red. Must be shift, yeah, there we go. And then Dragon in the top right. Spawn is Gravy Protoss.
Greatest introduction ever. No, really, I love it. It's just no nonsense, right?
I think we're gonna see some shenanigans in this game.
My favorite word. This is a treat for me because I don't think I've seen Dragon play PvP, and I had this discussion with him some months ago. Like, I know what I'm talking about. I was like, man, I'm pretty sure your PvP is gonna be like. I wasn't trying to insult his ZVP, but I was like, when you're going up against the Dewalt or Gorynich, and I've seen his like PvT before, super strong, right? He's such a good macro player. It's almost like he doesn't miss a cycle, even for a few seconds.
I like how if he's going up against a I don't know if you've seen it where it's like Marine, Tank, Vulture, that early push against Protoss.
Right.
Then he has really good targeting with his goons when that happens, where he'll snipe specific units in a specific way and stay out of range.
He's a really good player. Okay, well, this is nice to see him play PvP. Maybe he feels more confident playing Protoss against the Dewalt or Bonnet, but he might play Zerg, other players. I'm not sure, but something I'd be interested to ask him about.
Dragon with a slightly faster gas timing. And gateway as well. So he's going to get a faster core. And he also got the first scout, so he'll be able to make a no safety zealot skip. Make that first Dragoon instead, and also upgrade the Dragoon's range.
But I must say that I'm quite surprised with Dragon's early scout. Is he scouting after the gateway or after the pylon?
Pylon.
In both games, he scouted really early on. Usually Protoss players scout. That's what I'm seeing. Usually scout after gateway, or sometimes free player map even later.
Dragon still made a safety zealot, knowing that Dewalt zealot is in his base.
A player like Dewalt wouldn't proxy or something like that, so I'm guessing that's what an early scout would give you the benefit of, just to see if they're making that early zealot or not.
Yeah, playing against a player like Dewalt. Dewalt has a really wide range of build orders, so yes, for sure do some kind of shenanigans.
Dewalt does see the Citadel going down, Dragon's base.
And if you see that, it only means one thing.
Typically
And if
means
you don't
Dark
see it
Templar,
anymore,
but now he's canceled it. Shenanigans.
Yeah,
is
I
it?
would say that he will cancel it.
Yep.
Does anyone intentionally make it to cancel it, or is that because his zealot got in?
It can be intentional, or you can keep it going and kind of play the mind game. I'll cancel it if I get it scouted, and then I'll just make a Robo instead, and then just do Reaver instead of Dark Templar.
Or 3-4 gate goons, that's also an option.
Looks like Dragon's gonna do an expansion though.
Protoss is 1000 IQ, guys. Don't believe the
Because
bullshit.
Because a natural reaction of a Protoss player that he sees that his opponent is going to east is a really fast robot and observers. So we can, like, Dragon here can go for an expansion, do some kind of 3-4 gate goon, and over macro your opponent. Problem is if your opponent will try to play mind games and go, for example, DTs of his own.
Yeah.
We got Dragon making 2 more gates behind, so we're gonna have a 3-gate goon with the expansion.
What PvP? It's like a circus.
I've been debating. I want to just play TVT, PvP, and ZVZ.
Those are your favorite matchups.
I just want to be that guy that does that.
I would change ZVZ for PVZ, PvPs, so take them away.
I enjoy ZVZ.
Oh,
Were there more like
I
random
don't
players back
really-
in the day?
There was a lot
That's
of
what I
random players.
remember, right?
98 to 2001, there was a lot of random. And then a lot of random players finally started choosing races too.
Yeah, because now it's like outrage, right? If you play random, it's like, what the fuck? Pick your race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those days on like WGT and PGT. And it's like, make your game like 1v1 B plus. Come
Yeah.
Z, and then they're like random. You're like, no, pick Z. I'm not starting.
Yeah. WGT, yeah, that was great. That was a great ladder.
Whisper WGT bot -1 win.
I remember the feeling when you had to upload the replay to get your points, and it was like so nice to see how those points are going up after each game.
I miss those days. And a nice push in here from Dragon, forcing Dewalt back up into his ramp. He's going to be able to get a nice closure in on that bottom of the ramp, keeping the goons in there.
Nice micro on both sides.
Just the targeting fire.
Dragon's kicking ass, right? He's got an expansion now.
Yes, it does. Mining full.
Act those mind games.
Now Dewalt has a Reaver out, so this is going to secure the space momentarily. Be able to snipe that Reaver, and I think that's going to be GG after that. Ooh, nice hit with the Reaver. That Reaver had a death wish, and he was taking him with him. And the Dragon's adding 2 more gates, going up to 5 gates now. Much different of a play style and mindset for Dragon this game. While adding 4 extra gates.
Up to 6. Up to 6, right? Yep.
It's going to be like about a 45-second window here for Dragon to get these 5 gates just off of this one cycle. He's going to look for that observer and take it out.
Does he have to increasingly worry about shuttles and Reaver drops as the game
Reaver
progresses?
drop. Absolutely.
I wouldn't say not yet, because he killed the first Reaver, and it takes some time before the next Reaver will pop out and shuttle. So he has some time. At some point, 1, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Do you want to keep pressuring?
It's gonna be a real threat.
Yeah.
Should you
wanna
like keep
the pressure
containing
there.
Dewalt?
Absolutely, to keep the Reavers there and requiring us to keep them there.
Yeah.
Because the longer he keeps mining, especially on this expansion that he's had up longer,
The more advantage he has because he has
the longer the advantage, yeah. What I think Dragon's
Yeah,
going to
but
do is
he
probably
has-
move out and then take his third here in a second when he moves out.
Yeah, but Dragon needs to opt for some kind of tech. It will be very difficult to play those 2 Reavers with just gateway units. I mean, Dragon Zealots.
Citadel, yeah, he's going to go Templar tech. He's adding 2 more gateways and a forge. Sees Dewalt moving out with that shuttle. We can get a nice spread. Let's see how this goes. Dragon coming in from both sides.
Oh, nice flank.
Well, it's too good with these Reavers. That's 1. Reaver has 1 shot left. I think he's gonna probably suicide to try to get probes. Yep. Only one pro. That was a good trade. Good hold by Dragon as well.
Would Dragon have done better if all his units were together?
No, because the Dewalt was attacking up the run. There was no surface area, and Dragon's units wouldn't be able to shoot at the same time. The flank from behind could come a little bit earlier, but in general, it was a good move.
Yeah, the Ire gods on his side, only losing that one probe to that Reaver shot. That could have cost him the game. Still on par, 40 to 43. Surprised Dewalt didn't take a third behind this. It'll be pretty much a two-base battle here if it keeps going another 2.5 minutes. Be a super late third, around 18 minutes. It's Dragon with the probe trying to sneak it out. He's gonna see Dewalt's army there. And snipe. Oh, one more shot on that shuttle. Oh. Does get the shuttle. Dragon's gonna have a nice cycle of speed zealots there with some goons. Trying to get that Reaver in the back.
It's a really nice back and forth game, I must say.
As long as Dragon stays on top of his macro, he's got 7 gates to the 6 of Dewalt and adding an 8. Just gotta keep holding on. Use those probes with that cannon. That's unpowered, unfortunately. Oh, got a Dark Templar out. Got an Observer with that. Thank Dewalt with this.
I think one of the nice things about having a Reaver in your army is your opponent always tries to target it, and even if your Reaver doesn't do so much damage, it sort of distracts the army for a bit, and your army starts doing so much damage to the opponent.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Are you supposed to target the Reaver all the time? Like, you know, just leap in there and try to take down the shuttle or Reaver? Because sometimes you lose like your whole army or you take too much damage doing that. But I imagine if you were to target their units, their Reavers would do too much damage to you.
I usually force 3 goons to target a Reaver to force a pickup, and then I'll target the shuttle at one time to one-shot the shuttle. And then if you don't get the pickup off the Reaver, and you get the shuttle, or then the Reaver's still taking some damage, and you'll get it on the next.
$2-0 for Dewalt.
Go. Yeah.
What could have Dragon done differently that game? Because he was ahead in the beginning.
Yeah, he was. I think that the first attack by Dewalt. Yeah, when Dragon came with the flank from behind. If the flank would come a little bit sooner, he wouldn't lose as much. He would kept the advantage that he had from the beginning, and I think that might be the difference, because Dewalt basically jumped right into 6 gateway production together with the Reaver. So he had more gateways for a little bit of time and an additional Reaver or 2 with the army. So it was Dragon was in a very difficult position. He should have at least 1 more gateway, I believe.
Well, it takes that one little slip up. StarCraft built to tilt.
Yeah, true.
If he had taken all his units and contained Dewalt outside his natural, would that be a bad idea? Like create an arc where you can't even leave and have some goons back at home to defend against any Reaver drops.
No, it's strong. As long as you're just maintaining and pumping the difference between your economy and making sure that's strong and stable, but still macroing behind when it breaks and have a reinforcement army. By all means, goons.
I'm not sure how wide are the ramps that are in front of the expansion.
Right.
If they're a little bit wider than the standard, I would think that the contain might have worked.
I mean, when you have an arc set up, it's always, I think, going to give you a pretty good advantage. Because Dewalt's units would have to... Some of them would be in the back and not even be able to attack.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
At that point, he had to buy time.
So we do have Dragon in the bottom. Good.
Sorry.
As I say, we had Dragon in the bottom doing the traditional just gateway gas. Same for Dewalt, top right. A little faster timing on Dewalt in the top. Dragon gets first knowledge of map of presence where Dewalt is. Getting a safety zealot. Dewalt's skipping his zealot this time.
Is the scout a misclick or? Is he
Yeah, I don't
hiding
know
a
if that
problem
was
there?
just... we got confused. Might have been a misclick.
I think so.
Dragon's gonna see no zealot. Dragon about to pop with the range, so pretty standard. Doesn't see anything vital. Walt gets his scan off and gets his probe out. I think Dragon's gonna lose his probe here. Dragon adding on a second gate. See if Dewalt's gonna do a Robo, Citadel, or a Nexus.
Ramps in front of the expansion look really strange. I can't tell where they start and where they end.
I think that's one of the issues, yeah.
Start having it like back in the day when Protoss would do the Forge expands all nice and tight against the Nexus. I'm all for it. Get that 12 pool speed Muta build back. I think Dragon's gonna commit a little heavy here. He's gonna make a support bay behind this for his Reavers instead of Nexus. I'm a little shocked.
So best of 7, guys, is 3-0 for Dewalt so far.
Okay, this attack didn't go according to plan for... I'm really surprised that he left.
I'm shocked.
I don't know if attacking up a ramp is always the best idea.
When you're going 3 gates, yeah, but not when you're going 2 gates. Hey guys, I need to go. I need to finish work, or rather start working.
Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Thanks.
You're gonna miss the last games of this
I'll
whole map
probably
contest.
I'll probably have the stream in the background while working. So I'll.
What if there's
I'll
a
watch
reverse
it, I'll
sweep
watch
and Dragon comes back and wins 4-3?
Oh, I'll be surprised, but I'm crossing my fingers for a lot of good games.
All right, my friends.
Hey.
Thanks very much.
See you.
Have a good night.
Thanks. Bye. Take care.
Cheers. It's Mazur, pronouncing it correctly.
I'm a little surprised about the tap out super quick from Dragon.
Well, one of them got stuck, his goons, in the base and died. And then another one was within the range and died too.
So this is an interesting position, because Dewalt's up 3-0. He can do anything he wants and be fine and still have wiggle room. Dragon is in a kind of a coin flip moment. Do something cheesy, try to come back, play standard, maybe lose to something cheesy. Wouldn't be surprised seeing Dewalt do something weird.
I don't know if I've ever seen him do something like that.
Really? Man. He's more new age from what I know. I don't think I've ever met him or played with him before. He was more, what, like 2010 maybe?
Yeah.
Or later?
Well, I don't actually know what year he started playing, but I assume
I think he's much
after
later.
2010.
Dragon I remember from StarCraft 2. Pretty sure it's the same dragon. Having Dewalt spawn at the bottom opening with the traditional gateway opening. Same dragon in the top right. Both the 8 pylon, 9 gateway. Dewalt skipping gas and making a pylon instead while Dragon makes a gas for his assimilator.
How much luck do you think factors into StarCraft? If you were to give it a percentage. And I mean, you can define luck in any way. It could be like spawning positions, I guess.
I think certain spawning positions favor certain matchups, certain races for sure. But I think a lot of it really goes into foresight. Because, like, for example, if you can control what you make your opponent do, like Zerg versus Protoss, you open Muta, they're gonna make Corsairs. Keep making a couple more Muta, make them make more Corsairs. They're not making cannons, they're not making observers. Do a lurker shift, now they're a little behind, and you have Hydras, and you keep most of your overlords alive.
It's like a small percentage, right? I think that's what makes StarCraft different from a lot of games. Like luck or other factors play a bigger part in other games.
10 to 20% spread maybe for
Yeah,
luck.
that seems fair.
Dragon almost got that gas steal off on Dewalt. That pylon blocked on the mana pylon, just killed that off.
Because you
Now
see
it's
really
open.
good players just like win every single game.
Then understanding a lot of the flow too, like specific timings and everything. Like it takes 2 minutes and 45 rough seconds, so basically 3 minutes for your upgrades on your weapons and your armor. So knowing that, if you want to hit your 8-minute timing for Protoss, hit your +1 weapons by 5 minutes.
like the StarCast TV. I don't know. Some people out there know about it. They organize some like foreigners versus pro gamer show matches, and like the pro gamer will just win 9-0 against 9 top foreigners. Sometimes they play Dewalt and Bonnet before, and they'll just win every single game.
I think, wasn't it Bonnet that was the first foreigner to win a match out of like 50-something games or something?
Yeah,
Or
I
was it
think
Dewalt?
that was one series where they had like 9 different foreigners play against like, and that might have been, I forgot who it was. Action maybe or something like that. And it was a map he wasn't very comfortable with either. Might have been Ringing Bloom, but he's played like 9 games against a pro before, and people also like, you know, spawn matches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My point is, like, if luck played a bigger factor, you'd see, you know, players being able to take off games off others more easily, but it's not the case. If you're really good at the game, you'll win every single game.
I think more so back in the day, it was more luck heavy. But now, since the game has been out for so much longer, everything's been more refined, discovered, optimized.
I miss that a little bit about back in the day, because you had to innovate a bit. It was more flexible and it felt more creative, but... Uh-oh.
Dragon needs to pull back. He's not going to have enough units back at home. He's going to have to pull probes to stay alive. And that 4 goons knocking on his door here in about 10 seconds. His goons that he has 2 on this cycle. Another 15 seconds out. Come the probes. 2. Not enough. Need more probes. I like how he's using just 1 probe to deny him from coming up the ramp and vision.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it. I don't think there's anything Dragon can really do. Dewalt sending 4 more units, 3 Ganoons, and 1 Zealot back, taking an expansion. Dewalt's gonna see this little army coming in. It's not gonna get his Reaver out in time, unfortunately. All the probes coming in. Man, it's 1 Dragoon. Got a Rambo probe with 2 kills over here. Took out a Zealot and a Dragoon.
Rough.
Dewalt taking it 4-0. A little convincingly. Game 2 was a really good game. I think that might have thrown Dragon off a bit after he kind of lost focus on that.
He's a monster, man. When I started organizing like show matches with Dewalt last year, foreigners were taking games off him more. Not necessarily winning the entire show match, best of 5. But in this year, I've just noticed a huge gap between him and his opponents. Though, I mean, he has gotten knocked out of leagues before, like BSL last season.
I wasn't in BSL. I did the BSL with 12. Anything before that, I didn't do any. I didn't know anybody.
So there's the scores, guys. Dewalt 3-0 Gorynich, 3-1 Sziky, 4-0 Dragon.
Yeah, Mozzie in chat saying Dragon got up to 2,700. That's insane.
Yeah, Dragon's like a super good player. I mean, people have said this before, like when someone's really owning in a game, it makes the opponent look much worse than they really are. We're talking about the top 5% players, you know.
Did he try the ACS qualifier or the ASL qualifier back in about a week or two ago? You know?
Dewalt?
Dragon.
I don't know. I'm actually curious about how many foreigners have tried to qualify for it and whether they even can. I mean, Dewalt's in a Korean time zone, and he doesn't lag when he's in games with Koreans. Whereas I think that would cause a problem for North Americans, but maybe not.
Yeah, I know the ASL qualifier. I know if you've won ACS, you can't take part in it. I know that much. It's a little different than how Courage League was back in the day.
Oh, yeah, and as he's talking about Dewalt, that makes sense. There was a Russ Brain challenge where he offered $1,000 to anybody who can get 2,700 MMR, and Dewalt got 2,700 and got the $1,000. I didn't know that Bonneth also got 2,700. I'm not surprised by that.
Dewalt did do ASL qualifier.
Dewalt's been playing with Artosis and Casted Muses. I forgot what the league name was. It's probably over by now.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
He beat Legro round 2. He had a bye round 1. Then he lost 2-0 in round 3. Artosis lost 2-0 round 3, that same one.
Yeah, we've pit him against like Koreans a lot. Got the VODs up on our YouTube if you're interested. Check them out. Versus Scan, versus Ample, versus Yapzap, versus Kala. I mean, him and Bonneth are really the only ones that you can pit against pros. Or like semi-pros. And they stand a chance of picking off some games.
That
So it's kinda
unorthodox play. It's all about the unorthodox play.
There's your champion, guys. On Tundra. So all the tournaments are done. There'll be a thread on TL.net asking everyone to vote on their favorite map. And the maker of that map will get a prize. And that will be the end of the first edition of New World's Map Contest. Basically, the format is mappers submit maps. We ask the public to vote on the top 8 or 12 maps. They proceed to the next round. Then we ask the public to vote on top 4 maps. And the top 4 maps, each of them get a separate tournament, like the one you saw today. And then we ask the public to vote on their number 1 map out of those 4 maps. And there's prizes for the number 1 map maker, and there's prizes for the tournament winners. There will be another New World's Map Contest, I'm told. The next one might be experimental or old school edition, meaning they're not just looking for standard comfortable maps, but more on the experimental side, or more like maps like Tower Cross from back in the day and stuff. I'm not sure what the criteria is. They're probably working that out, but I heard they are planning to do another one, which is cool. And obviously the maps that were featured in this contest series, they're hoping that event organizers adopt them. So ASL adopted one of the maps featured in this contest series, Good Night. I heard Brood War Clan League was considering some maps. BSL hopefully might consider them. STPL, CPL, Rookie Star League. All the foreign and Korean leagues, it'd be great if they consider, and even better if they actually adopt a map from the contest, because they're really good maps and deserve to be featured. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Sony, my man, save the day.
Thanks for having me.
Is there any shout outs? Anything you want to plug in?
No, not really. Dewalt came out on top pretty convincingly. 4-0. Dragon, great player. Thought he could come back. I had my hopes. I was rooting for him 4-2. I was shocked.
4-0, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. Always a pleasure. Alright, guys. Battle for Ire, September 4th. Dewalt vs. Bonnet. It's a marathon edition, up to 25 live consecutive games. The prize so far, I think, is $1,400. Big shout out to CRVT, Pure Pat, Des for donating substantial amounts. That buys 17 games at least. If you can afford to donate, please pitch in $5. Let's get to the 25 game mark and make history. I'm calling it the greatest foreign show match ever. It's the equivalent of Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier in 1975 in Manila. If you haven't seen that boxing match, even if you don't like boxing, please check it out. The YouTube's up. Amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. It's called the Battle for Ire. Thank you for the sub, my man. SA3816. Very kind of you. Here at TQ, guys, all the money goes to players. So use us as an opportunity to support your favorite players, especially in the foreign scene. They're really good guys, good-mannered, respectful. They carry the flag of the foreign community.
Very strong. Help us grow.
Yeah, there's a
Continue to
lot
grow.
more interest around Korean pro gamers, right? But I'm not really interested in... I actually don't even watch Korean pro gamers. I know the entertainment value is through the roof, but I like the community feel of the foreign community. It's really cool. Like, you guys are awesome. With the Korean crowd, there's really no... It's a one-way street. Like, there's nobody to engage with. And we actually did organize a show match with Best in Light. And my intention was to actually organize more show matches for pro gamers, but it's a vibe I didn't really like. It's more like cold-hearted business. You know what I mean? Like, let's get the money, play the matches, and we're out. I was like, nah, that's not for me. Whereas with the foreign scene, like, some of these guys play their hearts out for like no money. They like people watching them play. They like their games being casted by you, Sony, and others. There seems to be a lot of like heart and passion and community feel there. So yeah, definitely a community worth supporting, and we've tried our best to get more and more people into it. Just like, you know, the people at BSL, RCG, RSL, CPL, STPL,
RCC, the new Red Clan Cup that they had yesterday, the other day.
I think they've been doing that for a while too. RG,
Yeah.
Rogues Gallery, like
Mhm.
a lot of cool communities that try to showcase the foreign scene. Yeah, a lot of cool Discords too. If anybody's watching the YouTube VODs, like a lot of cool communities to join. CPL
MasterRey.
especially.
And MasterRey's Discord's really good for learning, talking, theory crafting.
Yeah, it's awesome. But beware, man, you'll get hooked and you'll never be able to leave.
I tried 13 years ago and I came back.
It's cool. Yeah, guys. So, that's it, I think, for our Twitch events. We got a Africa TV event, I think August 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern. I think it's Dandy versus Ultra. It'll be a TVT, and it'll be Terror versus Shaylin, Korean semi-pro. Tune in if you can. They'll be on our Africa TV channel. And then, yeah, we'll have Battle for Ire on September 4th. Really hyped about that. Sony, who do you think is going to win, Dewalt or Bonnet?
Bonnet.
Did you know that you can bet on this match? Do you know about the Rust Brain Challenge?
No, I do not know about the Rust Brain.
You don't check out TL.net, do you?
Not much anymore.
So if you check out our thread on TL.net, guys, where we posted about the Battle for Ire thing, Rust Brain has bet up to $1,000 on Dewalt winning. He's accepting bets from multiple people up to $1,000. Do you know who Kogut is, Sony?
Do you know who Coach it is? When he was a Zerg player, not a Terran player.
Shit, actually you got me there, because I wasn't even around when they started playing.
Yeah, he played Zerg when he first started.
Disappeared 2006, came back, StarCraft 2 for a year, and then yeah. So he bet $500 on Bonnet. For real. And there's a few other people who bet like $50 on Bonnet. So that's the only person you can bet on.
You can only bet on Bonnet.
You can state your bet in the thread. You have to be a somewhat trustworthy source, so figure it out somehow. So it's kind of a cool thing. I bet on Bonnet during the last Battle for Ire match because like Rustbrain had already claimed Dewalt, and I was like, I think Bonnet can take it. That was only 9 games, but I had won it, and the money went towards the prize pool of this Battle for Ire. And I think if Rustbrain wins any bets, he's gonna ask the losers to donate the money to RCG. So it's not like he's pocketing it. The guy spent over 130 grand on sponsoring like forum group or stuff. So
Based on everybody betting on Bonnet, I put 10 on Dewalt, especially if it's going to be 25 games.
Well, you can't because Rustbrain has already claimed him. You can only bet on Bonnet, and he's a safe bet. I mean, Bonnet's got a pretty good chance. His PvP is like pro level.
Oh, so Rustbrain is saying Dewalt's going to win.
Yeah, he's claiming Dewalt.
Gotcha.
You can only bet on Bonnet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
If you want to put 10 on Bonnet, do it, man. A few people have already bet on Bonnet.
No, I have to do my donation tomorrow for the prize pool. Tomorrow's Monday.
Thank you for considering doing that.
Yep. Tomorrow's Monday. I meant to send you a message on Discord about that. Did you send a message the other day?
Yes, I did, Bug. I actually messaged hundreds of people in our Discord manually, individually. I don't take it lightly that Bonnet and Dewalt are playing against each other for us and allowing us to organize broadcast that. I don't take it for granted that they agreed to a marathon edition. It took some persistence. They didn't think that it would reach like more than 13, 15 games. So I don't know how they feel about that, but like, you know, they're still hyped, and
I think if it gets to like 3,000, they should play random versus random.
The maximum is 25. I think they would die after 25 games, and that's $2,200. If people donate past that, then that's on them. So we'll be accepting donations, I think, even up until even during the event. I think, like during the last game, if we're not at $2,200 yet. So people could be donating at last minute. It's kind of cool in that way. Should be fun. It's supposed to be like, you know, a cool community event everybody could enjoy.
Bring your beer and liquor. Lots of snacks.
A lot of it. Yeah, and it's starting early in North America, but in Europe it'll be afternoon. So you can get pretty wasted, I think.
Before noon.
See how it goes.
It's in 2 weeks. Yep. It's gonna be a good time. You have a nice group of casters lined up though for rotation, right? Because it's gonna be a lot of talking.
You know what? I just have MasterRey and Quark because they did the first one with Snipe, and they're all Protoss players. I haven't actually talked to them. Like, are you guys gonna be sticking around for almost 7-8 hours? I'm guessing they will because they have in the past, but I'll probably look into that as well.
I was gonna say, you could get a couple others. I know, like Bryce, Machine, he'll probably maybe cast a couple. Oh yeah, might cast a couple.
I haven't invited others because they're not Protoss players. But, I mean, that shouldn't disqualify someone. And two, I guess I was just trying to think of, like, the casters we had from the first round.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll definitely look into it before the event. We're preparing some cool graphics for it and some other treats. Should be fun. Doing, like, an interview with Bonnet and Dewalt. See if we can put together some, like, short videos to play. Because it's a long event, you're gonna need some content.
We need to bring back Pimpus Plays. Remember those?
Yeah.
Ooh, those were fantastic. Cool. Seeing a foreigner show up on it was great.
See if I can get them to play on Lost Temple, man.
I'd kill to see Luna.
I
Launch
think I
Ace.
asked him that. Maybe I'll make sure I did.
Gaia, Dahlia of Jungle, Gorky Island, Estrella, Paranoid Android.
Yeah, Metaphysics is like that. He's like a huge StarCraft fan, and he wants all kinds of maps. During the first battle for Ire, we promised some standard maps, but you run out of standard maps after like the 5th, 6th, 7th one.
Yeah.
It's really up to them to kind of decide, I think. Because money and reputations are on the line. I don't really like imposing maps, but they've already picked out some, like, tentatively approved some cool maps. Gladiator. Estrella is an island map.
That was like old school WCG map too, Estrella. Desert one.
Yeah. Beehive, which is a newer one made by Freakling. Because they realize it's a lot of games, and you also have to think of the viewers and stuff. It's just important, I think, that they come to an agreement and pick some good maps, but also that we have enough standard maps in there.
Interesting.
So the ones that come to my mind always are Fighting Spirit, Circuit Breakers, Polypoid, Eclipse, Neil Sylphid. After the 5th one, you kind of have a hard time finding one. Shakira's Temple. Wavelet is pretty standard.
I like Wavelet actually. I played it yesterday in RCC. It was a good map.
Oh, did you? I think it has potential to be like the next.
I really liked it.
Standard map. The middle pathing might be kind of like different, but I think it's a cool map. Destination and Match Point, I think Sarando, they did discuss. We're thinking about adopting. Those are both made by Earth Attack, Korean map maker who made Circuit Breakers, who made Optimizer, Plasma, Blue Storm, all kinds of maps. We got an interview with him coming out
the
soon.
Twilight map set, tile set for Twilight. It's my favorite. Love all the maps that are on there.
Yeah, a lot of people like Twilight maps. Space maps. I think Jungle, though, is all-time favorite. It's easy to tell, like, what shit is on a Jungle map.
Polaris Rhapsody. I'm just going through old maps back over the years from like 99 on.
Yeah, and if you like maps, guys, check out broodwarmaps.net. All the New Worlds map contest maps come from there. It's the oldest Brood War archive of maps. Even Korean map makers are on there uploading their maps. New ones, old ones. There's thousands and thousands of maps on there. It's pretty cool. And yeah, I want to congratulate StyleZerg and Freakling. Tundra was really cool. I came in second when we did the finalist vote. And I look forward to seeing which map gets voted as number 1.
It'll be a tough decision.
Alright, guys.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. More than happy to help anytime.
You're a good man. Despite what they say about you, Sony. No, really, I enjoyed your company, man. Thanks. And Maz, thanks for joining us earlier. Say it. MasterRey, WhyUSuk, Machine. It's fun. Sarando, take care, man. We'll get your ass to CoCast one of these days.
Scan. Yes, sir. Raid and scan.